You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the summit to connect with investors, accelerate partnerships, create a new sustainable leading-edge industry, and invest in lands of opportunity. Sustainability is guiding the transformation of the global mining industry as it meets growing societal expectations to protect the environment and contribute to community development. The mine of the future will be less polluting, less visible, more efficient, and more productive. Over the past 20 years, demands from investors, local communities, national governments, customers, and the sector's own workforce have brought about significant change. International investors are also increasingly basing investment decisions on the ESG performance of mining companies wherever they operate. Saudi Arabia, in line with Saudi Vision 2030, is taking a leadership role in this industrial sea change by championing ethical business practices, contributing to environmental stewardship, and committing to robust laws and regulations to ensure the security and sustainability of investments. By inviting leaders from investment, mining, and environmental bodies, the Future Minerals Forum 2022 will be the forum where the blueprint for an accelerated output of critical minerals across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia is devised. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, champion sustainability initiatives, raise awareness of the bold new future of mining, and transform the mining industry for the betterment of all. Technology and innovation are transforming the mining industry. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi will extract minerals more efficiently through the mass application of new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and satellite imagery. Resource-intensive mining is being replaced by autonomous vehicles and operations, drones and laser-based extraction, waterless processing, and waste disposal. The kingdom will not only streamline its mining production, but also reduce human risk and increase profitability through the intelligent application of innovative technologies. Saudi Arabia is implementing a future-proof operating model to deliver critical mineral output for the benefit of all, and is encouraging positive industrial transformation throughout the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, meet investors and manufacturers, share best practices, discover and promote cutting-edge technologies, and celebrate innovation. The mining industry doesn't just provide the essential minerals to power technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and wind turbines. Much more than that, it delivers direct, tangible benefits to our global society. As the energy sector as a whole pivots towards a more sustainable future, mining in particular continues to contribute to community development through job creation and ensuring the ethically sourced and sustainable supply of minerals needed for a clean society. The digitalization and technological transformation of mining will require a workforce with new skills. Almost 100 million new data-driven jobs will be created. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi Arabia is leading by example and harnessing the opportunities derived from this transformation and is delivering societal benefits for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. By reskilling a future-ready workforce, Saudi Arabia is preparing the current and future generations of workers to thrive within an industrial metamorphosis. This upskilled workforce of the future will not only benefit local communities and national economies, but will also be the driving force for a more responsible industry workflow. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, harness the social benefits of mining, raise awareness of the bold new future of the industry, and transform mining for the betterment of all. The Future Minerals Forum from January 11 to 13, 2022 at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Register online at futuremineralsforum.com. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is emerging as a major new player in global mining, building on its mining history rich in resources and opening its vast mineral endowment for development. Saudi Vision 2030 has called for the development of the mining sector to become the third pillar of national industry. And so, a robust mining strategy must be developed and delivered through over 40 mining strategy initiatives designed to create a resilient mining industry built on a foundation of integrated value chains. A national database containing over 80 years of geological records, more than 10,000 detailed reports on mining targets and prospects, $1.3 trillion of untapped mining potential. Saudi Arabia's new mining investment law supports a clear and transparent process for mining license applications and approvals. Together, this is positioning the kingdom as the epicenter of a new mining hub, championing mineral production across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia, and unlocking emerging investment opportunities to grow the industry as a whole. That is why Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Summit 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the summit to connect with investors, accelerate partnerships, create a new sustainable leading-edge industry, and invest in lands of opportunity. Sustainability is guiding the transformation of the global mining industry as it meets growing societal expectations to protect the environment and contribute to community development. The mine of the future will be less polluting, less visible, more efficient, and more productive. Over the past 20 years, demands from investors, local communities, national governments, customers, and the sector's own workforce have brought about significant change. International investors are also increasingly basing investment decisions on the ESG performance of mining companies wherever they operate. Saudi Arabia, in line with Saudi Vision 2030, is taking a leadership role in this industrial sea change by championing ethical business practices, contributing to environmental stewardship, and committing to robust laws and regulations to ensure the security and sustainability of investments. By inviting leaders from investment, mining, and environmental bodies, the Future Minerals Forum 2022 will be the forum where the blueprint for an accelerated output of critical minerals across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia is devised. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, champion sustainability initiatives, raise awareness of the bold new future of mining, and transform the mining industry for the betterment of all. Technology and innovation are transforming the mining industry. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi will extract minerals more efficiently through the mass application of new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and satellite imagery. Resource-intensive mining is being replaced by autonomous vehicles and operations, drones and laser-based extraction, waterless processing, and waste disposal. The kingdom will not only streamline its mining production, but also reduce human risk and increase profitability through the intelligent application of innovative technologies. Saudi Arabia is implementing a future-proof operating model to deliver critical mineral output for the benefit of all, and is encouraging positive industrial transformation throughout the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, meet investors and manufacturers, share best practices, discover and promote cutting-edge technologies, and celebrate innovation. The mining industry doesn't just provide the essential minerals to power technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and wind turbines. Much more than that, it delivers direct, tangible benefits to our global society. As the energy sector as a whole pivots towards a more sustainable future, mining in particular continues to contribute to community development through job creation and ensuring the ethically sourced and sustainable supply of minerals needed for a clean society. The digitalization and technological transformation of mining will require a workforce with new skills. Almost 100 million new data-driven jobs will be created. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi Arabia is leading by example and harnessing the opportunities derived from this transformation, and is delivering societal benefits for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. By reskilling a future-ready workforce, Saudi Arabia is preparing the current and future generations of workers to thrive within an industrial metamorphosis. This upskilled workforce of the future will not only benefit local communities and national economies, but will also be the driving force for a more responsible industry workflow. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, harness the social benefits of mining, raise awareness of the bold new future of the industry, and transform mining for the betterment of all. The Future Minerals Forum, from January 11 to 13, 2022, at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Register online at futuremineralsforum.com. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is emerging as a major new player in global mining, building on its mining history rich in resources and opening its vast mineral endowment for development. Saudi Vision 2030 has called for the development of the mining sector to become the third pillar of national industry. And so, a robust mining strategy must be developed and delivered through over 40 mining strategy initiatives designed to create a resilient mining industry built on a foundation of integrated value chains. A national database containing over 80 years of geological records, more than 10,000 detailed reports on mining targets and prospects, $1.3 trillion of untapped mining potential. Saudi Arabia's new mining investment law supports a clear and transparent process for mining license applications and approvals. Together, this is positioning the kingdom as the epicenter of a new mining hub, championing mineral production across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia, and unlocking emerging investment opportunities to grow the industry as a whole. That is why Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Summit 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the summit to connect with investors, accelerate partnerships, create a new sustainable leading-edge industry, and invest in lands of opportunity. Sustainability is guiding the transformation of the global mining industry as it meets growing societal expectations to protect the environment and contribute to community development. The mine of the future will be less polluting, less visible, more efficient, and more productive. Over the past 20 years, demands from investors, local communities, national governments, customers, and the sector's own workforce have brought about significant change. International investors are also increasingly basing investment decisions on the ESG performance of mining companies wherever they operate. Saudi Arabia, in line with Saudi Vision 2030, is taking a leadership role in this industrial sea change by championing ethical business practices, contributing to environmental stewardship, and committing to robust laws and regulations to ensure the security and sustainability of investments. By inviting leaders from investment, mining, and environmental bodies, the Future Minerals Forum 2022 will be the forum where the blueprint for an accelerated output of critical minerals across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia is devised. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, champion sustainability initiatives, raise awareness of the bold new future of mining, and transform the mining industry for the betterment of all. Technology and innovation are transforming the mining industry. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi will extract minerals more efficiently through the mass application of new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and satellite imagery. Resource-intensive mining is being replaced by autonomous vehicles and operations, drones and laser-based extraction, waterless processing, and waste disposal. The kingdom will not only streamline its mining production, but also reduce human risk and increase profitability through the intelligent application of innovative technologies. Saudi Arabia is implementing a future-proof operating model to deliver critical mineral output for the benefit of all, and is encouraging positive industrial transformation throughout the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, meet investors and manufacturers, share best practices, discover and promote cutting-edge technologies, and celebrate innovation. The mining industry doesn't just provide the essential minerals to power technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and wind turbines. Much more than that, it delivers direct, tangible benefits to our global society. As the energy sector as a whole pivots towards a more sustainable future, mining in particular continues to contribute to community development through job creation and ensuring the ethically sourced and sustainable supply of minerals needed for a clean society. The digitalization and technological transformation of mining will require a workforce with new skills. Almost 100 million new data-driven jobs will be created. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi Arabia is leading by example and harnessing the opportunities derived from this transformation and is delivering societal benefits for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. By reskilling a future-ready workforce, Saudi Arabia is preparing the current and future generations of workers to thrive within an industrial metamorphosis. This upskilled workforce of the future will not only benefit local communities and national economies, but will also be the driving force for a more responsible industry workflow. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers. All convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, harness the social benefits of mining, raise awareness of the bold new future of the industry, and transform mining for the betterment of all. The Future Minerals Forum from January 11 to 13, 2022 at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Register online at futuremineralsforum.com. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is emerging as a major new player in global mining, building on its mining history rich in resources and opening its vast mineral endowment for development. Saudi Vision 2030 has called for the development of the mining sector to become the third pillar of national industry. And so, a robust mining strategy must be developed and delivered through over 40 mining strategy initiatives designed to create a resilient mining industry built on a foundation of integrated value chains. A national database containing over 80 years of geological records, more than 10,000 detailed reports on mining targets and prospects, $1.3 trillion of untapped mining potential. Saudi Arabia's new mining investment law supports a clear and transparent process for mining license applications and approvals. Together, this is positioning the kingdom as the epicenter of a new mining hub, championing mineral production across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia, and unlocking emerging investment opportunities to grow the industry as a whole. That is why Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Summit 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the summit to connect with investors, accelerate partnerships, create a new sustainable leading-edge industry, and invest in lands of opportunity. Sustainability is guiding the transformation of the global mining industry as it meets growing societal expectations to protect the environment and contribute to community development. The mine of the future will be less polluting, less visible, more efficient, and more productive. Over the past 20 years, demands from investors, local communities, national governments, customers, and the sector's own workforce have brought about significant change. International investors are also increasingly basing investment decisions on the ESG performance of mining companies wherever they operate. Saudi Arabia, in line with Saudi Vision 2030, is taking a leadership role in this industrial sea change by championing ethical business practices, contributing to environmental stewardship, and committing to robust laws and regulations to ensure the security and sustainability of investments. by inviting leaders from investment, mining, and environmental bodies. The Future Minerals Forum 2022 will be the forum where the blueprint for an accelerated output of critical minerals across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia is devised. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, champion sustainability initiatives, raise awareness of the bold new future of mining, and transform the mining industry for the betterment of all. Technology and innovation are transforming the mining industry. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi will extract minerals more efficiently through the mass application of new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and satellite imagery. Resource-intensive mining is being replaced by autonomous vehicles and operations, drones and laser-based extraction, waterless processing, and waste disposal. The kingdom will not only streamline its mining production, but also reduce human risk and increase profitability through the intelligent application of innovative technologies. Saudi Arabia is implementing a future-proof operating model to deliver critical mineral output for the benefit of all, and is encouraging positive industrial transformation throughout the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, meet investors and manufacturers, share best practices, discover and promote cutting-edge technologies, and celebrate innovation. The mining industry doesn't just provide the essential minerals to power technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and wind turbines. Much more than that, it delivers direct, tangible benefits to our global society. As the energy sector as a whole pivots towards a more sustainable future, mining in particular continues to contribute to community development through job creation and ensuring the ethically sourced and sustainable supply of minerals needed for a clean society. The digitalization and technological transformation of mining will require a workforce with new skills. Almost 100 million new data-driven jobs will be created. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi Arabia is leading by example and harnessing the opportunities derived from this transformation, and is delivering societal benefits for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. By reskilling a future-ready workforce, Saudi Arabia is preparing the current and future generations of workers to thrive within an industrial metamorphosis. This upskilled workforce of the future will not only benefit local communities and national economies, but will also be the driving force for a more responsible industry workflow. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, harness the social benefits of mining, raise awareness of the bold new future of the industry, and transform mining for the betterment of all. The Future Minerals Forum from January 11 to 13, 2022 at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Register online at futuremineralsforum.com. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is emerging as a major new player in global mining building on its mining history rich in resources and opening its vast mineral endowment for development. Saudi Vision 2030 has called for the development of the mining sector to become the third pillar of national industry. And so, a robust mining strategy must be developed and delivered through over 40 mining strategy initiatives designed to create a resilient mining industry built on a foundation of integrated value chains. A national database containing over 80 years of geological records, more than 10,000 detailed reports on mining targets and prospects, $1.3 trillion of untapped mining potential. Saudi Arabia's new mining investment law supports a clear and transparent process for mining license applications and approvals. Together, this is positioning the kingdom as the epicenter of a new mining hub, championing mineral production across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia, and unlocking emerging investment opportunities to grow the industry as a whole. That is why Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Summit 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the summit to connect with investors, accelerate partnerships, create a new sustainable leading-edge industry, and invest in lands of opportunity. Sustainability is guiding the transformation of the global mining industry as it meets growing societal expectations to protect the environment and contribute to community development. The mine of the future will be less polluting, less visible, more efficient, and more productive. Over the past 20 years, demands from investors, local communities, national governments, customers, and the sector's own workforce have brought about significant change. International investors are also increasingly basing investment decisions on the ESG performance of mining companies wherever they operate. Saudi Arabia, in line with Saudi Vision 2030, is taking a leadership role in this industrial sea change by championing ethical business practices, contributing to environmental stewardship, and committing to robust laws and regulations to ensure the security and sustainability of investments. By inviting leaders from investment, mining, and environmental bodies, the Future Minerals Forum 2022 will be the forum where the blueprint for an accelerated output of critical minerals across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia is devised. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, champion sustainability initiatives, raise awareness of the bold new future of mining, and transform the mining industry for the betterment of all. Technology and innovation are transforming the mining industry. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi will extract minerals more efficiently through the mass application of new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and satellite imagery. Resource-intensive mining is being replaced by autonomous vehicles and operations, drones and laser-based extraction, waterless processing, and waste disposal. The kingdom will not only streamline its mining production, but also reduce human risk and increase profitability through the intelligent application of innovative technologies. Saudi Arabia is implementing a future-proof operating model to deliver critical mineral output for the benefit of all, and is encouraging positive industrial transformation throughout the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, meet investors and manufacturers, share best practices, discover and promote cutting-edge technologies, and celebrate innovation. The mining industry doesn't just provide the essential minerals to power technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and wind turbines. Much more than that, it delivers direct, tangible benefits to our global society. As the energy sector as a whole pivots towards a more sustainable future, mining in particular continues to contribute to community development through job creation and ensuring the ethically sourced and sustainable supply of minerals needed for a clean society. The digitalization and technological transformation of mining will require a workforce with new skills. Almost 100 million new data-driven jobs will be created. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi Arabia is leading by example and harnessing the opportunities derived from this transformation and is delivering societal benefits for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. By reskilling a future-ready workforce, Saudi Arabia is preparing the current and future generations of workers to thrive within an industrial metamorphosis. This upskilled workforce of the future will not only benefit local communities and national economies, but will also be the driving force for a more responsible industry workflow. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, harness the social benefits of mining, raise awareness of the bold new future of the industry, and The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is emerging as a major new player in global mining, building on its mining history rich in resources and opening its vast mineral endowment for development. Saudi Vision 2030 has called for the development of the mining sector to become the third pillar of national industry. And so, a robust mining strategy must be developed and delivered through over 40 mining strategy initiatives designed to create a resilient mining industry built on a foundation of integrated value chains. A national database containing over 80 years of geological records, more than 10,000 detailed reports on mining targets and prospects, $1.3 trillion of untapped mining potential. Saudi Arabia's new mining investment law supports a clear and transparent process for mining license applications and approvals. Together, this is positioning the kingdom as the epicenter of a new mining hub, championing mineral production across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia, and unlocking emerging investment opportunities to grow the industry as a whole. That is why Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Summit 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the summit to connect with investors, accelerate partnerships, create a new sustainable leading-edge industry, and invest in lands of opportunity. Sustainability is guiding the transformation of the global mining industry as it meets growing societal expectations to protect the environment and contribute to community development. The mine of the future will be less polluting, less visible, more efficient, and more productive. Over the past 20 years, demands from investors, local communities, national governments, customers, and the sector's own workforce have brought about significant change. International investors are also increasingly basing investment decisions on the ESG performance of mining companies wherever they operate. Saudi Arabia, in line with Saudi Vision 2030, is taking a leadership role in this industrial sea change by championing ethical business practices, contributing to environmental stewardship, and committing to robust laws and regulations to ensure the security and sustainability of investments. By inviting leaders from investment, mining, and environmental bodies, the Future Minerals Forum 2022 will be the forum where the blueprint for an accelerated output of critical minerals across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia is devised. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, champion sustainability initiatives, raise awareness of the bold new future of mining, and transform the mining industry for the betterment of all. Technology and innovation are transforming the mining industry. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi will extract minerals more efficiently through the mass application of new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and satellite imagery. Resource-intensive mining is being replaced by autonomous vehicles and operations, drones and laser-based extraction, waterless processing, and waste disposal. The kingdom will not only streamline its mining production, but also reduce human risk and increase profitability through the intelligent application of innovative technologies. Saudi Arabia is implementing a future-proof operating model to deliver critical mineral output for the benefit of all, and is encouraging positive industrial transformation throughout the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, meet investors and manufacturers, share best practices, discover and promote cutting-edge technologies, and celebrate innovation. The mining industry doesn't just provide the essential minerals to power technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and wind turbines. Much more than that, it delivers direct, tangible benefits to our global society. As the energy sector as a whole pivots towards a more sustainable future, mining in particular continues to contribute to community development through job creation and ensuring the ethically sourced and sustainable supply of minerals needed for a clean society. The digitalization and technological transformation of mining will require a workforce with new skills. Almost 100 million new data-driven jobs will be created. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi Arabia is leading by example and harnessing the opportunities derived from this transformation, and is delivering societal benefits for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. By reskilling a future-ready workforce, Saudi Arabia is preparing the current and future generations of workers to thrive within an industrial metamorphosis. This upskilled workforce of the future will not only benefit local communities and national economies, but will also be the driving force for a more responsible industry workflow. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, harness the social benefits of mining, raise awareness of the bold new future of the industry, and transform mining for the betterment of all. The Future Minerals Forum from January 11 to 13, 2022 at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Register online at futuremineralsforum.com. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is emerging as a major new player in global mining, building on its mining history rich in resources and opening its vast mineral endowment for development. Saudi Vision 2030 has called for the development of the mining sector to become the third pillar of national industry. And so, a robust mining strategy must be developed and delivered through over 40 mining strategy initiatives designed to create a resilient mining industry built on a foundation of integrated value chains. A national database containing over 80 years of geological records, more than 10,000 detailed reports on mining targets and prospects, $1.3 trillion of untapped mining potential. Saudi Arabia's new mining investment law supports a clear and transparent process for mining license applications and approvals. Together, this is positioning the kingdom as the epicenter of a new mining hub, championing mineral production across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia, and unlocking emerging investment opportunities to grow the industry as a whole. That is why Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Summit 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the summit to connect with investors, accelerate partnerships, create a new sustainable leading-edge industry, and invest in lands of opportunity. Sustainability is guiding the transformation of the global mining industry as it meets growing societal expectations to protect the environment and contribute to community development. The mine of the future will be less polluting, less visible, more efficient, and more productive. Over the past 20 years, demands from investors, local communities, national governments, customers, and the sector's own workforce have brought about significant change. International investors are also increasingly basing investment decisions on the ESG performance of mining companies wherever they operate. Saudi Arabia, in line with Saudi Vision 2030, is taking a leadership role in this industrial sea change by championing ethical business practices, contributing to environmental stewardship, and committing to robust laws and regulations to ensure the security and sustainability of investments. By inviting leaders from investment, mining, and environmental bodies, the Future Minerals Forum 2022 will be the forum where the blueprint for an accelerated output of critical minerals across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia is devised. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, champion sustainability initiatives, raise awareness of the bold new future of mining, and transform the mining industry for the betterment of all. Technology and innovation are transforming the mining industry. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi will extract minerals more efficiently through the mass application of new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and satellite imagery. Resource-intensive mining is being replaced by autonomous vehicles and operations, drones and laser-based extraction, waterless processing, and waste disposal. The kingdom will not only streamline its mining production, but also reduce human risk and increase profitability through the intelligent application of innovative technologies. Saudi Arabia is implementing a future-proof operating model to deliver critical mineral output for the benefit of all, and is encouraging positive industrial transformation throughout the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, meet investors and manufacturers, share best practices, discover and promote cutting-edge technologies, and celebrate innovation. The mining industry doesn't just provide the essential minerals to power technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and wind turbines. Much more than that, it delivers direct, tangible benefits to our global society. As the energy sector as a whole pivots towards a more sustainable future, mining in particular continues to contribute to community development through job creation and ensuring the ethically sourced and sustainable supply of minerals needed for a clean society. The digitalization and technological transformation of mining will require a workforce with new skills. Almost 100 million new data-driven jobs will be created. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi Arabia is leading by example and harnessing the opportunities derived from this transformation and is delivering societal benefits for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. By reskilling a future-ready workforce, Saudi Arabia is preparing the current and future generations of workers to thrive within an industrial metamorphosis. This upskilled workforce of the future will not only benefit local communities and national economies, but will also be the driving force for a more responsible industry workflow. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, harness the social benefits of mining, raise awareness of the bold new future of the industry, and transform mining for the betterment of all. The Future Minerals Forum from January 11 to 13, 2022 at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Register online at futuremineralsforum.com. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is emerging as a major new player in global mining, building on its mining history rich in resources and opening its vast mineral endowment for development. Saudi Vision 2030 has called for the development of the mining sector to become the third pillar of national industry. And so, a robust mining strategy must be developed and delivered through over 40 mining strategy initiatives designed to create a resilient mining industry built on a foundation of integrated value chains. A national database containing over 80 years of geological records, more than 10,000 detailed reports on mining targets and prospects, $1.3 trillion of untapped mining potential. Saudi Arabia's new mining investment law supports a clear and transparent process for mining license applications and approvals. Together, this is positioning the kingdom as the epicenter of a new mining hub, championing mineral production across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia, and unlocking emerging investment opportunities to grow the industry as a whole. That is why Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Summit 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join. Over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the summit to connect with investors, accelerate partnerships, create a new sustainable leading-edge industry, and invest in lands of opportunity. Sustainability is guiding the transformation of the global mining industry as it meets growing societal expectations to protect the environment and contribute to community development. The mine of the future will be less polluting, less visible, more efficient, and more productive. Over the past 20 years, demands from investors, local communities, national governments, customers, and the sector's own workforce have brought about significant change. International investors are also increasingly basing investment decisions on the ESG performance of mining companies wherever they operate. Saudi Arabia, in line with Saudi Vision 2030, is taking a leadership role in this industrial sea change by championing ethical business practices, contributing to environmental stewardship, and committing to robust laws and regulations to ensure the security and sustainability of investments. By inviting leaders from investment, mining, and environmental bodies, the Future Minerals Forum 2022 will be the forum where the blueprint for an accelerated output of critical minerals across the Middle East, North and East Africa, and Central Asia is devised. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, engage with policymakers, champion sustainability initiatives, raise awareness of the bold new future of mining, and transform the mining industry for the betterment of all. Technology and innovation are transforming the mining industry. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi will extract minerals more efficiently through the mass application of new technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and satellite imagery. Resource-intensive mining is being replaced by autonomous vehicles and operations, drones and laser-based extraction, waterless processing, and waste disposal. The kingdom will not only streamline its mining production, but also reduce human risk and increase profitability through the intelligent application of innovative technologies. Saudi Arabia is implementing a future-proof operating model to deliver critical mineral output for the benefit of all, and is encouraging positive industrial transformation throughout the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. This is one of the many reasons Saudi Arabia is hosting the Future Minerals Forum 2022 in Riyadh. You are invited to join over 2,000 attendees, more than 150 international investors, over 100 global speakers and thought leaders, more than 100 mining majors and mining corporates, over 95 countries, and more than 20 international and regional ministers, all convening at the forum to connect with peers, meet investors and manufacturers, share best practices, discover and promote cutting-edge technologies, and celebrate innovation. The mining industry doesn't just provide the essential minerals to power technologies like electric vehicles, solar panels, and wind turbines. Much more than that, it delivers direct, tangible benefits to our global society. As the energy sector as a whole pivots towards a more sustainable future, mining in particular continues to contribute to community development through job creation and ensuring the ethically sourced and sustainable supply of minerals needed for a clean society. The digitalization and technological transformation of mining will require a workforce with new skills. Almost 100 million new data-driven jobs will be created. In line with the Saudi Vision 2030 plan, Saudi Arabia is leading by example and harnessing the opportunities derived from this transformation and is delivering societal benefits for the Middle East, Central Asia, and North and East Africa. By reskilling a future-ready workforce, Saudi Arabia is preparing the current and future generations of workers to thrive within.
Welcome to the stage, our Master of Ceremonies for the Future Minerals Forum, Ryan Chilcott.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second and final day of the Future Minerals Forum. I think yesterday was a fantastic beginning, and we have an extraordinary lineup for you today. In a few minutes, I'll be speaking with Mark Carney. We have a fantastic conversation about the role of women in mining, an absolutely crucial discussion. We're going to hear from an astronaut. We have the announcement of the beginning of an auction today. We are going to hear from Robert Friedland. We're going to be the first ever gathering to discuss and determine exactly what a global mining hub should entail and how Saudi Arabia, who's convening this forum, can enable such a hub. So an awful lot to get into today. Oh, and I didn't even mention, of course, the closing debate where all of our guests are going to be talking about their predictions for 2032. It's going to be a real clash of the titans that I'm sure you won't want to miss. So we've got a fantastic day ahead of us. We're so delighted you could be here in the room. Such a fantastic crowd after such a long pause for many of you in your meetings. So happy to have everyone who's joining us virtually. But before any of that, let's begin with our opening address from Saudi Arabia's Minister for the Environment, Water, and Agriculture, His Excellency Abdul Rahman Al Fadli. Please, Your Excellency.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, praise be to Allah and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, brothers and sisters, dear audience, peace be upon you. In the beginning, I would like to thank the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources for organizing this conference that provides a true platform exchange of ideas and opinions through the scientific sessions and different sessions to understand about the updates in this sector, provides all the materials needed for other different economical sectors. Brothers and sisters, no doubt there are conventions that are assured in regards to the environment and to protect it in all developmental practices to achieve sustainable economy. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with a directive from the wise leadership, to protect the environment, since the vision of the Kingdom 2030 included the protection of the environment and its natural resources. That is a religious and humanitarian obligation, and it is our responsibility towards the next generations. The national environment strategy also targeted the environmental system and to update the environmental system as the environmental framework was restructured with 5 environmental centers and to limit drought and to preserve wildlife due to the climate change, the waste management, and to increase the community participation in such activities. And the systems and the regulations clarified the duties and the responsibilities of all the related entities to be in compliance and to remain committed to all the regulations, harnessing advanced technology that will result, God willing, to protect the environment and to create promising investment opportunities. Dear brothers and sisters, the announcement of the Crown Prince of the Green Middle East and the Green Saudi Arabia is another example of the great concern undertaken by the wise leadership, both locally and globally, to face all the environmental challenges. the participation of the Kingdom in all the international agreements pertaining to the protection of environment. I would like also to emphasize there is no contradiction between remaining committed to the environmental demands and the economical growth. The economical indicators clearly state that countries that since the international banks determines the protection of environment as one of the main requirements for funding major projects. I would like to re-emphasize that achieving the national objectives to protect the environment comes only by the participation of all the segments of the society, both the public and the private sector, the voluntary organizations. Therefore, the Ministry would like to reinforce their effective partnership for the quality of the life and the protection of the environment for this generation and coming generations. Protecting the environment and limiting pollution and protecting the ecosystems is a very important matter, and to achieve sustainable growth with all its social and economical dimensions, and for the good and better health for coming generation. In conclusion, I thank His Excellency, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Mr. Khalif, for inviting us to this occasion, and all officials at his ministry, hoping that we will achieve success and peace be upon you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Well, my next guest needs no introduction. He is the United Nations Special Convoy for Climate Action. He is the Vice Chair and Head of Transition Investing at Brookfield. He is the author of the book Values. He spent 13 years at Goldman Sachs, and he spent 14 years at the helm of monetary policy at not one, but two G7 countries. Please join me in welcoming onto the stage Mark Carney. Mark. Hey, good to see you. See you. Good to see you. Thank you for making the trip.
It is a pleasure to be here. Let me say off the start what an honor it is to be back in Riyadh. I was literally in this building, this magnificent building, 2 years ago for what was the last G20 in-person meeting for 18 months, hosted by Mohammed Al-Jahdan, the Minister of Finance. So it's good to be back on the road, and it's good to be back in the same place.
Yeah, and what a crowd.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's talk macro. Since you've left the Bank of England has raised rates. Now the Fed is expected to raise rates quite soon. How should we be thinking about the global economy right now?
Well, I think a couple things. I just referenced that I had my last G20 meeting here,
yeah.
And you referenced that I was a governor for 14 years. And I have to say that for virtually that entire period in the global economy, the major issue for central banks, the major issue for the economy was deficient demand. Basically, in most economies, inflation was below target. We weren't at full employment. We weren't at full capacity of the economy. And central banks were trying to provide enough stimulus to move both of those key outcomes, inflation back to a reasonable level and employment back to where it should be. And things have moved since then. Now the supply side of the economy is much more important. We've had short-term supply shocks, obviously, because of the pandemic. We all know about supply chain issues and others. But we're having major investments and prospect of much more to come, very much exemplified by Vision 2030 here in Saudi Arabia. The climate transition as another example, digitization as a third example, all of which are impacting the supply side some volatility around that. And it means that central banks are in a position not where both sides of the equation are saying stimulate, but you have inflation above target, you still have some spare capacity in economies, and they're having to make trade-offs. So it's a fairly different macro environment than the one I left.
And you mentioned inflation above target.
Yeah.
We got inflation numbers just yesterday in the United States, 7%, the highest in, 4 decades. How concerned should we be about inflation and the prospect of hyperinflation?
Well, not the latter, not concerned about that, but it's not just the headline inflation being high, and it absolutely is, but the core measures of inflation and the breadth of inflationary pressures are significant in the United States. The Fed's acknowledged that and sent some fairly clear signals of rate increases and the start of potentially balance sheet reduction, so a tightening of monetary policy. And really the question is, how long does that go on? What's necessary to get inflation fully back to a low, stable, and predictable level? And my judgment is that it's going to take some time. It's going to take a fair number of moves in order to reestablish price stability in the United States and in other economies.
But it will
But well, it can be done, but I should say, and maybe I should have said at the outset, but this is in the context of a global economy that's going to grow above trend this year, probably going to grow a little above trend, in my judgment, next year as well, where economies are going to be pretty close to full employment, and where we're potentially on the cusp of an investment boom in a variety of sectors, including the minerals and mining sector, but some pretty strong tailwinds coming to global growth.
Last macro question. We're going to have a closing debate in several hours here. We're talking about what the world's going to look like in 2032. What's the global economy going to look like?
Well, I have enough confidence in my fellow central bankers that inflation will be at 2% on target. I think I think the world economy by 2032 is going to be fairly different in the sense of we're going to be on the road to sustainability, so substantial investment will have been made in that. I think the trading system will have settled into a position where there is a differentiation by activity, whether there's free flow of goods and services. So more frictions around tech, some frictions around carbon, if you will, but then more broadly an open trading system. So look, I'm pretty upbeat about the prospects in the medium term, but of course execution is everything in order to get there.
Take us back to COP26, putting on your climate action hat and your role as the UN Special Envoy for climate action. What do we need to know about what took place in Glasgow?
I think there's a couple things that are very significant, for this event and those attending. The first is that the world came together both at COP26 and the week before at the Italian G20 and confirmed, in fact, tightened the objective to 1.5 degrees. So Paris was less than 2. COP26 is 1.5 degrees with no overshoot. That's the first point. The second is that there's huge movement in terms of commitments of countries to net zero and that goal. So 2 years ago, less than a third of global emissions were covered by net zero commitments of countries. Coming out of Glasgow, 90% of emissions are covered by that, and Saudi Arabia obviously at the forefront with its 2060 commitment. So the next 2 points, and I'll leave it at these other 2 points, which is that these commitments are now cascading down to the private sector. So we have over 5,000 of the world's largest companies who've committed to net zero and are looking to put in place the investments in order to move in that direction, directly relevant for this sector. We have the financial sector moving for those commitments. 40% of global financial assets committing to net zero. And that's not some 2050 distant objective, it is that, but it's 50% down on their financed emissions. So if they're a bank, the people they lend to, if they're an investment house, those they invest in, to get capital to projects that are reducing those emissions. Obviously, mining plays a key role in all of that. So there is a huge shift in which both an intention towards achieving net zero and the role that it plays in creating value. That's all to the positive. Now, as I said a moment ago about global macro, execution is everything. We've got the commitments and the intentions, and going forward, the issue is to translate those into the actions that will make the difference.
And you mentioned the banks. I cannot not mention that against the odds, you managed to sign up all major Western banks to your Glasgow Financial Alliance to net zero and get them to agree to direct $130 trillion of private capital towards decarbonization. That's a lot of money. So two questions. What is like, what guns did you have in the room? You were pointing at them. And 130 trillion, that explain like...
Well, let me explain the number first.
Yeah.
So some people...
Just what it means.
Yeah, some people... Well, first off, it's the assets that those banks, the world's largest asset managers, biggest pension funds, et cetera, control. So that's, who they lend to, who they invest in. And the commitment is that over time, those recipients of those loans and those investments themselves are going to have reduced their emissions. Now, why did they do that? Why did they agree to sign up? And look, and Ryan, full disclosure, it's a bit of a coordination game. The more people you get in, the more people you're going to get in, because people see where the world's going. And the conviction became established that, look, this is where the world wants to go. After all, we've got 90% of emissions covered by country net zero objectives. It's a risk if I do nothing about that. But on the other hand, it's a massive opportunity if I find the businesses that have projects to get their emissions down, find the companies that have new solutions to get emissions down, and put money to work in service of that goal. So you're shifting from values, sustainability, to value in the market. So I would say that the level of enthusiasm amongst those banks, those asset managers and others for solutions is very high. And again, as I think you've heard over the last couple days here, this very much can be part of the solution.
You talked about the change in the climate and the change in action and goals from Italy and Glasgow, for going from capping global warming at 2 degrees above, at 1.5 degrees above, from a previous target of 2 degrees above. So getting more aggressive in trying to cap global warming. I'm just interested in how big of a change is that? How much more ambitious is capping at 1.5 degrees versus 2? Is it as simple as, well, it's just 30% more ambitious, or?
No, it's, well, the two things, is a great question. There's two things about it. One is, why did they do that?
Yeah.
Because let's face it, since Paris, where that original objective was established, a lot of good intentions, but not that much action.
Yeah. That was, remind me, going back.
That was 6 years ago.
Right.
Paris was 6 years ago. And so, but why did they tighten it? Well, they tightened it because, unfortunately, the scientific evidence and the lived experience in terms of extreme weather events is it's that much worse than we had previously thought to go from 1.5 to 2 degrees. It's nonlinear in terms of the impacts, the climate impacts. So the importance of achieving 1.5 degrees has gone up. In terms of degree of difficulty, it means we need to start acting now. I mean, that's the essence of it. And as I referenced earlier, it means in effect we need to reduce emissions by about 45% over the course of the next 10 years on a global basis. The good news in that respect is that the technologies exist today. They're being put to work today. That's part of what I do. And my day job at Brookfield is huge investments in wind and solar, battery storage around the world. It's very commercial. It's a question of finding the opportunities, the siting, and putting them to work. That's the good news in terms of the technologies over the course of the next decade or so. The challenge, of course, it's just a lot of investment that's necessary. And if I can just link it back to the macro discussion at the start, the orders of magnitude of additional investment for energy alone is about 2 percentage points of global GDP. So an additional 2 percentage points of global GDP.
That's energy alone.
Energy alone. So
it
that
just
would, which is the biggest component, but that doesn't include, for example, the mining sector in support of that. It doesn't include in the steel sector for new processes and approaches. It doesn't include spending on resilience because there's more extreme weather events and you have to spend and address that. But that additional 2 percentage points of GDP, this is my macro point, that's the order of magnitude of the decline in investment that's happened over the course of the last 20 years. So part of the so-called savings glut, Ben Bernanke's famous savings glut, part of the reason we've had very low interest rates is that we've had much less capital investment as a whole. Now, a big proportion of that, in fact, all of that, needs to come back in order for us to hit our objectives.
The increased investment that the world needs to be effectively green investment or investment in this transition
in the transition to
achieving.
it. Yeah.
Got it. If we back up for a second to the macro and now start to look at what you were discussing from the perspective of the mining industry, maybe if we can separate, well, it's probably difficult to do, but if we look just at okay, what this means where we have an environment where rates are going up, inflation's a problem. Maybe if we just focus on that for a moment, then we can get into what all the energy transition issues mean for the mining industry. But if we start with the macro there, well, how should the audience in this room be thinking about these enormous changes in the macro environment?
I think the core thing is that the increased inflationary pressures, the adjustment of monetary policy, the likely, in my judgment, adjustment in longer-term interest rates, so the increase in longer-term interest rates, are all in the context of a global economy that's growing. And it's growing quite solidly. And let me, justify that a bit more. It's not just because it's growing today. One of the things that has changed over the course of the last couple of years is that household balance sheets, particularly in the United States, but also UK, Canada, other advanced economies, have improved quite substantially over the course of the pandemic. People didn't spend that much. In many cases, they were supported. And particularly households who traditionally have been credit constrained, living, from paycheck to paycheck, they have substantial excess savings at the moment. So there's some momentum there that was not there for virtually the whole time I was a G7 governor because people had a lot of debt, particularly after the financial crisis. Corporate balance sheets are in very good shape as well. And in the environment, there are exceptions, there are pockets of exceptions, but in general, that is the case. So the conditions for that investment, the conditions for sustained consumption are there. So for people in the audience and thinking about investment, I think, macro speaking, there's momentum in the economy. There's multiple engines. Europe is going to do better, which is not something I was able to say for virtually the whole time I was a governor. Europe's going to do better. So we have multiple engines, and we should have supportive financial conditions even with interest rates going up. And then there's, pardon me, Ryan, there's these longer secular forces that are demanding a lot more investment in this industry.
And the investments in the that need to go into the energy transition.
Yeah.
And what do they mean for people in the mining industry?
Well, I mean, there's a series of metals and minerals that have cross-cutting application in the energy transition. So, copper, nickel, as two obvious examples, molybdenum, chromium.
Nickel just hit a 10-year high yesterday.
Exactly, but virtually every, whether it's wind, solar, what needs to be done for grid optimization, battery storage, all of those need substantial increases in the supply of those minerals. And there's some minerals that have more specific applications, lithium, for example, cobalt, more specific into batteries. This room would know that well. But it's significant additional capacity is required, and sustained demand. I mean, the visibility of that demand. I think we're going to make all the efforts we can to get to 1.5 degrees, but even if all that investment doesn't come forward, we're talking about, 60% plus increase in demand over the course of the next 25 years for copper, for example, which is an enormous amount, and higher levels of increase in demand for other metals and minerals. And so what had been a niche demand for metals and minerals, which was renewable power, is going to be really the driving force.
You got Goldman Sachs talking about the beginning of a super cycle for commodities that could last 10 years. What do you make of that? Do you agree?
I mean, broad brush, I agree. I think one of the elements of their thesis, if I remember, I shouldn't try and speak for them, but one thing to be concerned about is can we make sure that the companies can get the capital they need in a timely way? And I think part of that, and you know, when I look at the opportunities in the Arabian Shield and where the kingdom is going particularly, is that it is relevant. The carbon footprint of the miner themselves is relevant, or will be increasingly relevant to the whole process. Now, just to be clear, if you wrap together, you know, the copper and the nickel and the cobalt and other factors that go into a renewable grid, and you compare it to an existing grid, it's only about 6% the emissions of the existing grid. So, you know, but still, if the world does what it says it's going to do, we're going to end up with, you know, multiple gigatons of additional emissions unless the mining industry gets its footprint down. Now, when I look at the situation here, I think, well, here we have a country that's moving towards 50% renewable power by 2030 alone, has huge additional opportunities, including in, you know, investments in hydrogen, carbon capture, and others that they're making to expand that. Obviously has the potential, again, this room would understand far better than I in terms of the geology here and the potential there. Also has a great logistical position and is investing heavily in logistics. So from a, you know, from a commercial perspective, we have the world moving to net zero, or looking to move to net zero, huge demand that comes from that. It's important that the miners themselves, as much as possible, have a low footprint. Starting up a new industry at a time where all these other changes are coming in play in the kingdom, it's a pretty good combination, a pretty exciting combination, and I would argue also a necessary development for us, you know, as the world. And last time I was, as I say, last time I was in this amazing place, it was, you know, talking about the global economy and where the global economy is going. So I look at it also from that perspective as something that's truly important.
Fascinating stuff. Thank you so much, Mark. Please join me in thanking Mark Carney for that very, very insightful conversation. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
Take care. Thank you very much. Now, we've been talking about this since yesterday. Next up, we're going to discuss the crucial role of women in the mining sector here in Saudi Arabia. It's a conversation that we touched on a little bit yesterday, but that we're going to further dig down into today. And beyond that, just to give you a little bit of heads up of what we have coming in the program, we're going to look at what it takes to build a regional or global mining sector, and how Saudi Arabia, as the convener of this forum, can enable that process. We're going to hear from Robert Friedland. We're going to have a debate here at the very end of the day, later today, about what the world's going to look like in 2032, just 10 years from now. It's, I think, going to be a real clash of titans where we have all of the panelists putting forward their predictions. So with no further ado, let's begin our conversation about the role of women in mining. And for that, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Emily King from Women in Mining USA. Emily, your panelists, please.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the session for Women in Mining. My name is Dina Al-Nahdi. I am a member of the National Mining Committee in the United Chambers of Commerce. We have a very important and crucial discussion today about women in the mining sector. Shaping the future of mining is inclusive of defining and building a critical mass for women in the sector. Currently, women are represented an estimated of 8 to 7% of the global mining workforce, which on a global level is very low. In our session, we strive to shed light on promoting the employment, retention, and advancement of women in the mining sector, as well as innovation and diversity of opportunities for women in the sector. Rebranding the mining sector to create awareness and better knowledge of the sector also, in general, is crucial for community understanding and engagement. Education and training needs and requirements of this growth and evolving sector is a key enabler to attract high standard of diversity and talented women. To discuss this global topic, we have these admirable lady panelists. With us, first is Emily King, founder of Prospector and Chief Innovation Officer of Analog Gold.
Thank you.
Sheila Kama, former CEO, De Beers, Botswana. We have Wendy Tyrrell, Executive Director, Development Partner Institute. Christine Gibbs Stewart, CEO, Ostmine Limited. Engineer Masha'al Al-Umair, Product Engineer from Ma'adin. And Amanda Van Dyke from Arch Emerging Partners. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Emily, we see and we know that the mining sector has a certain stereotype, if we want to say. And there's been a long history of certain direction for women, which was very, very minimal. Mm-hmm. And we can honestly say that even for men, the opportunities were in certain silos. So I would like to hear from you, how do you see adopting and applying new technologies to the mining sector an opportunity for women?
Yeah, I think it's huge for women in particular, but also the youth, the young workforce of today in general, in two ways. The integration of technology into the operational side of mining can allow people to join the mining industry in a way that is perhaps more attractive from a job perspective. A lot of people think mining and they still have the picture of the West Virginia coal miner with dirt all over their face, headed underground with a pickaxe, right? Exactly. And in reality, our industry is so much more high-tech these days that you can be working in a command center in Australia for a completely remote autonomous mine. And there are lots of other ways that technology is integrated in with geospatial data, with artificial intelligence, with chemistry and physics that can really be more appealing these days, I think, to generally women and young men who are looking for work-life balance and a different type of environment. And I also think that the way the industry is leaning towards using more cutting-edge technology on the exploration side, on the finance and investing side, will try to pull people in who maybe went into investment banking first, and now they're taking a look at mining finance, or chemistry, now looking at geochemistry, right? And the more we can integrate technology into all the different ways that the sector works, I think the more attractive we'll be to young people in general and women specifically.
Amazing. So basically we're saying that the fourth industrial revolution has opened unlimited opportunities and takes innovation into another direction with thinking of all kinds of different opportunities or education levels into grabbing it into the mining sector.
Absolutely. We all, working in the sector already, understand how much mining is integrated into our everyday life, but I think more and more the industry is starting to integrate other industries and sectors into our own business, and that will only make us stronger.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Sheila, we'd like to hear from you on a global perspective. How do you see women and the opportunities for them in the mineral sector?
Thank you very much. I think that it's important to provide some kind of context. So apparently at 2021, 49.6% of the entire population of the world comprises of women. If you think about the productive side of mining, that speaks fundamentally to the single most important resource, which is the human resource. If we sterilize 50% of the world's human resource, it's impossible we can achieve the goals that we aspire for in mining. And so the statistics speak for themselves. On the output side, which is to say the consumption, apparently women account, the purchasing power of women accounts for about between 35 and 43 trillion American dollars. And so if we don't engage women in the workplace, we potentially undermine the potential to consume the very goods that we want to produce in the mining sector. So I think if we just look at that alone, that speaks to the importance of including women. But if I think about how we do that, I would be deluding myself to think I have the solution. But I have a sense of some potential areas of consideration. The first is that there is a time and place, there is a cultural context, there is a historic context. I think the region ought to look at its own cultural and historic context and say, where are we today? And given what we want to achieve and given what we know about our cultures, our values, what is the best way to harness our women's energy, both in the productive and the purchasing space? The baby boomers in the United States have their own context. The suffragettes in the United Kingdom have their own context. The question is, what is the context of the women in the region? And I think if we address that, then not only do we move forward with women, but we do so in a way that is constructive and not disruptive to the historic and the cultural context, which I think is so important. But I also want to tag on to Emily's point. The fourth industrial revolution and all things internet have given the world an opportunity to harness women's human resource power without disrupting their responsibility in society as mothers and people who nurture and look after others at home. This is a great opportunity for us to think, how can we use remote technology, digital technology, to enable women to work without having to make a choice between whether they contribute to mining or leave children unattended to? I think this is an important opportunity that is worth considering. And I think if we do so, we will be able to make sure that it isn't, the burden is not placed on women to choose, but that the burden is placed on society. The problem, what happens to women, is not a women's problem, it's a society's issue, and it is one that we should tackle collectively. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much. You covered a lot of very important issues. And I think that what you mentioned, one of the points that you actually mentioned, maybe I will ask Wendy to elaborate more on that very important part of inclusivity of women by education. You know, you're all about bridging the gaps. And when bridging the gaps, we do see that there is a new era of needs and requirements in the mining and mineral sector. So the education is not yet up to that direction. How do you see bridging the gaps between the market need and the education?
Thanks, Dina, for the question, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this important panel. I'm going to speak in response to your question in the context of development partnership. Our organisation, the Development Partner Institute, is focused on development partnership and the contribution to society around mining through development partnership. What I see in travelling around the world with our work is that there's enormous capacity for women through working in mining operations, through the people that we connect with in all the way from banking right through the value chain to and with communities and Indigenous people to the consumer products end of the value chain. And I see women bringing special qualities to each of those parts of the mining value chain. So in bridging where we are now to where we need to be in the context of the massive transformation that mining needs to take, there is an opportunity for education from, I think yesterday we spoke about elementary school, from elementary school to high school, to university, to open the door, and much of this is about mindset. Open the door to being inclusive of women, to being inclusive of communities, to being inclusive of Indigenous people. And the mining sector itself, mining, has a genuine opportunity in this moment to think differently about how to bring women into the sector. And to bridge those gaps, it's also about entrepreneurs, and that can be entrepreneurs at a local level, so suppliers to mine sites, providing opportunities for women to engage in entrepreneurship. And there are some wonderful programs around the world, so if I could just choose one to speak about. Impact Capital Africa, which started in Zambia and has been focused on bringing impact investors together with entrepreneurs. There's a wonderful part of that program which is about educating entrepreneurs to build their organizations, and it has opened the door to both men and women. So, and particularly interested in providing opportunities for women entrepreneurs. I think the last thing I would say in response to your question is that this opportunity for education must go all the way through to board level, senior executives and board level. And there are fantastic opportunities to broaden the space for women through education and mentorship and sponsorship of women as well.
Thank you very much, Wendy. That was very elaborate, and I'm going to pick up on the entrepreneurship part, and I'm going to ask Christine to give us a live example. You're an entrepreneur, and you started a business as a service to the mining sector. Can you explain and show how does that open opportunities and help you, as also Sheila has mentioned, to make it the ease and comfort for you as a woman working for the mining sector and a mother and wife and family life?
Yes, thank you for the question, and it's fantastic to be here today talking about this important issue. I guess as an entrepreneur, you can pave your own way. You can make your own decisions, and you can set your own goals and targets. And in that way, you can demonstrate to others how things should be working and how you want them to work. And so I think in my career, I've been very fortunate to work in roles and positions where I have been able to set those goals that I want for diversity and inclusion, and also to work with others to communicate the importance of what that means from a service provider, from a technology point of view, and also how that adds to the, I guess, to the richness and also to the delivery and solutions of what people are trying to do. But I guess one of the things why we're talking about this issue is because we are looking for the best talent. We need the best and brightest to join the mining industry because of the challenges that we face in the future and because of the war for talent we currently have around the globe. And in order to do that, we need to think differently because of the perception of mining that we've been talking about, that it's not a woman-friendly industry. We really need to step up and we need to be leaders. And so I think from the entrepreneurial point of view, women and men have the opportunity to lead so that we can encourage more women into the workforce. Recently, there was a survey done of women in mining in Australia, and about 500 women participated. And the number one thing they said for attracting and retaining women in mining was leadership. They need people to lead to ensure that women are included. They need to make sure, leaders need to make sure that people are treated fairly. They need to call out bad behavior. They need to encourage women and promote women. And most importantly, they need to listen. They need to listen to what is needed to really foster and grow women into the mining industry. You talked about 8 and 9% of women in the global mining workforce. In Australia, a very mature mining market, it's only 16%. And as Sheila has pointed out, we're missing a huge opportunity to fill roles with very talented women. And so it's up to all of us to lead and encourage those women to come into our industry.
Thank you very much, Christine. I'm gonna turn to you, Masha'il, as a young leader in the domain and being a product engineer. I'm gonna pick up on what Christine said as paving the way for the youth and coming in. You have on-hands experience with work on sites, and how important is the safety culture? And preparing on-site amenities, you know, specifically for women, as well as sensitive training.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this panel. It's great being surrounded by such a successful group of women, and it's great here speaking to the audience. Definitely, well, I'm a metallurgist, so it's a type of product. In the end, we produce the metal. And part of my job is to be on site. And you know, when you're in a male-dominated field or you're in a minority of any kind, sometimes you have these unclear signs of exclusivity. Maybe they're not intentional, but you know, the PPEs are provided for the men on site. So when you come in of different size, it's kind of hard to find something that's safe. And PPE is protective personal equipment. So we need to be safe on site. We need to have our safety steel-toe boots and our hard hats and obviously the clothing itself. But you know, when you also talked about sensitivity training. So when you go and you work on field that's dominated by men who are at ease working with each other, you kind of have maybe it's a bit of a challenge to get your work done or to get your point across. But in the end, you know, they're mostly well-intentioned, and it's just getting over that barrier and you know, providing PPEs for women, having the sensitivity training, having the amenities on site that are fit for women. So it's, you know, being in Saudi, which is now starting having women in the mining, it's not a question of if. I mean, it's definitely a question of just when and how much, and we are definitely starting this. So, you know, I believe us being of this land, we, both men and women, just want to be, you know, great stewards of the resource. So just facilitating how do we get our work done? How do we be the stewards of the resource there? And it is happening and it's changing.
Thank you, Masha'il. That directly has me look at the audience and a shout out to all the men, leaders in the mining and mineral sector, to realize that attention to details is very important. And women leadership and having women on C-levels and boards will add that value to the detail of all levels that are needed. And it's a shout out and it's a request. And we know that our Vision 2030 here in the Kingdom is highly supporting women in the employment and in the in all different sectors, and we do see that more and more. Ma'aden, for an example, is already 20% as a company of female employees, which is an amazing opportunity for obviously women. But then once again, attention to details is crucial. Thank you for that, Masha'il. Amanda. It's been mentioned a lot, the leadership. Leadership also needs mentorship, and it needs networking. A lot of that helps and works to give the women in the workplace the opportunity. So, can you tell us, from your opinion, how do you see the leadership of men and women for women?
Thank you. To answer the question, I think I should give you a bit of context. I presently manage a private equity fund in the sustainable resources space, so we invest in junior mining to get them into production. But when I started my career, I started with Women in Mining UK, and we over 10 years ago, and we published some of the first research on women on boards at the top of leadership in the global mining sector. And at that time, women on boards there were less women on boards in the mining industry than any other industry in the world. Since then, things have changed, and we'll be updating the research for 10 years later. But at the time, women in mining in the UK, a country that has almost no actual mining left, had over 1,500 women. And those women came from all walks of life and all professions. And I think it's less understood that you can come to the mining industry from almost every profession. We had lawyers, accountants, geologists, engineers, investment professionals like myself, who were all climbing the leadership ranks of the corporate headquarters of many companies. And I was incredibly impressed yesterday when I heard His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy for Saudi Arabia, say, put women first. He said the women and men. And he also said that his team was actually majority female, which I found incredibly impressive. But it shows you that in every industry, in every part of the world, women have the ability, when they are encouraged by their leaders, to enter the workforce in an enabling environment that is supportive and respectful and safe for women, and they know they have an equal opportunity based on merit to participate and climb the ladder. You have to start, everyone has to start somewhere, and you need a network. And the leaders in every industry, including mining, have traditionally been male, but it is through their support that women who work hard are allowed to climb that ladder. It's how women like myself are given the ability to get positions of power and directorship, to get onto boards. From the lowest position, women in mining have moved up. And it is through professional accreditation and encouragement and hard work, with the leadership of everyone realizing that the best talent can rise to the top, And I think that as long as you have an open mind and you're encouraging women, that slowly but surely they will get to the top. And they will be able to sit at the table. It takes everybody. It takes a village. It's an old expression, but it's true. We might be half of the population, but we're also a part of the global community. And it is when women are encouraged to come to the table, to sit at that table and participate, that they will get there. Given the opportunity, women will always climb. And by facilitating an environment where women are welcome, that is fundamentally how we get there. And the leadership of the mining industry, I remember sitting around the table from Mark Bristow, who's also here. Mark Bristow has always encouraged, the CEO of Barrick, has always encouraged women to sit at the table. He was hiring junior geologists and engineers 30 years ago. And those women are now senior in his organization. Mm-hmm. And I think that it is from that leadership that recognizes talent and encourages women to come to the top that you will get there. And I think that Saudi Arabia seems extremely well placed to allow women to participate in the professional development of the mining industry.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Amanda. I think that we'd like to hear from, or actually just have a feel of the audience here, because I see all male. So listening to this panel, how do you see yourselves actually promoting and supporting women? How many would bring in a junior female into the meeting room? Can you raise your hands? It's a fair percent. Thank you for your honesty. Not everybody raised their hand, but I think that's exactly the point. There are different perspectives and different beliefs and different reasons why we've seen, a percentage of gentlemen have raised their hands, and maybe 50% others did not. And I thank you for that honesty. But then maybe we should actually, here use that opportunity to say, why don't we think that is the case, and how can we adjust this mindset? As you fairly said, it's a mindset. So how can we adjust this mindset with the men first? Because at the end of the day, the community, whether it's a business or whether it's a social community, it's men and women together. It's not men alone, it's not women alone. We need to work together. We need to make things happen together. Families happen with the men and women together. Raising children. Workforce, and it's the same thing. There are different skill sets, as you said. And how can we make this work together and actually convince the 50% of the gentlemen here
if you allow
to support?
I think one of the...
Go ahead, Emily. No, go ahead.
No. Okay, Masha'al has something burning to say, so go ahead.
It's just something that, be aware of your unconscious bias. I mean, and it goes both ways. I mean, some of the men would say, I wouldn't, give this opportunity to a woman because I've never seen a woman do this. Whereas, I will give this opportunity to a man because I assume he can do it. Yes. But it also goes both ways. I, for example, might assume that my manager might not give me this position, so I won't ask for it.
Right.
And just both men and women being aware of their unconscious bias and challenging that. Just saying, this is what I need to get my work done and to, be a valuable member to the business and to the society, and so I'm asking for it.
Amazing, thank you. So it's a two-way road, and self-awareness is very important. Sorry, Emily, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
I was going to say this is certainly not a problem specific to Saudi Arabia. I'm the Vice President of Women in Mining USA, and when I'm talking to companies in the U.S. or operating in the U.S. about this specific problem, what I find is male executives or geologists, or they oftentimes are nervous and don't want to say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing. Oftentimes, that kind of exclusion can come about out of concern for not wanting to make young women in particular feel uncomfortable. And I think that's where organizations like Women in Mining, USA, UK, Saudi Arabia can be an asset, right? Because we can come into a company, we can host workshops, and we're comfortable answering questions, right? I think it's very important that there are no stupid questions in this space, especially when companies are really trying to do the right thing and open up for the first time. And there are a lot of companies that have gone that way before and can also mentor those companies. That's another thing, is there are a lot of companies in the US. Newmont is one that comes to mind. Their director for diversity and inclusion oftentimes goes to other companies to talk about how they put their programs in place. But I think just allowing people to ask questions and not feel silly or stupid and not being worried about saying the wrong thing, so that you can really get that honesty as you saw, right? Because it's only from there. The next question is why, as you asked. And it's only if people feel comfortable saying why they feel that way that you can meet them where they are and help to advance the cause.
Amazing. So no judgment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. So Sheila, you sit on many boards. You've been on C-levels in many different international companies. How did you get there?
Yes, I got there because of men. This is God's truth. As a young, and it started right at the beginning. My grandfather, I didn't have a son, and he said of my mother, "You will have the same power, the same authority in our village as your cousins. And I will instruct my younger brothers to treat you as if you were my son." And so I grew up in a family where the woman was the leader. And it was not until I left home at 14 and I went to boarding school that I saw a headmaster who was a man. And I thought, what is going on here? Where are the women? and so the mold was cast. But it started with my grandfather. Fast forward 30 years later, the first appointment in the mining industry, I was interviewed by a panel of men, and they appointed me. The next stage, when I was the CEO of the BS in Botswana, I was appointed by men, and I served on boards with men. So let us be clear. The men are not the enemy.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's important to acknowledge and recognize that. But it is also important to recognize that the things we say to our children at home instruct their attitude in the world. What men and women say to the children at home will form their sense of self-belief. If you ask me how I got to where I am, it isn't that I'm more intelligent than anyone. It is that I had an attitude and the belief that I was as good as a man. To be sure, hanging around with men, earlier on in my career, all my clothes were pinstripe suits because I thought to succeed I had to dress like a man. Well, let me be clear, you don't have to.
Yes.
Don't make the same mistake.
That's right.
But there is no substitute for hard work.
Yes.
I made it difficult for the men not to notice me. I worked so hard. If I wasn't in the room, they knew something was missing. There is no substitute for that.
Absolutely. Amazing.
The truth of the matter is the world, whether you look at it gender, material, otherwise, is not a level playing field. To succeed, you have to recognize that. Don't take it personally,
Yes.
but prove them wrong. And any good leader, as somebody said, will find the right person because they know that person will make them succeed. So I do think that hard work. Now, coming to the region, apart from all that, of course, we need to help.
I'm sorry, but we're running out of time.
Okay.
And you're saying jewels.
So I'll leave it at that because
but I
think,
just would like to give an opportunity because what you've said, there are so many things that could be picked up on. So thank you, and excuse me for that.
Not at all.
I know you have, I can see it in your eyes. So I'm not even going to ask you. Go ahead.
I have a different personal experience to Sheila. So I grew up...
Please keep it in 1 minute.
I'll keep it succinct. I grew up on a cattle property and no one in my family had ever been to university. And somewhere in my heart, I just had this burning desire to learn and to share what I was learning. And so I went to university, much to my parents' chagrin. They were not supportive at all. They couldn't picture me in that role as someone who was educated at university. I then went into mining kind of by accident, and it's the sponsors that saw something in me. Hard work was very much a part of it, but people who believed in me and who believed that I could do, that I could contribute.
Yes.
And those people have been vitally important to enable me to achieve the things that I have achieved and the contribution that I've made. So they haven't done it for me, but having that sponsorship is fundamental. So I would ask all the men in the room to consider what sponsorship you can offer to women, because as Sheila said earlier, around 50% of the population is women. We have much to contribute to mining and to the world stage and the transformation of mining.
Yeah, you know, I would add to that passion. I think that people see passion, whether it's men or women, and that was my personal experience. I started 20 years ago as an entrepreneur, starting my own business in a domain that was a totally man-dominated domain. Until today, it still is. And the passion it made a huge difference. Because with passion, then you're working hard, you're proving yourself, etc. But you keep that going. So in half a minute, I'm sorry, the time is just getting shorter and shorter. But Christine, your last takeaway.
Well, I guess my career and reflecting on what has been successful for women is making it easy for women to opt in and not opt out. So many women, because they have pressures on them, particularly from a child rearing point of view, just think it's too hard and opt out. And what I have found throughout my career is I've had a lot of men, because they have been men who've championed me through my career, have just made it really easy for me, have just enabled me to have a flexible working environment. So if my child was sick, I remember one time being at a board meeting and there was a knock on the door and it was my EA and she was saying, you know, your son has been taken to the doctor or whatever, and I had to leave. But that was okay with the people around the board table.
Right.
So make it easy for women to opt in, and then we can ensure that we have strong participation from women in mining.
Amazing. Musha'al.
Well, I mean, like many of you, I also had, and I still have, mentors, both men and women, who are continuously sponsoring me and helping me. And so I'm going to extend this thanks to all of them, and they know who they are, and I hope to see more. I think, you know, having Women in Mining USA and Women in Mining UK, I think it's about time to start Women in Mining Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely.
Yay!
Yes, yes. And I am going to use your own takeaway to tell you and the audience that it's how you speak to yourself first of all. So it's your own personal attitude that comes first, and then it's what you're going to mirror from the rest of the people. Amanda.
I echo the experiences of this panel in that at every part of my career, I was often the first woman to sit at the table. And in every part of that, it was a man who took the risk and said, I think you're talented, I think you're smart, and I'm going to invite you to this table to sit down. And I've been very privileged in my career to be sponsored and mentored by very many men who took that risk and what I would also say, that opportunity on me. And when I thanked them for that opportunity, they looked back at me and said, you're smart. You're very, very smart. You're smarter than a lot of your peers. And the risk was an opportunity for me. 50% of the workforce and the graduates in this country as well are women. And by taking that risk on women, you get to pick from the best of them. And they will, I assure you that if you do take that risk on bringing a woman to your table, she will reward that risk with incredible hard work and loyalty to you to help you build your businesses and make them better.
Thank you, Amanda. With that, I'm going to say it's not a risk, it's an opportunity. So thank you very much for this very honest and transparent discussion. I thank you also, the audience, for participating and being supportive. And we look forward to having women inclusivity in the workforce, in the services provided, and creating new hubs for women and supporting women. Thank you very much, ladies. It's been a privilege. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dina. Very interesting conversation. What I would add is not just honest and transparent, but hopefully that was a very impactful conversation. And I think for me, the most exciting part was when we heard the proposal to have a woman in mining in Saudi Arabia, because that is exactly what this conference is about. If we remember, if we go back to how we started, this isn't just about the point of the Future Minerals Forum is not just about discussing the future and the ideas that are going to drive the future, but actually turning that into practice. And that very call to action is the kinds of things we want to see here, not just when it comes to women, but in all areas, whether we're talking about ESG or building a global mining hub. These are the kinds of conversations we want to have. Speaking of global mining, a global mining hub, I've been promising you since yesterday morning that we would be the first ever gathering to discuss exactly what a global mining hub entails, and I would add how Saudi Arabia convening this forum can enable that process. Well, that's a conversation that we're going to continue right now. So please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Klaus Kleinfeld, former Siemens CEO, as I'm sure you all know, and his panelists to dig into it. Thank you.
Oops, thank you.
Well, good morning. So the future of minerals hub in the kingdom. First of all, I think it's very interesting what we've all been going through. It almost needed COVID to remind the world how important minerals is, because very often, I mean, these conferences talk about exciting technology, what is changing, and then suddenly we realized, to bring electric vehicles to life, batteries, solar cells, computers, the one thing we need is minerals. And we realized it through the supply chain issues. I think this conference is very, very timely. It's very timely because it addresses an issue that is not only important for companies, that's often important of national interest for governments, and it's an industry that has a lot of players. A lot of puzzles have to come together to make it happen. So I'm very, very happy to be having this panel here today and having it at this great conference, because it brings together three very crucial constituents that are needed to be successful in the minerals industry. And it brings together the government side, it brings together the financial side, and it brings together the supply chain and the innovation and the private industry. So who we have here today on the panel? On my left, His Excellency Al-Jazar, President of Islamic Development Bank. Thank you, good to have you here. Mr. Mohammed Al-Kabi, the CEO of UAE Investment Platform from Mubala. I'm very happy to have you here. then Abdullah Al-Zamil, the chairman of GIB Capital. Very happy to have you here. And Ben Schumann and Dr. Abdullah Mafgana, Commissioner of Minerals from Tanzania. Happy to have you here. And then Ben Sherman Gelden, who's CEO of Tamarack. So everybody's going to share their unique perspective. Let me start with you. You know, on the government side. So I'm not following this. I'm going to start with the government side. You know, get the perspective from the government first. You know, so let me start with you, Dr. Mafgana. So as a government representative, I mean, having experienced what the minerals industry has been going through, what has been your experience, and then translating in what would that mean for a valuable mineral hub to be created?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing this very important event that we can discuss different issues in the mining sector. And in the perspective of a global hub, you will agree with me that we need to have some parameters to define the global hub. And one could be the connectivity, and the other one is a policy and the legal framework. So looking from the legal frame perspective, it drives really to connect one type of minerals or different business around the mining sector. And for sure, the question is how we harmonize different countries' policies to make a very nice hub to drive the mining business. You will see that the mining business is always a complex one, since it involves human capital, but also the financial part and the technology. So it's not obvious that you can find in one country they have all these together. And now you see in different countries they might have different regulations, and in that case you see that for the investors then it becomes very important to understand the stability of those legal frameworks and so forth. So it is really important that for the world to think, although it's very complex, to harmonize the legal framework so that we can explore the resource from different parts of the world. Thank you.
Very good, very good. So you're basically saying one of the aspects is, first of all, it's an ecosystem, which we talked about, and we'll get to a major part of the ecosystem right now. It's because it's very capital intense.
Yes.
It needs long-term capital, and needs people who have a very calm nervous system, because as commodities have it, they swing a lot, and we've seen that in the last 24 months quite drastically, in this case to the positive. So I think, and you also mentioned the legal frame, we'll get back to that, but let's go to the financial side. I mean, His Excellency Al-Jazar, you know, so you are the president of the Islamic Development Bank. Given the importance of the mining industry, you know, in the Islamic Development Bank, you know, what are the main challenges that you see there that countries have dealing with the sector?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Klaus. And I want to also thank Minister Al-Khuraif and Vice Minister Al-Mudayfir for organizing this conference and for inviting me to participate. As you know, the Islamic Development Bank has 57 country members, from Latin America all the way to Africa, to Asia, to Europe. So we are spread out. And we are the only South-South multilateral development institution. So all our countries are predominantly developing countries. We are concerned, as our countries are, about development and about impact of what we do. From the discussions I attended yesterday, it's clear that the new frontier is really mining. Because it is so well connected with all the other requirements for development. I mean, if you talk about infrastructure, there is an infrastructure gap in most of these countries. And we are invited to come and participate and contribute to putting together packages of financing, unless they have, I think the minister mentioned, unless there is clear, predictable legal framework and a regulatory regime that will be there. So we also provide technical assistance to our member countries to advise them as what would it take for them to really attract that capital and attract that investment. They are in dire need. Many of the countries in our membership are in dire need of investments. And I think now, with the increasing demand and the increasing prices of many of these minerals, copper and what have you, we can help them and guiding them.
So your advice goes far beyond just giving the capital. You'd start with telling them what is attractive for investors.
Exactly.
I mean, and helping also on the legal framework.
Yes.
You know.
We have a catalytic role, I call it. So
That's
our
good.
catalytic role, we put money. Yes, so we have a skin in the game, but also we give the advice, and we also go and work with other lending agencies like the Arab group of lenders and help put together packages so these countries
As a consortium, trying to bring a consortium together.
But investors need predictability.
Yes.
They need legal framework that's clear, regulatory regime that provides level playing field for our investors. And since, as you mentioned, these investments are very capital intensive, which means there is a very long period of gestation. So they need that security and safety of the investments. And I think that's where our Saudi friends are trying to set up a hub, Saudi Arabia being a hub, since they have already taken care of a lot of these elements, so they are a great candidate to host such
And
hub
a lot of
for
the elements are here, as you're correctly saying. You know,
Exactly.
So that's fantastic. So let's go to Mubadala, Mr. Al-Kabi. You know, so Mubadala started relatively early to get in this game, right? So maybe you give us a little bit of an idea of what your plans are, how you are doing this, you know, to play in this world, you know, in the minerals world.
Thank you, Dr. Klaus, and I would like to thank our Saudi counterparts for extending the invitation. Such a wonderful place, such a wonderful forum to gather many people from all over the world to discuss a very important and strategic topic like the future of mining. I represent Mubadala Investment Company. It's a sovereign wealth fund, $240 billion asset under management. Of course, we develop and updated our strategy from time to time. And our strategy currently is we're focusing primarily on sectors with a very strong tailwind, like technology, life sciences, and energy transition. When it comes to the mining sector, and in particular, I can talk about one particular exposure we have, is the aluminum. We have built one of the leading aluminum producers globally in the UAE, Emirates Global Aluminum. It is positioning itself very strongly, and our conviction is very strong in what mining and certain metals means for a future of our businesses. So when you look at the big trends impacting global economies, you're talking about energy transition, you're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, and you're talking about all these technological disruption we see in the penetrating the whole ecosystem. We think that it is critical to maintain a balanced view when it comes to the mining and metals. And if you look at the energy transition, metals is an enabler. Talking about cobalt, you're talking about lithium, you're talking about other metals. So it's very important as an institution like us to be able to play a constructive role when it comes to these mega trends impacting the world economy. I concur with my colleague is that also as an investors, we tend not to like the volatility in the system. And when you look at the commodities, they are inherently very volatile. So we try to, play in a balanced way. So you talked about also certain industries will require a massive capital deployment. And that's what exactly what we did with Emirates Global Aluminum. We deployed billions and billions of dollars to build that business. The business is currently very, very strong and solid, enjoying the nice high commodities nowadays. But I'm confident one time in the future, we will face also with these volatilities. So yeah, as an institution, investment institution, we think it's very important collectively as a world to keep a balanced view on the mining and metals, and it is an enabler for the big mega trends that will impact the world economy going forward. We remain, committed to the industry, especially as I mentioned in the aluminum, and we have other exposure as well. But that's our mandate currently. I would like to address one other topic, which is related to the region, economic diversification. We, UAE, Saudi Arabia, we have enjoyed a significant, strong position when it comes to the energy in the recent past. So in the last 50, 70 years, but now we understand that the world going forward is going to be different. There is ESG consideration, and there is, of course, the energy transition. Some people call it around the corner, but it is. We're witnessing the energy transition as we speak. So it is very important that also we diversify the economy. So one of our mandates is to accelerate the economic diversification. We started this journey back in 2007. Saudi Arabia started this journey a few years back, and I am truly impressed with the social and the economic transformation I can see in Saudi Arabia. So collectively, I think we will maintain a strong position when it comes to the energy supplies, when it comes to maintaining a strategic and commodity hub for certain commodities. I am confident with the initiatives spearheaded by Saudi Arabia, with the region, with UAE, for example, we will be able to continue that legacy and build a stronger economies going forward.
And that does not just, you mentioned the investment that you did in the aluminum space, but the way I understood you and let me ask you this, though this does not, your future is not just tied to building something in the UAE, but you would also invest abroad? I mean, because there are many folks here, I mean, here in the plenum as well as outside listening to us,
Yeah, we're $240 billion investment institution. Only $55 billion of our investment is in the UAE. The rest is outside, of course. In the mining sector, we have exposure internationally in Guinea-Conakry, for example, through EGA. And yes, definitely it's part. But one issue we realized just last year, not only us, but I think the rest of the world, that we're heavily exposed to in the supply chain, to a certain geographical areas globally. And I think with time we will see onshoring certain activities. So we will try to play a constructive role when it comes to balancing the supply chain globally.
It's an ecosystem. It only will work if the ecosystem works. Absolutely.
It
Absolutely, yes. So GIB Capital, Mr. Al-Zamil, you have had the nerves and you have invested in this space, And when we talked before, you said you are planning to continue this, So, and you've broadened the regional reach. I mean, historically coming from Bahrain, now also being in the broader region, being here also, So maybe you want to comment on how you see the mineral industries.
Well, thank you, Dr. Klaus. Let me pick up on what His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Jasser said on the need of infrastructure. And there's no doubt that the countries that participate today in the region when it comes to mining and minerals have put in a lot of investment when it comes to infrastructure, whether it's ports. His Excellency Khalid Al-Faleh talked yesterday about the 8,000 kilometers of rail. So on the infrastructure side, for the past 40, 50 years, the region have put in what is needed to expand the economy, whether it's for metals and minerals or others. The challenge going forward is the soft structure, which is the regulatory framework, and especially the one that has to do with financing those projects. Mining, you cannot do a vanilla type financing when it comes to mining. It's very long term, it's very complex. It usually involves governments in between, multinationals. So we've got to really work on expanding and enhancing the regulatory framework when it comes to financing beyond what we currently have. One area that needs to be looked at, in my opinion, quite heavily is the debt capital market. I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity for us to expand the debt capital market in terms of bonds or sukuk, maybe go 2-3 steps deeper than what we currently have, learn from what goes on around the world. The importance of this whole scheme of mining and minerals, as Mark this morning talked about, where will capital come from? We all know that the investment will expand. Yesterday, there was a lot of talk about the need and demand going up because of renewables, because of the EV, and so on. That by itself will require, in my opinion, a much deeper requirements for financing those projects. We are on the road to recovery from COVID, no doubt. It's not linear. Countries will probably have different challenges going forward, but when things stabilize, when disruptions are less than they are today, the demand will pick up, and we just don't want to be falling into the trap of shortages again, that's like what we've had last year, and we're currently also...
Which is almost unavoidable from where we are today, right?
Today, yes, but I think we can do much better planning.
Yeah.
The region itself.
So what would be your recommendation to make that happen? Because this has been a problem in the minerals industry as long as I can think, so that there are these cycles, we call them cycles, but in reality they are not really cycles, but it's cycling down, cycling up, but is there anything that you would see that could enhance that also from the financing side? Let's be real. I mean, financing clamps up when prices are low. Projects can't get secured. So it needs folks like those three that we have here on the podium. Otherwise, this industry cannot stabilize. That's why I think it's so important as an enabler also for a hub. You have that here in the region, which is unique, to be honest. You have a deep understanding of this.
Well, there is appetite. Multinationals that are in the field are interested to come in. The question that always comes to mind is economic stability, the availability of financing in the region, the regulation when it comes to financing, and or the mining industry and the ministry that is in charge. Well, keep in mind, the government gets involved in mining whether we like it or not. This is the nature of the business. There needs to be an open dialogue between companies that are interested in mining as well as the government and the regulators in that field. And I think, if we look at Saudi specifically in the past couple of years, and this was mentioned yesterday and even prior, the focus of NIDLIP, very specific mining, in addition to what we've seen in the past, which is logistics, industry, energy, and so on. But mining is a pillar in Saudi, and I'm sure other countries in the region also look at mining as a major pillar of its economic prosperity. I think it's beyond words. I think
it's clearly spilled out. I mean, it's the third pillar of the economic development, very, very important. And I don't think that that exists in other places. You're absolutely right. That is unique. So let's go also to the industrial side. Mr. Geldenhuys, CEO of Tamarack, you are representing the industrial side, but you're representing a part of the industrial side, which is not the producer side, which is what we've been talking about, the ecosystem. Maybe you talk a little bit about what innovation is going on there and what you see is happening to foster this innovation.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so we really look at the picks and shovels side of the mining industry. And that's really how do you get the things to these mining hubs, a mining district where mines are being developed. And if we look at the necessity based on historic precedents and the things we've seen, I think there's a unique opportunity as countries look at creating a nurturing environment for mining to look at how does that ecosystem on the supply chain play into that. So for instance, if we look at these things, it all boils down to literally all three aspects in the ESG conversation from our point of view. In the first instance, if you look at the supply chain on the picks and shovels as a metaphor, if you do that more efficient, you're actually looking at environmental benefits. If you look at how you then bring those picks and shovels into a mining hub, a precinct, and you say, what does that mean for society? How do we actually empower and uplift and develop that society? That ticks another box, which I think the industry is passionate about. And then from a governance side, I do think that supply chain experiences across the mining industry have revealed that efficiency in the governance of supply, the picks and shovels, adds to economic return and prosperity across the development of these minerals, because it's all very necessary to actually get those minerals liberated for the beneficiation that then consequently follows. So from our point of view, when we look at jurisdictions that's emerging as mining hubs, we believe the conversation is necessary on that supply chain input. And I certainly look forward taking this Mining Minerals Forum as the start of the conversation, to look back in future on the outcomes of how you actually get that right.
Mm-hmm. And having a platform, do you know any other forum where the industry comes together in this way and also brings to the table those players that are playing a role in the ecosystem to innovate in the industry? The industry has been traditionally not very fast on the innovation side, but there is a lot of innovation going on there.
There is certainly a lot of innovation. I think there's an age-old saying, and we certainly come across it from a Tamarack point of view, that mining companies love to be first to be second when it comes to innovation.
Well, the safety aspect is one why there's a strong safety culture. You don't want to try out things, but in general, that's holding folks back. Yeah.
You asked me about. There are certainly other conversations across the globe that run for mining, and they all serve different purposes. I would say that a forum where the industry, the government, and all stakeholders in the ecosystem of mining are focused on outcomes that benefit the countries, the society, is certainly a really good start, especially post this 2 years of COVID that we've all faced.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So, Dr. Mawanga, if you had one wish, you addressed already one point. You said, I would like to have some forum where we could kind of harmonize or exchange views on what have been beneficial frameworks, legal frameworks, But if you look at your country's experience, in this industry, and you look at the potential of having a forum like this, a meeting place once a year, where things that are of relevance to your government are discussed. What were the things that you would wish that would come to the table?
Oh, well, I think from the legal point of view, it's very important to, first of all, to secure or to protect the investment, because it's a capital-intensive investment and it has very high risk. So as a government, you should also think that you put some rules that will protect the investors' capital, but at the same time, you have to be in a position that during the mining operations, there should be some balance between the mining and the environment. We know that we are enjoying the environment because the environment is good. But from the mining perspective is that when we mine, we destroy the environment. Mm-hmm. And we cannot say that we can stop doing mining because we need development. Like we are sitting here and discussing, and everyone is seeing us, is because of the mining that we produce different metals, and these metals now make some equipment and devices that we can communicate and so forth. But they strike a balance between the environment and mining should be a very important part. For the investors, they try to maximize their capital, meaning that minimizing the cost to achieve a good profit. So the government now has to stand somewhere that the investors, they are getting profit, but at the same time, they are doing their responsibilities to ensure that the environment and the health to the community remain good.
So basically a balance between those desires of society saying, I want nature to be preserved, you know, and communities probably to also see the benefits coming to their communities. At the same time, you need to be attractive for investors. Exactly. And how do you find a balance for this, and how do you have a kind of a social contract, basically, right? Is that a fair way to?
Yes, it is. For example, if I take an example of our regulations, it provides the responsibility of the investors. And one of them is to get a consent to the community. So the moment they got this consent and involving into community activities, you will find that the community and the investors, they are living harmoniously without any problem. In a way, we call it is the social license to operate.
Yes.
That become an important part of the mining operations. And it works very well in some places, but in some cases you see some frictions, and the role now of the government is to make sure that these frictions now come into smoothening the process of making the mining, that the investors enjoy the business and the community also enjoying by getting jobs and participating in different activities around the mine.
And I think what you're also saying, if one had a forum where the good and the bad of this could be openly discussed, and one could see what is trying to find an optimum. I think yes. Everybody said it here, every project is different, every country is different, every region is different, but nevertheless there are some general principles that one can probably condense out of this, you know.
Absolutely.
And currently that doesn't really happen. It happens, on a personal basis, you know, but a national basis, but not on an across-nation basis. And the region here, with having large resources, not only here in the region, but also in Africa and further north, you know, so would pretty much be a good spot for this. You know, so thank you. So let's go back to the finances side, His Excellency Al-Jasir. What do you see the future of the mining industry in the member countries that you have?
I see a bright future because one, they are realizing that they are sitting on huge resources that are waiting to be developed. Second, these countries are in dire need of development financing. And the good thing about mining, that's why it's expensive, but also all the infrastructure you develop for mining will be used also. If you build a road or a railway, you know, look, for example, we built the railway from
Good examples.
the north.
We wouldn't have been able to build the aluminum system.
But also now passengers.
Yeah.
So it's not just the aluminum, but the passengers are coming from northern Saudi Arabia to central to eastern. So you remember Hirschman, the forward and backward linkages, it's back in action.
Yeah.
And I think these countries are in dire need of these investments. But these are very expensive. And we need to get probably a PPP arrangement where the governments, like Abdullah mentioned, they will always be there, the governments in mining, at least at the outset. And we need the financial sector, the investors community to come in. And we need also to marshal the new technologies, because with technologies available today, I think Robert Friedland mentioned some of these technologies. The possibilities are great, and they cannot afford not to develop these resources now. And therefore, I think the Islamic Development Bank, because of its large membership and because of the goodwill it can bring to the table, in addition to the money it can lend, I think we can play a role in trying to mitigate these risks. Yes. You can never eliminate these risks, but you can mitigate them. I think the more we can mitigate those risks, the more these investments are going to flow into these countries, and the more these countries will be developed, which is the mission of the Islamic Development Bank. We are not a profit maximizer, we are a development maximizer. And this is an opportunity waiting to be explored and to be developed. And I hope through this conference, all the investors are going to work with the governments, work with the especially the mining companies, to really come up with some schemes that will mitigate the risks so they can come in and do the investments and help these countries develop.
And that is, in addition, I mean, a great element that you have here, and that's not, I mean, that easy to replicate, you know, because you know the world of commodities, period, you know, so everybody.
You're right.
Everybody.
I mean, the technologies that Aramco developed and utilized, and it's only next door, and even Ma'aden, you know, I was on the first board that of Ma'aden, and when I remember, you know, what we used to deal with, and now look at the company. You remember we had worked on some of these issues. I mean, it's amazing. The gestation period is long, so you need to persevere and you need to be patient, both the investors and the operators. But once it works, it's a great social investment.
That's the other thing. I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, the benefits. I mean, you mentioned infrastructure, employment, all these education. You know, we've seen this again and again and again. You know, those are benefits that we shouldn't forget. You know, and I think for most nations, you know, that have resources, this is a great way to continue to develop, and having more of this, obviously. Would be fantastic, you know.
But also, just one final point. Yeah. I think mining companies most probably have shed the legacy of the colonial past, because that's the thing, the problem, the image that is staying in the minds of some of the countries that are hosts to these companies. I think that has really been taken care of. But the companies need to be conscious, and I think the discussions we had yesterday. Clearly, they are very conscious of that, and therefore the social impact on these economies and on those communities.
Yeah, this was what Dr. Malanga was saying. You know, exactly. So,
exactly.
I mean, in the end, we in this industry, you need a license to operate. We always say, kind of, a license. If a company needs a license to be in society, but in this case, you really need a license. You know, so and it's very important. You know, so going to Mubarala, you know, so if you look at the projects that you've done, you know, I mean, are there any recommendations to people who come to you? And in this minerals world, you know, where you'd say, please make sure that you have this and this and this and this lined up, you know, that will make it so much easier. These are the criteria that we're looking at, you know, that would make it so much easier, you know, for us to say yes.
Well, from an investment lens, I would say that one key component of our activities going forward, especially, I mean, if we're talking about the mining activities, is the ESG consideration. And I've seen it, you know, from my previous, you know, career with the oil and gas industry. And I hate to see that the mining activities fall into the same track like the upstream or integrated oil and gas companies, where the climate change was a relevant topic to them, I would say almost 25 years back. But some of them were in a state of denial. And it was too late later on to be in a proactive mode. So nowadays there are trying to
That's a change also in the world, right? I mean, ESG without, if it's not ESG, you can't do it anymore.
It is.
Right?
So,
which plays into the hands of what we just discussed, which is good.
The way I see it, I think it's very important that we pay attention not only to the E, but also to the S and G when it comes to the ESG. Yeah. And that's, I think, applicable to the mining activities. I think financial institutions will address this, investors will address this, customers will address this, and I think we need to have a very robust system in place that ensure that you know, we are a responsible investor, we are a responsible developer of these activities going forward. So to me, I think that's probably a very, very critical element of the activities going forward. As we mentioned, I think we cannot live without these activities, and they are an enabler for these mega trends. However, it's like a paradox because you have also an issues with the ESG, and we need to address them in a proactive mode before it's too late.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you go as far as to say if you can't qualify as ESG with the E, S, and G, then it's basically very often almost not possible to do anything these days.
It is, and we see that certain geographies now, it's almost mission impossible to expand or to start new mining activities. This is a reality in certain geographies. I know there are certain geographies where they're relaxed a little bit, but I think we need to be a responsible investor, responsible developer, and we take these issues very seriously because no matter what, the way we see the world evolving to, it's going to be a very critical component in the activities going forward.
Fantastic. So, Mr. Al-Zamil, so if you, I mean, you have expanded, you have done this before. If you had a wish, you know, of what you would want to see more, you know, from people that you've dealt with, mistakes that have been made before, you know, not to be repeated, you know. So, any recommendation, any points on this?
I think I will share some of the comments by my fellow. It's the regulatory system. I mean, if the regulatory system is strong, good, it's a good place to invest.
Yeah.
I would not go as an investor to places where regulatory system is not strong.
Would you see the same thing at GIB?
Well, the message I would have to the industry as a whole is transparency. The oil and gas industry for many, many years have had a standoff with civil society and environmentalists until it got into the stage where service providers like ourselves and financiers really got entangled in between. The message is the mining industry needs to be quite open. They need to play their cards because at the end of the day, this is the benefit to the populace at large. The E part now is quite important and it needs to be calculated in a very careful manner. And I think transparency is important. This way, people like ourselves that would provide financing and capital would be in a position to do it seamlessly, comfortably, without having to worry about activist investors or pressures from elsewhere. The mining industry I think has an opportunity today to put forward what the industry is all about, what are the benefits to the population, and just move forward.
So, the industry, one last word.
One last word on this. I take the comments on board, and I would say that the picks and shovels go in once projects are approved. So if these elements in the ecosystem of the supply chain is actually also noted from the outset, it strengthens the mining industry image, the way in which the things are built, the infrastructure is put in. It all runs on the supply chain.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I also want to mention that I think here in the kingdom, I mean, the industry has done some very, very important initiatives. We mentioned the mentioning as Vision 2030 as the third leg, but also the acceleration of the exploration, the new mining laws. You know, a lot of things have been put into place. And I think this forum is another kind of highlight. And I think what this conversation has, in my view, shown that if you had a survey today of the players in the industry, and if you were to look at the challenges in the industry, this has already helped tremendously in getting this dialogue started. And there's a lot here, you know, that is not at other places. So I really want to thank all my panelists for this lively conversation. You know, thank you very much. I want to thank the plenary, you know, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Clark.
Thank you very much for that, Klaus. Thank you very much for that, panelists. That was a truly fascinating discussion. Our next guest is a man who needs no introduction. He is quite literally a living legend in the mining industry. Evidence of that, he has already been inducted into both the American and Canadian mining halls of fame. Amongst his numerous projects, right now he's working on developing the Mount Nimba project. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce onto the stage Robert Friedland.
Your Royal Highnesses and Your Excellencies, to all of my brothers and sisters in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, my respects and appreciation for being allowed the honor to speak to you about the situation our world finds itself in. So let's see if this works. I'd like to start by talking about our small blue dot that we all inhabit, our common spaceship of humanity. Our Earth is spinning on its axis as we sit in this room at 1,670 kilometers per hour. We're spinning. And we're orbiting the sun on our spaceship, on our small blue dot, at 67,000 kilometers per hour. That means that every second we're moving 30 kilometers as we orbit our sun. And our solar system is orbiting in its own galaxy at 490,000 miles per hour, or 220 kilometers per second. And so all of humanity is living on this tiny, small blue dot. And to quote Carl Sagan, this is our home, this is us. On this small blue dot is everyone we love, everyone we know, everyone we ever heard of, every human being who ever was, or who have lived their lives. And so there's only one God. We all come from that same one God, and we all face common problems in humanity. And I believe firmly in my heart that the young Saudi generation is in a position to do a huge amount of good for the world. And hence I'm honored and excited to be here and address you about the silly little subject of mining, which is a tiny fraction of what we do, but the most basic of all industries. So the most interesting metal we have in this world is copper metal. As a species, to build this auditorium and to build the city of Riyadh and to build the city of New York and our modern global economy, as we evolved over hundreds of thousands of years, we have mined 700,000 metric tons of copper. So just to give you an idea how big that is, let's take a look at the oil and gas industry. The greatest discovery, mineral discovery, that has ever occurred on this small blue dot of a spaceship is the discovery of the Ghawar oil field in eastern Saudi Arabia in your Foreland Basin. It was found by a small American oil company, quite small, you could call it a junior, working in conjunction with King Abdulaziz, and that was the largest discovery of a mineral asset, the largest discovery of a mineral asset of any kind on this small blue dot. So if you look at the scale of the oil industry, which has given us all modern society, all food, all education, all buildings, all hospitals have depended on the energy from hydrocarbon, and we will continue to depend on that energy from hydrocarbon for a long time. And even an electric car is 25% hydrocarbon by weight for the plastics involved in making it lighter. But the problem is that if we are to reduce the consumption of oil, we're looking at those magic metals, and that block of copper I showed you is up there in the upper right-hand side. So you have the idea of the copper industry compared to oil. The mining industry is tiny, tiny, tiny compared to the oil and gas industry. And so we think it's highly strategic for Saudi Arabia to lead the reinvention of mining, because we don't mine in order to make money. We mine as a means to an end. And what is that end? Why do we go mining? We mine because it is the most basic of industries in human development. In fact, everything we do, we either grow it agriculturally or we mine it. And yes, the development of Ghawar is mining. The development of oil and gas is mining. The oil well that finds that is a mine. It's something given to us by Allah that we can extract at a profit as a business. But mining itself is in the process of being reinvented. We are now talking about making everything electric. We don't know to what degree this can actually be achieved. Can we really have electric motorcycles and electric airplanes and electric taxis and electric microwave ovens? and the cloud and the broadband, it's all electric, ladies and gentlemen. When you do a Google search, you're using a lot of electrical energy. It's not free. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about how the Ivanhoe Group of companies is addressing this issue, and then I'd like to put it into context of this great country with so much unexplored mineral potential. Renewable energy is absurdly energy intensive. When people talk about using wind power, or they talk about using solar power, you're using between 7 and 37 times more copper than any per unit of electrical energy generated. So wind farms, very copper intensive. Solar power, very copper intensive. And so behind us, Allah has only given us one periodic table in the known universe. And there are 8 or 9 metals in that periodic table that we must rely on if we are to make any progress on the reduction of hydrocarbon and making a better world. And hydrocarbon is not a bad thing. Hydrocarbon has brought us to the current state of human civilization. So every global turbine fleet, we need another 5 million tons of copper by 2028. In industrialization, 2028 is tomorrow morning. Vision 2030 is tomorrow morning. In the history of our species, there'll be none of these giant wind farms without copper metal. Copper is the electric vehicle story. It depends on copper completely. In 2030, we'll have at least 20 million EV charging points globally. We'll need a 250% increase in current copper consumption just to do that. And by 2040, we'll need 4 million tons a year just for passenger vehicles. But of course, an electric car doesn't change anything. It's all, how do we generate electrical energy? How do we transmit electrical energy to even think about having electric cars? When I grew up, a Ford Mustang, and I actually saw a Ford Mustang in Alula when I was there a few days ago. I was surprised. But when I grew up, that car used about 20 kilograms of copper per car. And then our Japanese friends at Toyota invented the hybrid automobile that used 40 kilograms of copper per car. And if you build a Lucid car or you build a Tesla, you're using at least 100 kilograms of copper per car. You can see you're already up 500% per car. And now we're talking about electric trucks. And an electric truck will need a truckload of copper. So the larger the object that you want to electrify, the more copper you need until you try to go to generating the power in that larger object with hydrogen. But a hydrogen-powered car or truck is also electric, and we'll come to the hydrogen economy soon. So General Motors is going to spend $20 billion on EV production, $20 billion. Mary Barra says we need millions of EVs on the road to make a meaningful impact towards building a zero-emission world. That's crazy. How do you reduce global warming by making more cars? There's 7, 8, 9 billion people scheduled to be on this planet. If everybody has a car, how much global warming gas do we create to even make those cars, to even build those cars? How is the electrical energy generated? How is it transmitted? So I'm talking about an analysis from the cradle to the grave. We have to look at the whole cycle of what we are doing here as a species on our small spaceship hurtling through Earth. Volkswagen is saying that they're going to be the world's largest EV manufacturer in 6 short years, 22 million EVs a year. They claim they're going to be the biggest. Mercedes has now broken the 1,000-kilometer range barrier on their electric car. I've had the privilege to speak to the board of Mercedes-Benz and to Ola, the CEO. That's a beautiful car. All of your kids will want one of those cars. They're amazing. They're fantastic. But we have to think about what it takes to even begin to realize that vision. Tesla expects a global shortage of battery raw materials in nickel and copper. And today, nickel is already trading at a 9-year high, and the copper price is exploding. It's above $10,000 a ton, and we haven't even begun. We haven't even started to electrify the world economy. Out of 280 million cars in the United States of America, only 1 million are electric cars. And even an electric car is a fraud if 30 or 40% of the electrical energy in the United States is generated burning coal. So we have to look at the whole system, and I believe that the young people of Saudi Arabia have a critical and bright future in the whole system of maintaining, first, energy security for the world, because energy security is number one. The Europeans didn't get much wind this winter for their wind farms. And silly Angela Merkel shut down her nuclear power plants. So this winter, the Europeans are looking at freezing in the dark. The security of the energy provided by the kingdom underpins the entire world economy. And so when it becomes fashionable for institutional investors not to invest in hydrocarbon, you're obviously going to have higher hydrocarbon prices. And with higher hydrocarbon prices, the role of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the energy transformation becomes even more critical and even more central. You know, if you go to Los Angeles now, you want to be careful because some of the police cars are made by Tesla, and they go 0 to 60 in 2.8 seconds. They will catch you. I don't know if I'd want to give one of my grandson a car like this because it pushes your eyeballs into the back of your head. It accelerates so fast. An electric car is fantastic. It has unparalleled torque. Nothing matches the torque of an electric motor. And the electric motor can last 1,000 miles. But again, cradle to grave. We have to look womb to tomb. We have to look at the whole system and see how we can work together on this pale blue dot. So just for the electrification of the automobile, which is trivial, it's a small subset of what we need to do, we're going to have to use a 10-fold increase in copper metal. And if we don't have that copper metal, we're back to having conventional hydrocarbon driving our cars. And then the next frontier, of course, are the aircraft. In Dubai, for example, we're going to have vertical takeoff taxis. And these are all running on electric motors, but they're not really electric. They have to be charged with electrical energy generated somehow.
At
I'll show you one.
We merge the power of technology with a world-class team of mineral explorers to bring the world the metals we need the most. Copper, nickel, vanadium, gold, and silver are crucial for the green revolution. These metals are the building blocks of renewable solar and wind energy, electric vehicles and charging networks, and the infrastructure for sustainable, smart technologies. They are, after all, the best electrical conductors. But finding them is getting more and more difficult since the mineral deposits closest to the Earth's surface have already been discovered and mined. We have to look deeper and go into harsher terrains. Ivanhoe Electric's Typhoon system is a proprietary exploration surveying technology that injects extremely high-powered electrical currents deep underground to illuminate the distribution of chargeable and conductive materials such as metallic minerals or fluids. This means that Typhoon's high-powered currents can detect water, oil, copper, gold, and silver. Typhoon is able to survey larger areas more rapidly and to greater depths, all while collecting cleaner data compared to conventional systems. At our Tintic Copper, Gold, and Silver project in Utah, we carried out one of the world's largest 3D induced polarization surveys using Typhoon, covering over 100 cubic kilometers of rock and penetrating to depths of up to 2.5 kilometers. But the data obtained by Typhoon is nothing if you don't have sophisticated software to convert it into accurate 3D visualizations of what Typhoon measures underground. Our computational geosciences software rapidly converts high volumes of raw data from Typhoon into 3D models of underground geology and into targets for follow-up exploration drilling. The huge amounts of data gathered with Typhoon, combined with the cutting-edge computational geosciences software, allows us to quickly explore very large areas to very great depth at a fraction of the cost of conventional methods. Our technological advantage sets us apart as we explore for green metals on our Tier 1 mineral properties in the United States and internationally.
I'm sorry for that, but I just want to tell you that there's a kind of a blessing that Allah was so kind to give this country the greatest resource of oil, and you've had the luxury to wait a generation or two before you consider the incredible mineral wealth that is also present in this country other than oil and gas. Just as Saudi Aramco has just announced an enormous unconventional gas reservoir, and the oil and gas industry has seen its technology and its literal targets of the gift given to us by our God in the earth, our technology in mining is also very advanced, and now the time has come to explore the riches of Saudi Arabia. A few words on the hydrogen century. There is Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, looking at the hydrogen economy. As we get into larger and larger vehicles, they will not run on batteries. They will run on hydrogen fuel cells. But the hydrogen fuel cell is just a way of making electrical energy. So that's an electric train relying on hydrogen. And the kingdom is a leader in the development of both blue and green hydrogen. The visionary concept to do this from His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman is amazing and will definitely lead the world. So if we look at a hydrogen fuel cell car, it depends in the proton exchange membrane on the element platinum. A hydrogen fuel cell car needs 5 times more platinum per conventional automobile. And as you get larger with an SUV or a bus or a truck, you need more and more platinum. So I'm happy to tell you in South Africa, our group is developing the largest platinum and palladium mine in the world. We need an enormous sustained growth in copper and nickel. The blue line is showing you without the electrification of the world economy. If we just go as we are, I want to take you back to the very first slide. Everyone, please remember that big cube of copper, the 700 million tons, that it took us 10,000 years to get here to mine. We are scheduled to require another 700 million tons of copper to maintain that blue line if the world maintains 3% GDP growth in the next 22 years. That means in the next 22 years, without electrification, humanity needs to find another 700 million tons of copper metal. Where are we going to find it? Those of us in the mining industry are scared. We don't really see the metals to enable the electrification of all the automobiles. It is a fraud to say that we have enough nickel and copper to electrify all the world's cars. We can electrify some cars for people that can afford to do that, but not all cars. And so I can assure you, humanity will depend on the energy security that comes from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a long, long time yet. A long time, a generation, 2 generations, but we do need mining. So another use for copper is so many of you have to wear a mask because of this new virus. All viruses die within a matter of hours if there's copper on that surface. So the United States Army is coating all elements in their army, all army hospitals with copper metal. It passively kills viruses and germs. And so the friendly green bug fighter kills about 99.9%. If you have a stainless steel counter in your restaurant or your kitchen and you sneeze on that counter, viruses love stainless steel. They'll stay on that stainless steel surface 14 hours. If you see a stainless steel doorknob during flu season, don't touch it, because everybody with the flu will give it to you on that doorknob. But if it's made out of copper, within 2 hours, all the bugs will die. So all of the airports, all of the public facilities in the world will need to be covered with copper because of its meaningful antimicrobial effect. For example, when you go to Brazil now, all the counters in customs and all the rails are covered in copper because the worldwide pandemic has reminded us of copper's antimicrobial activity. In India, for thousands of years, the holy men held their water in a copper pot. It has been known for a long time that copper kills viruses. So just the use of copper for this is just an enormous new requirement. Our problem, looking from an industry perspective, is we're sitting right under the E in demand. We just don't have the copper mines that the world requires, even to talk legitimately about electrification. And the whole process of how we mine, where we mine, how we discover the mines has to be completely rethought. We are heading for a massive deficit of global copper by 2030. And that, of course, is closely related to the issue of water. I've had the privilege of trying to read the Quran in English, and I saw that the Prophet Muhammad, God rest his soul, spoke about water 63 times. And so the problem of having adequate copper and adequate water for humanity are very closely linked. And so we need to find the proper principles under which we engage in economic development. And again, I believe the young people of Saudi Arabia can play a critical role for the African continent. And if we're going to find the metals, Your Excellencies, if we're going to find the metals for the world, it won't only be in Saudi Arabia, it will be in the continent of Africa. Allah has given Africa the greatest resource of metals, which is why China has put so much money into Africa. In general, the Americans are present in Africa only by their absence, but the Chinese are everywhere. And it's time now for Saudi Arabia to play that role with Islamic principles to help develop the African continent, because they have the metals the world needs for the energy transformation. Since 1900, the energy required to produce copper has increased 16 times. And the water consumption per unit of copper has doubled because the grade of copper that we are mining is getting lower. We need about 2 cubic meters of water for every cubic meter of rock we mine. So as we mine lower and lower grade ores, like in Chile or Peru, we're using more and more electricity or creating more and more global warming gas per unit of metal produced. So high grade is very critical. Hydroelectricity is very critical. Nuclear power can be very, very critical. Unconventional gas can be very, very critical, and we're going to need unconventional gas for a long, long time, and LNG. Conservatively, hyper-conservatively in this period, which I like to call the revenge of the miners, conservatively, the world will need to invest $240 billion in the next 5 years to even begin to meet growing metals demand. Yesterday, Goldman Sachs said we're beginning a 10 to 20-year period where the price of these metals would do nothing but go up. Of course, Allah could send an asteroid at a low angle to destroy the Earth. Of course, a species from another planet far away could come here and cause us all to act in a unified human species. But no, what the likeliest course of human activity in the next decade is we are in desperate need of these metals. We have a group of companies that would be honored to work with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and especially its younger generation. And all of these companies want to contribute to the solution rather than being the part of the problem. That picture is our mine in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a country that desperately needs to develop its massive copper endowment. If I came from Mars, and I was a Martian and I flew here in my flying saucer, my masters would send me to the Congo because that is where Allah has put the most copper. Just as Allah put the Gawar field in Saudi Arabia, it is the Congolese that have the largest endowment of copper metal. And they have 90 million people there, and they need these assets to be developed in a responsible way. Our reward for doing this properly the last 3 years is to be basically the best performing mining company in the world. You can see the mining industry there: Freeport, First Quantum, Anglo-American, BHP, Barrick, Newcrest. Why is the price of the shares of Ivanhoe Mines going up? Because the world needs the copper. We are not mining to make money. That's a stupid motivation because we're all here momentarily and then we will meet our maker. Life is short, and we have to worry about successive generations. I'd like to remind this audience that, inshallah, I'm scheduled to be 36 years old for the second time this year. So as one gets older, we're only worried about our footprints in the sand. Great companies need capital to expand their vision, and Saudi Arabia can be a global source of capital for responsible mining. I would like to talk to you a little bit about disruptive technology, which came from the French and American governments. We have a technology cluster that was formerly used only for strategic weaponry. Human beings are very good at killing each other. This technology was used in nuclear weaponry, and it was also used in electromagnetic pulse weaponry. The French government gave us permission to use these technologies in the civilian sector. I don't know if the video will play, but it's worth watching. Here we go.
The harnessing of steam power was the engine that drove the first industrial revolution. Steam, transformed into continuous movement, drove the industry to mechanization and mass production. Direct current was the first step in the electrical revolution when Thomas Edison developed the first power stations that converted the mechanical energy of steam into electricity, providing reliable local power for domestic and industrial use. A few years later, alternative current, developed by Nikola Tesla and George Westinghouse, allowed electricity to be distributed efficiently through gigantic, nation-spanning networks that continue to grow to this day. Ever since the War of Currents, electricity has remained the most efficient way of transporting and deploying energy for industrial and domestic purposes. But continued exponential growth in demand is today faced with the exhaustion of natural resources and the damaging effects electricity production has on our environment. Yet for a century, there has been no true breakthrough in this area. iPulse is the breakthrough. By concentrating energy into extremely short electrical bursts, iPulse deploys a technology that brings a major contribution to this new revolution. We call this pulse power. Pulse power converted into shock waves, electrical arcs, or magnetic fields make it possible to efficiently fragment rock and recover valuable materials in mining applications. To manipulate fields capable of revealing the presence of critical mineral deposits at incredible depths, such as copper, cobalt, nickel, or vanadium that is used in large-scale VRB batteries for energy storage. To find new and untapped water resources. To revitalize production in underproducing oil wells. To form and assemble metals by making them behave like liquid. Our technologies propel organizations by giving them the tools to realize their full potential. We source and produce the key industrial metals required for the electrification of everything. We empower scalable, renewable energy projects through storage battery solutions that use innovative battery chemistries and designs. We manufacture using lighter weight metals that are stronger, recyclable, and create better quality consumer products. We discover new reserves of fresh water to enable more sustainable food production. We uncover additional sources of hydrocarbons and produce them more efficiently with lower environmental impact. And we are deploying machine learning and artificial intelligence processes into all of our activities to ensure we stay 2 steps ahead. This is just the tip of the iceberg, only scratching the surface on what we can achieve. Discovering, transforming, improving, imagining. We prove that everything is possible when you power great ideas.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highness, and all members of this audience, there are so many great ideas in the young Saudi population. A great decision must have been made to send the young people of Saudi Arabia all over the world and get educated. We've been astonished at the eagerness to improve their country and benefit humanity we meet in the young people here, including the women. By educating women, this will be another reason why I firmly believe Saudi Arabia will be the world leader in economic growth in the next decade. This reminds me a lot of the years when we thought China was going to lift off. And when it did, it really went crazy. There are great technologies all over the world that can help us on the challenges we face. So for the Saudi Shield, which is identical to the Nubian Shield on the other side of the Red Sea, we have a non-invasive technology that generates huge amounts of electrical energy, the output of a nuclear power plant. If there's water down there, if there's copper or gold or nickel, we'll see it. And we can even see if it's oil to very great depths. And this technology is disruptive. It'll take a lot of capital to scale it up, but we could survey the entire kingdom. And in Islamic countries, I'm going to give you a few examples where the Islamic Development Bank and the Saudi capital can go. There are 54 Islamic countries with huge mineral endowment. This one is in Guinea, Conakry. This is Mount Nimba. It's the richest iron ore mine in the world by grade, very close to the ocean. It's only a couple $2 billion to develop it. The railroad and the port will serve as passenger rail and port to develop southern Guinea. Guinea is an Islamic country. Alpha Conde used to come here on Ramadan. It's an example of an Islamic country where Saudi Arabia has a role to play. There's $300 billion of the world's richest iron ore in that mountain, and this is iron ore that goes to steel with the least production of global warming gas. So it's green iron ore. That's why we call it beluga caviar. Or there's Niger. My son is working in Niger. It's another Islamic country with an enormous shovel-ready endowment of uranium. If you're going to build nuclear power plants, you will need to find uranium. Here's another Islamic country, number 170 at the bottom of the World Development Index, that desperately needs Saudi investment to develop their domestic industry. And it's not only uranium in Niger. We know they have gold, for example. So I have 3 minutes, and maybe I can take 1 or 2 questions, but I would like to quote from His Excellency Bandar Al-Khorieff, the Minister of Industry and Mines. He says that the value of the mineral wealth in Saudi Arabia is estimated at 1.3 trillion. I think he's talking about metals, not Goar and the oil endowment. We think it's much larger. We would like to show His Excellency that the mineral wealth, as the value of these metals skyrockets, will be much larger. And I would end by also quoting from His Excellency the Vice Minister, who has been very kind to us in inviting us to this conference also. He says that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wants to reduce mineral imports by 65%, and that the kingdom aims to derive half of its energy from renewables by Vision 2030, which is tomorrow morning. And so I just want to show you that magnificent building I saw in Alula, and I want to remind all of you that those mirrors are made with copper. It's a new type of copper technology. So copper has thousands of uses. We use copper to find copper, and we salute the vision of Saudi Arabia to make mining one of its pillars of its economy, and we hope and pray that by the grace of God we find to do this in a new and beneficial way. To leave the right kind of footprints in the sand behind us and on this small planet which we all inhabit, the youth of Saudi Arabia lead the role of peaceful development and energy security for the world. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm deeply honored to be here. And on behalf of all of our people, we could not be more excited about the potential under Vision 30 from your dynamic leadership to make history. And making history is far more important than trying to make money. With that, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Robert. Quite a bit there to digest in just half an hour. The good news is that it is now time for lunch and some networking, and so you have a little bit of space to think about what you just heard. Please make sure you're back here. We've got an action-packed afternoon at 1:15 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, I hope you had some time over lunch to do some networking, catch up on old friends, and of course, digest those big ideas that Robert delivered during his keynote address just before the lunch. We're going to turn the focus now a little bit to technology and how technology can be an enabler of the mines of the future. But before we get started with that, we're going to look at future energy with a focus on hydrogen, starting with a conversation in which FFI's CEO, Julie Shuttleworth, will take part, interviewed by Peter Bryant, the chairman of the Development Partner Institute and Clario. Please join me in welcoming Peter and Julie on stage. Almost both of you.
Great, and welcome everyone. Welcome, Julie. You're not literally on the stage, you're with us virtually, so welcome. Sorry you can't be with us. So what we're going to do is talk about future energy and hydrogen in particular, but Julie, maybe before we get started, to give context for Fortescue Future Industries, is maybe take a look and understand the innovation DNA of Fortescue Mining, because I think that's important context before we get into the Future Industries organization and what you're doing with green hydrogen. So could you kind of give us a look into the 15, 20-year journey that you've been on and the innovation DNA?
Hi, Peter, and hello, everybody. I'm dialing in here from Perth in Western Australia. Fortescue Metals Group is an innovative mining company. We're one of the world's largest mining companies in the world. When we started mining iron ore back in 2008, our operating costs were over $50 per tonne of ore. Within 10 years, they're less than $13 per tonne. And what drove that downward trend was innovation and technology, a lot of ideas from the workforce that just drove down those operating costs and made us a successful company. So it is in our DNA to set stretch targets, to generate ideas, and technology innovation underpins that. And one example, Peter, was our deployment of autonomous haulage at a commercial scale at our mine sites.
Yeah, no, thank you, Julie, for that. I think that's really important. And how important was Andrew Forrest is a true visionary and a real innovator himself. How important was his leadership in enabling that to happen?
Leadership is key in driving innovation, technology in mining companies. So you start with the culture, the values of the company that gets embodied in everyone, the thousands or even tens of thousands of people that work across the company to drive all those little ideas, those innovative ideas that drive improvements every day.
Great, and I will ask you one question about before we get into FFI, but I wrote down this fabulous quote when we talked a few days ago, which is, and this is relevant, is you have to have the guts to take risks. This is a very risk-averse industry, so I wouldn't mind you just kind of commenting on that, because I think it's a nice segue into FFI's creation.
You sure do have to have guts. Let me talk about the autonomous haulage again. We were the first to deploy Caterpillar's autonomous haulage at commercial scale. This meant that we have got huge haul trucks, hundreds of tons each they carry. And we deployed those with no drivers. We had the guts to deploy those drivers into other jobs. We had to make it work. Now we've got almost 200 haul trucks operating autonomously. Very soon it had over 30% productivity improvement. It increased safety significantly. And now we've moved over 2 billion tonnes autonomously, all because we had the guts to get started with it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So, yeah, I think risk-taking is often something that's avoided by the industry, and that kind of slows down innovation. So, Fortescue Future Industries, I think, is actually an interesting organization, not only in the mining industry, but for any industry, actually, for a company to create this organization that's future forward-looking and very focused around energy. Can you give us kind of some of the background as to why it was created and what its mission is?
Our board of Fortescue has been mulling over green hydrogen for nearly a decade, seeing if we can use this as a way to decarbonise our operations. And the planet is cooking. We need to take action, and we need to lead by example. And the chairman led a group of experts in 2020 around the world to 47 countries. And we learned a lot about green hydrogen, renewable energy, and the opportunities to really help decarbonise heavy industry. So we've made a commitment that our Scope 1 and 2 emissions will be net zero by 2030 and our Scope 3 emissions net zero by 2040. World leading for a major mining company to make those commitments. But what's really important is that we've got practical, implementable solutions and actions underpinning how we're progressing towards achieving those.
Yeah, and 2030 is a very aggressive target for net zero emissions, and I'll be a little controversial now because obviously, a lot of investors are talking about, companies can make these announcements, but they need to show a science-based roadmap. What's the confidence level in terms of the roadmap to get you there?
We have a high confidence level, Peter. We've already commissioned solar panels that's already decarbonising our stationary power at our Christmas Creek operation in the Pilbara in Western Australia. And in terms of decarbonising our mobile fleet, this is the biggest challenge. Yep. We, on our operations right now, use over 700 million litres of diesel per year. So we need to do something. But we, in just over 100 days, our chairman gave our team a stretch target. Team, get a hydrogen-powered truck operating for me in the workshop environment. In just over 100 days, the team achieved that. Thousands of parts from all around the world, hundreds of ideas, team working together, collaborating to really make that happen. And we got a hydrogen-powered truck operating, the first in the world to be operating. We also got a hydrogen-powered drill rig operating and a locomotive running on 80% ammonia on a pathway to 100% ammonia. Yeah. And this is all just done in a few months at our workshop here in Perth. And the next step, Peter, is to make sure we get these operating in our operations, prove them in the operating environment, and then start converting our fleet to be diesel-free by 2030.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic, Julian. I think one of the points I took away from that, your remarks there, was that if you do ambitious targets, you've got to give the workforce and the organisation the freedom in which to kind of do things differently to enable that to happen, because business as usual won't get you to an ambitious target. So actually talking about ambition, I was listening to Andrew's speech he gave in October last year to the Reuters Impact Conference just before COP26. And he was very passionate around this issue of net zero is just something that shouldn't be talked about, and we should talk about absolute zero. And I thought that was kind of an interesting provocation from him. And it's not an often used term, absolute zero. Can you kind of give us a little background as to what he's talking about there and why he's so passionate about this, and the organisation, obviously?
One of the issues with net zero is you can get to net zero by buying carbon offsets and actually not doing anything practically real to decrease your carbon emissions and decrease your pollution. So what we need to do is, instead of investing in carbon offsets, invest in real solutions that actually decarbonise your industry. So we definitely support regenerating forests, biodiversity, staving rainforests from getting cut down, but that should happen anyway. What we need to do is actually invest the money in decarbonising industry. Yep. And it's not going to be easy, but we've got to have the guts to do it, and we've got to start. Those projects have got to start. We've got to lead by example and make it happen. So this absolute zero is about eliminating all your carbon emissions get as close to zero as you possibly can in what you pollute into the atmosphere. Yep. Net zero means you just go buy offsets and sort it out that way. That is the cheapest way. That's greenwashing. So we are very passionate about doing everything we can to eliminate the cause of the pollution in the first place.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think that makes you a real leader in the industry in that kind of thinking. And I think, absolute zero is a nice pivot actually into green hydrogen. And, it's interesting, being here in the Kingdom, obviously they have one of the largest green hydrogen, if not the largest green hydrogen project in the world. Obviously with their renewable energy, so they're targeting 50% renewable energy for the Kingdom and green hydrogen. So can you kind of give us a kind of perspective on the green hydrogen strategy, which is a global one, very ambitious. So would you like to share that with us, please?
Peter, there's many hard-to-abate sectors: heavy haulage, rail, shipping, aviation, heavy industry. Green hydrogen is a key contributor to be able to decarbonise those hard-to-abate sectors. And green hydrogen derivatives such as green ammonia and other green hydrogen-related products. Green electricity, renewable electricity should be used wherever it makes sense, and so should battery electric vehicles running off renewable electricity. But green hydrogen is absolutely going to be key in decarbonising these hard-to-abate sectors, which is why it's so critical for us as a mining company to look at using it for our heavy haulage haul trucks. that have to go long distances, haul heavy pieces, heavy material. We're looking at it in green ammonia for our locomotives, converting our ships to run on green ammonia. And meanwhile, the stationary power in our operations, yes, that should run off renewable electricity such as solar and wind. So it's about being sensible, but green hydrogen is a key component of decarbonising heavy industry. And that's why our focus is there, not just to decarbonise our own operations, but to be a provider of the world in green hydrogen. And we have a very ambitious target to produce 15 million tonnes of green hydrogen by 2030 from our global projects. We just don't have projects in Australia. We've got people now in 23 countries around the world aiming to develop projects globally.
Yeah, I mean, 15 million tonnes, I mean, that's an ambitious target again, so I like ambitious targets. So just, can you give us kind of a description of one of those projects that you find the most interesting? Because I know you've got projects in New Zealand, where I spoke for the New Zealand Prime Minister on the just transition to a cleaner energy future. And obviously, hydrogen was a big element of their progress towards a net zero future. But yeah, can you just kind of unpack maybe one of those projects that you think is very interesting and we could take some lessons from?
I think an important project that we're focusing on is in partnership with Intertech Pivot in Queensland, in Australia here. It's an ammonia plant that is running off fossil fuels right now. We are working with them to complete the studies to show that that can run on renewable electricity and green hydrogen to feed into their ammonia production. This will actually save jobs, create opportunities for retraining in this new industry, and show that green hydrogen, green industry can lead the way in decarbonising heavy industry. I think that's a really important project to show as a first step to decarbonising existing industry, as well as obviously those greenfields projects where we'll be developing wind and solar in the Pilbara to decarbonise our own operations through the use of renewable electricity, green ammonia, green hydrogen. So there's a lot of examples, but decarbonising existing industry is going to be key to get some runs on the board.
Yeah. So I'll ask you a provocative question. So it's often written that hydrogen is the energy of the future and always will be. So, which says, we've been talking about hydrogen for many decades, and we understand it to be, the best option for so many things. So what do you think makes it different now for hydrogen than in the past, and why that statement is probably not, we should put into the trash can of history?
Peter, there's many reasons. The cost of renewables is coming right down, and that renewable electricity can now go into electrolysis of water to generate green hydrogen. There's also the technology of that hydrogen production process itself using electrolysis. There's been a lot of technology developments in that, and still more to come, of course.
Yeah.
So the technology is there. We've got to deploy it at scale now, Peter. So there's several things we need. We need scale. We need manufacturing of these key components to support the green hydrogen industry. And we need continuous development of technology and innovation to keep driving those costs down and make it as competitive, more competitive than fossil fuels. So people in the future won't even be considering the use of fossil fuels because the green alternatives will be as cheap.
Yeah.
That's where we need to get to.
So are you saying, I might paraphrase it back just to get confirmation. So are you saying really all the technologies that we need are available? The innovation is really around improving those to get to a point of cost of production that is comparative to other forms of energy, and is that the main area that we really need to focus on?
The technologies are available, but Peter, they can continually improve to keep driving down the costs and get better efficiencies. I mean, that should always be a part of what we're aiming to do. But they're available now. What we need to do to make it more economical is deploy it at scale, and that's why very small green hydrogen projects, they'll prove the concept, but they won't drive the cost curve down. So scale is key, and continually to improve the technology will be key.
Okay. And last question, and then I'll ask you to kind of give one final thought or takeaway for the audience. But infrastructure, people often talk about infrastructure, and I was at the Ministers' Roundtable here before the conference, and we talked about infrastructure being critical to developing the industry in the region here. So because we often talk about the transportation infrastructure needing to move hydrogen around, do you guys leaving that to someone else, or are you having a role in that, and how important is it?
Fortescue Future Industries is focused across the whole value chain, and we are, of course, doing research and development across educational institutions. We're partnering with other technology providers. We're acquiring various technology companies. This is really an important aspect, this transport of the products if you can transport domestically and decarbonise that country where you've got the projects in the first place, that's obviously a win. But there's a lot of technology, a lot of work going on the transportation of hydrogen, but these first few projects will be hydrogen via green ammonia because that is the easy way to transport green hydrogen right now.
Great. So I'm on the red part of the clock now, which means we need to get off soon. But one final thought, if you think there's one key thing you would like everyone here to take away from our discussion, what would it be?
It's really important that we have industries and companies working with governments, working with communities. I've travelled around the world a lot in the last few years, visited about 50 different countries, looking at opportunities for Fortescue Future Industries. And where I see the most fastest progress is where government vision and leadership, working with community leaders and the companies, is driving these forward, where there's clear, efficient approvals pathways for green hydrogen projects, where there's clear community support. That's where those projects will get done first and fastest, not necessarily where there's the best renewable resources. So it's really important that leaders stand up and we all work together to help save the planet. The planet is cooking. We need to lead by example and take action.
Great, and I'm glad you brought communities into the picture. Julie, thank you very much. I appreciate your time in Perth, and if everybody please join me in thanking Julie for her time today. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I'll hand back to Ryan now. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Julie. Thank you very much, Peter. What can this emerging minerals province do to become a technological showcase for the future mining industry? That's what we're going to talk about next with our next panel discussion, which will be moderated by John Defterius. Please join me in welcoming John back.
Thank you very much, Ryan, for the introduction again, and thanks for stepping up to the plate here with the extra panels that you're handling in Riyadh because of my absence from being on the ground. And I'm particularly interested in this panel itself because the emerging province for minerals, as the emerging markets editor for CNN for so long, I always was interested in to see how countries make declarations on certain sectors and then deliver on the promise. In some cases, they do not. But if you look at the history of the Gulf states in particular on the Arabian Peninsula, the oil and gas infrastructure and that dominance in the marketplace, trade hubs, of course, airline hubs, tourism hubs, cultural hubs, financial hubs. Basically, every pledge that's been made has been delivered upon. And I know mining is a big ask here because it requires so much infrastructure and so much investment and longer timelines, of course. But again, the track record is a proven one, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have a fantastic panel of four, which gives us ample time in 40 minutes to really delve into the subject of developing this province. Jeffrey Dawes is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Mining for Komatsu, normally based in the United States. He's joining us from Santiago, Chile, where he has big operations. Good to see you. Nadmi Al-Nasser is the Chief Executive Officer of NEOM. He was planning to be in Riyadh, but appointments in NEOM and the development of that hub in the northwest of the kingdom kept him there. He's joining us virtually. It's great to see you and look forward to talking. Hirofumi Katase is Executive Vice Chairman and Director General Science and Technology for iPulse Inc. He's in Riyadh. And Darren Quayle is the Vice President of Resources for Worley. Gentlemen, it's great to have you. I'm going to ask you to keep your interventions to 2 minutes or less, because we have a lot of territory to cover. And first off, Jeffrey, you gave us so many interesting topics to get into, but one is that overarching theme that's been coming up here at this forum over the last 48 hours, and that is infrastructure and demand. Let's cover the demand because of electrification right now and the resources. You're involved in the infrastructure, the heavy equipment, and the architecture to keep mining operations moving. What are the demand projections, and what does that mean for the Komatsu business where you're operating in Latin America and other parts of the world?
Yeah, thanks, John, and welcome everyone. There's a huge move towards making mining sustainable. it's a common saying in our industry, if it's not grown, it's mined. So mining is extremely important to provide the metals and minerals that the world needs to keep moving forward. But we have to do it in a sustainable manner. What we've seen in the last few years is a very strong push towards speeding up that process of sustainability. So we're talking about automation, electrification, and digital transformation. The infrastructure required for that is enormous. We can build a all-electric truck. It's technically possible. We're working on it now. We're a couple of years out probably before it's commercially available. But just a simple thought is one truck uses about 1 megawatt of power. So if you take that diesel engine out and you put some batteries in there, that mine that's running 70 trucks will need an extra 70 megawatts of green power. Otherwise, you defeat the purpose of taking the diesel engine out. So that investment in infrastructure required to support sustainable mining is enormous.
Very good. In fact, people are probably wondering on this panel, why do we have the Chief Executive Officer of NEOM joining us right now? But it is developing very quickly on a number of different sectors, but one of them is technology. So, Mr. Al-Nasser, do you want to start there on the role of building this province from the kingdom? And how do you see the mandate from the Crown Prince, His Highness, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, to make that delivered for the kingdom, make it happen?
Thank you, and I wish I was in Riyadh to be close to the discussion, but technology is helping us to connect. I would maybe follow up from Jeffrey's notes. We have an extra challenge, if not extra challenges in NEOM. We're branding and truly telling the world NEOM is not just a new region, but a new region that's going to be a leading in making sure that we are in harmony with nature. A region that's going to be totally clean when it comes to energy. It will be the first region on Earth that will be fully electrified and energized by renewable energy, solar, wind, and green hydrogen. With all of this, when we are to kick off the discussion that NEOM is going to be also into the mining business, we need to be very careful, but very clear and transparent. We are in the mining business because we believe we and other partners can do this business and can change the impression on this business as not clean. We are digging into technology and innovation and the call for how can we bring on board a green full chain mining, from the mining field all the way to export and in between the industry. So we are taking this challenge serious, and we believe this is what we will be able to do collectively with the industry worldwide to convince people that we can be sustainable yet in the mining business, because that impression about the mining business as a not a good thing to do is totally not real and not correct. So we willing to take that lead to convey that message by showcasing the mining business in NEOM.
Yeah, I would not make the natural connection between NEOM and the mining business, but this cluster that you're setting up makes perfect sense. And I'll circle back with some more questions along those lines. Mr. Katasi, I'd like to talk to you about this outlook from Goldman Sachs saying that basically these materials that we need, these rare earth materials, are really the new oil of the future or gold of the future, right? In terms of the wealth creation. Copper, the new oil, is another phrase that we've seen out in the marketplace today. But there are concerns. Again, this is what's emerged in this call to action at the forum, that we cannot meet the demand that's coming right now for these strategic minerals. How do you see it in terms of how it fits into building the province in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, through the copper, but not only copper, nickel, cobalt, lithium, and some other metals are critical for the sustainability of the against the global warming decarbonization effort. But unfortunately, in the traditional major production countries, there are less and less new discoveries of the ore bodies, and also the grade is decreasing. There is also a water problem, for example, in Latin America. And this is also making the mining itself more and more carbon intensive. So going backward for the world decarbonization effort. And if we think that the whole supply chain, the decarbonization of the mining itself is critical. So that's why I think that this kingdom and the surrounding region is crucial. This is a highly underexplored area, but at the same time, even more higher prospective area. And also, if we think of the applying the new technologies, it's better to start the application from scratch, from the development of the mines. And so that's also why this region, especially the kingdom, will be very, very important for the decarbonization of the whole world.
Great. Let me follow up quickly with you, Mr. Katasi, and that is there the ability from your standpoint, because the kingdom's coming late into the marketplace, that actually has an advantage here because of the introduction of AI technologies, for example, and a much more efficient technology to leapfrog into the market at a much faster pace? What's your view?
Well, I think we need to innovate all through the value chain of the mining, from exploration, extraction, processing, and to refinery. Not just the extraction. Because first we need to find the ore bodies. But with the current technologies, we cannot see very deep, maybe 400 meters. And also, it takes a lot of time, even to conduct electromagnetic surveys. So first, we need to come up with a very disruptive technology to expedite this exploration and see even deeper where we cannot see. But our effort needs to go beyond the simple mining supply chain. For example, the water. Water is essential for mining. Without water, even if we find huge ore bodies, it's nothing. In order to process like one ton of the rock, we need 2 cubic feet of water. So we need to find water. And in this region, I understand that the water is now being mainly supplied from a desalination from the oceans. But the salt is getting higher and higher in the Arabic Gulf or in the Red Sea. So we need to find water. And on energy, as Jeff said, we need to come up with the renewable energy supply to move electrified machines, drilling machine trucks. But this kingdom has a huge endowment, for example, in solar power. So that's perspective. But at the same time, we need to build huge batteries to supply the energy into the mining process. And this also requires disruptive innovation. So we need disruption in the whole mining technology supply chain, but also outside of this, including batteries and water, for example.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to bring it up with Darren Quayle about the innovation that's needed in the sector today. And Darren, one of the things you're most passionate about is getting the renewable energy sources and that solar power that's being generated within the kingdom right now into the supply chain. How confident that we can ramp up on the battery storage and have these breakthrough technologies really impact this business at the front end of the cycle in the kingdom?
So that's a great question, John. Worley are a very large engineering construction company, and we're currently building most of the battery raw material capability in Europe. And one of the things that we constantly come up against, John, is the fact that the energy that's going into the cathode and the anode that we produce is quite dirty and it's very expensive. It's quite dirty in the carbon intensity, and there's not much point heating the graphite to the temperature of the sun for 2 weeks to make an anode if it's coal-fired power that's being used. It sort of defeats the point of that. And I know Jeff shares my view on that. The thing about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is it has low-cost, vast amounts of low-carbon energy. And my vision for this, for what it's worth, is I believe that the Kingdom can become the greenest, most assured supply chain of what we call battery active materials on the planet. I think that it becomes the natural hub for places like Canada, Africa, Australia, to process the carbon intensity type materials and then supply them to Europe and beyond. I don't think any country on the planet has the ability to produce renewable energy like this country that I'm sitting in today.
Oh, very interesting. Do you want to get into quickly your concerns about the meeting the demand around the world as well? Mr. Katasi talked about it, Jeffrey touched upon it, but I think it's worth getting your thoughts before we bring in the other subject matter. I followed the same research you had read and cited to me in your emails about the IEA projections of 5, 6, 7-fold demand by 2050, depending on the strategic deposits.
Yeah, that's a great, John, last year we produced about 66,000 tons of cathode in 2020. Actually, at the end of 2020, it's about 66,000, 70,000 tons. Our projections show about 2025, we're going to need 400,000 tons of cathode just in Europe, an increase of 6 times. And we're building these plants, and we can tell you that unless we do something differently, it's probably not going to happen on schedule. And that's a big issue when you're building a gigafactory, expecting to have raw material supply to it, and you've just invested $1.5 billion. One of the capacities that the country that I'm sitting in today has is scale. It is very used to vast amounts of oil and gas and the engineering that goes behind that. So what we're looking at is working with the Kingdom to design process flow sheets based on an oil and gas type mentality. There's 2 things about that. One is you can compress vast process flow sheets into a matchbox this is a core skill. And secondly, the process engineering is quite similar in many respects. So what you can do is scale and copy and paste and build capacity very, very quickly. And then, of course, referring to my first answer, you can then plug that into renewable energy, which gives you that, again, the greenest, most assured supply chain of battery active materials on the planet. It helps. This is an energy transition. As a speaker yesterday, Mark talked about, he said, this isn't a start and stop. This is a transition. And Worley needs to be involved in that because 60% of our business is oil and gas in the country here, and we need to move and pivot into this space. So we're very keen to develop new capacities in this region.
Okay, you know, I'm a communications professional by trade, obviously, as a journalist for so long. And if I come from the outside looking in and I say to the industry, this is an incredible conversation we're having today. But if you went outside this arena and said, what's the mining industry doing? And if you looked at the Gen Zers or the millennials and say, you know, go into mining because they're going to have this automation and bring in technology and solve the world's problems, people would say you're nuts. So we have this gap in perception. And how important is it when building the province now that we get ahead of this communications curve? Jeffrey, I think you know it's a sensitive issue no matter where you are, in Chile or the United States or anywhere else. Does the industry need to work on that, in your view, in terms of bringing these building blocks together?
No, absolutely. Mining industry in general tends to keep a low profile, which actually works against us. We should probably blow our own trumpet a little bit more about what we are doing in terms of sustainability and responsible mining. Just as an example, we have about 500 autonomous trucks running around the world. And so does our competition, Caterpillar. So there's about 1,000 out of a total number of 15,000 large-scale mining trucks. So about, 5, 6, 7% of all the mining trucks in the world are running autonomously right now. That's high technology. That's cutting edge. There's nowhere else in the world where 5 or 6 or 7% of the fleet vehicles are running autonomously. So the mining industry is high tech. It is at the cutting edge of technology. It's just that most people don't realize that. So attracting young people into this industry, we have to make it look interesting, make it look cool, make it look sexy, and it is. It's just that we've done a lousy job at communicating that, and also have the current generation actively participate in this transition towards sustainable mining. Because without mining, we're all going to freeze in the dark. So it's an absolute necessity, and it's an absolute necessity that has to be done sustainably.
Okay, very good. I'm glad you share that candor. Let's bring in the Chief Executive Officer of NEOM, which is pledged to be a zero carbon city. So I would imagine in this narrative that I'm talking about here, Mr. Al-Nasser, that you can control the narrative, but actually be part of the solution with these technologies. So the cluster that you're building up, doesn't it provide that kind of leverage for the kingdom to embark on this journey in mining?
I agree with you fully, John and Tom, and that's the advantage we want to take advantage of, really, in NEOM. Speaking on behalf of the kingdom, we're starting with no legacy. However, we're starting with ambitious to bring technology and innovation on the picture, and everything we do here is driven by that fact. When we come to mining, I agree with your remarks earlier on the perception of mining. No matter what we do at this stage, that mining perception is not good yet enough. I mean, people, when they talk about mining, they remember the movies of Hollywood about, stories about what happened down there. It was described as a very, very dark industry of the mid-18s. The world has moved around, has come a long way. So what in NEOM, we have that advantage of starting from no legacy, where we have the advantage of 3 or 4 of our key sectors in NEOM are about research, technology, IAs, renewable energy. And we, among ourselves and our board, say we cannot miss this opportunity to show the world, and not only showcase what NEOM is doing, but showcase the mining industry together with the Jeff of the world and everybody's of the world. How can the mining collectively, NEOM and others, show that mining is not only a safe industry, but it can be leading the renewable or the clean thing. So we're focusing on technology. Tech and digital is our leading sector in NEOM. And I have to say, within over the last 12 months, our tech and digital sector here has surprised us with how tech and digital can have a huge role in transforming the mining industry. I never thought 2 years ago that it will have this much impact. So it's very promising. I think working together on how we can use the tech and digital, the internet of technology and all of that, I am very, very optimistic. In no time, in a few years to come, the perception will change. And that's what we are focusing on in NEOM. We are really challenging ourselves. Before we announce that we are in the mining business, we want to make sure that we can answer the concerns and the questions. If we, God forbidden, we fail to do that, then we have to try again. We will not go to the market without showing the world that the mining industry is ready to be a clean industry.
Good. You're confident, and I mean, if I can ask a follow-up question, Mr. Nasser, that the infrastructure around this, if I look at the infrastructure at Saudi Aramco or the infrastructure around SABIC, it's not a stretch to say this combination of having that tech hub in NEOM and having the mining operations throughout the country can be delivered. I was saying to Jeffrey in the green room before we went on stage here, that if you look at the history of the kingdom or any of the Gulf states, when they declare there's a sector that can be harvested, that they deliver on the promise. Is there any doubts in your mind that this can come to fruition at a short time frame, if you will?
Well, I will start by saying I am an Aramco boy. I am an oil engineer for 35 years in that oil industry, and 35 years showed me the evolution of the oil and gas industry to something that me as a Saudi citizen and oil person, I'm so proud of that evolution. I carry the same confidence, if not extra, with the mining industry. Yes, I am confident because of what I know we're doing every day and what we are going to bring a positive news in years to come, hopefully not too many years, that this industry will announce collectively that this is a clean industry and very critical. So yes, to answer your note or observation, I'm very confident.
Okay, very good. I thought you were an Aramco man. I could tell by the DNA of the conversation we're having here. Now, if I combine the notes that were given to me before, we shared a lot of emails with this panel, so I appreciate the feedback. The common thread was infrastructure for the 21st century, right? So, Mr. KAICC, I'd like to bring you in on that, and I'd like to have the panel think about this because I want each one of you to answer it. What is the 21st century architecture of infrastructure in this province in Saudi Arabia, developing it in the Middle East and North Africa, which you would say is mission critical? Mr. KAICC, why don't you jump in, and then Darren, you pick up right after. Thanks.
Yeah, of course, when we think about the infrastructure for mining, we think about railway, ports, road. And they're all critical. And the government should play a major role in this. But at the same time, when we think of the infrastructure, as I said, water, battery, electricity are all important, renewable electricity. And in this area also, I think the role of government is very important because when you are trying to promote totally different disruptive technologies, and I think this is critical for the future of the mine. We should think that the clever government is better fitted than the private sector to introduce and promote new technologies. And I have met a lot of senior officials, people in the government in the kingdom, and I'm very much convinced that they are the first-class excellent officials. And I think if the Saudi government plays such a proactive role in deploying innovative infrastructure in all sectors, taking the lead through the government-owned entities such as MADEM, for example, I think the kingdom could actually be the global leader of the future mining.
Wow, that's quite a statement in itself. Darren, can I add one other layer to the conversation here? Would you consider the mining code, I know this is a bit of a stretch, but I think it's apropos, the mining code as part of the important infrastructure, say the soft infrastructure that's needed, and how would you rate 21st century infrastructure, the building blocks that are necessary for this province?
John, there's actually another level above that one, which is probably even more important. So may I answer it in two ways. One is the biggest resource we need to invest in is the people that are going to run these places. Witwatersrand, the West Australian School of Mines, Colorado School of Mines are suffering. They have no people interested in the mining engineering and mineral processing courses. So we're struggling to find resources in order to even design and run these mines and mineral processing operations globally. It doesn't matter if you're Australian or Canada or whatever, it doesn't matter. You just physically can't find the people. And part of that is some of the conversation we've had before. I was heavily involved in the COP26 program in my previous role as the British government's mining engineer. And it was quite obvious, I did that for 2 years, focusing on COP26, and it was quite obvious that mining wasn't going to be part of a climate change conversation. And we need to really address that in the next COP27. The second thing was, mining was described as the bad guy in the movie. Right, and we've got to change that, and that underpins everything that we're talking about today from infrastructure, because that will then give us the people and the young people and the future leaders to come and run these facilities and design mines that have all the the IT and the AI and the autonomous systems. But in terms of the mining code, one of the things that mining needs to do is improve, and that needs the thump of investors behind it. You've seen groups like the Principles for Responsible Investment, Adam Matthews and the Church of England in particular, leading the push for a new global tailings standard, for example, and the move to no use of water. Those sort of technologies, these new standards where the standards, the best practice is the minimum standard. That's where the investors want to go, and these investors own the mining companies. So the codes that we're actually doing need to be adjusted for new technologies that maintain a minimum environmental impact on this. That's really crucial. Mining has an opportunity here to change the narrative of the bad guy to the good guy, and I think we've got one shot at the energy transition. If we fail on this time, I think we'll be the bad guy forever.
Yeah, indeed, not just for this sector, but you have to say, going back to the Rio Agreement in the early 1990s, right, 92, what have we accomplished globally? We've now had this wake-up call, and we're chasing the rabbit around the track, if you will. Jeffrey, I want to have you address infrastructure, and then I'm going to have the panel. This is such a great group of people to talk to. The influence of environmental social governance on this process as well, because you need to raise money for projects, correct? But Jeffrey, give us your insights as a heavy equipment manufacturer and a builder of operator for mining facilities around the world. What is 21st century infrastructure, and how does this apply in the roadmap for the kingdom?
I think Kadasi-san and Darren, both highlighted the obvious need for green power and clean water that's not diverting water from traditional farming use, etc., etc. So desalination plants, which goes back to power again, because you need power to make fresh water from salt water. But the other thing is the digital transformation. I think Darren touched on it quite lightly, and we've seen it a lot during these last COVID years. The fact that we can't travel has put a lot of pressure on virtual participation. Here we are right now participating virtually from all over the world. But what we've found is that the whole process of digital transformation, where we're monitoring our machines that are working around the world, real time, 24/7, and the fact that we can't ship our technicians out there to do the diagnosis on the machine when it goes down, has forced us to develop the technology really quickly to be able to do remote diagnosis. And what that's meant is in an area like the Kingdom, who's moving into this industry, although we do have to bring some of those professionals in there to start it going, we can tap into the world's knowledge, the world's database of know-how on these professionals using the latest virtual technology. And that's a huge advantage as well. So power, water, yes. High-speed internet, digital transformation is extremely important, so we can import that know-how and speed the Kingdom up that learning curve much, much faster than traditional mining centers.
Okay, I wanted to bring in the CEO of NEOM again, Mr. Al-Nasser, and I'm glad you listed this as one of the things you wanted to address, because it was on the forefront of my mind. green hydrogen. We, in the energy sector, have followed this development. It was kind of a couple of head fakes, as we'd say in the American vernacular of football. You'd think it's going to happen, and then it didn't happen. And now there's this big push to make it green hydrogen in a very aggressive way. What is NEOM's role there? And then I'm going to bring up ESG with Mr. Katasi and Darren.
Well, what's happening in NEOM when it comes to green hydrogen, we are constructing and building it as we speak. So we are ahead of the game. We don't say much about them because we like to be seen as we are walking the talk rather than branding. The three companies that are making the first joint venture, namely Air Products and AquaPower and NEOM, are working together day and night. We have the teams on the field. We are moving mountains to build the hydrogen plant as we speak. We are very committed to have an opening of it by 2025, and that's only phase one. So there is phase two and there is phase three. We believe in the value of the green hydrogen in the mix of the renewable energy. So that's one for sure. We are also building next to the green hydrogen site an innovation center and the research center. These two centers are there to dig deep into how can this innovation move the green hydrogen for the next decades. We know this is not going to stay as is if we don't study it well, if we don't improve on it. We see the world demand on green hydrogen is going to increase, and the opportunity to maximize the production of green hydrogen is the world call and not only NEOM. So that we are doing. To me, back to the question that was highlighted before my session here is the infrastructure. I strongly believe the number one, if not the top infrastructure part of the equation is talents. I see the mining industry is driven by the 50s and the 60s and maybe before. Those people who were working on mining at the time and now are great people, brave. Many of them have maybe lost their life to get this industry go. But if we were to move to the next era of mining, talents, talents, talents. We have to bring these young people who see mining as a great future to go for and change that perception. If we don't do that, we can build all the infrastructure we can dream of, but we will not be able to attract the best talents. It is time, and I'm afraid my friend, the CEO of Aramco, may not like this. I mean, it's time for the mining to compete with the oil industry. And the oil industry has made a huge move in preparing the next generation. We need to do the same. And as a result, in NEOM, part of the projects we are doing today is we are creating a university and universities, not only one. And part of these universities is technical research and innovation in new industry, specifically mining. And we're not doing it for NEOM only, we're doing it to attract the best students in the world to come and be prepared for the future of research and innovation for the future mining.
Excellent. I love the way you said that as well, because there is this, again, the gap between the millennials and the Gen Z and then what the industry needs today and then the demand for the resources that we're talking about. Mr. Katasi and Darren, I'd love you to finish our session. We only have 4 minutes, so it's 2 minutes to each of you on ESG and the influence, because of it's such a driver. I'm sitting in the city of London, or if you look at Wall Street, as Jeffrey knows, he's based in the United States. European Union's the same way. There's so much pressure from pension funds and the university endowments not to invest in hydrocarbons, not to invest in mining. Is that going to forestall this effort that we're talking about here in this roundtable today to innovate to the level and green up the sector at the pace we're looking for? Is this call to action?
First, the mining will be the most critical factor if we pursue the ESG, especially decarbonization of the world. So we should never forget that. And secondly, the mining in the 19th century, for example, was the driver of the innovation as a whole. In order to mine, they needed to develop machinery technologies, chemical technologies. So in 19th century, all the modern industries came out of the necessity of the mining. And I think now this sort of theme is coming back. First, we need mining for the global, to fight against the global warming. The mining necessitates innovations to become by itself sustainable and also supply sufficient amount of the metals for the whole sustainability of the globe. So we should think that way, that this is a chance that the mining itself will sort of renovate the whole industries, become the leader or driver of the whole innovations, such as water, batteries, for example, AIs. And these innovations will also contribute to the whole global economic growth or innovation.
Great, thank you very much. Darren, you have the last word on this panel. You need capital to make it happen, right? So you want to be able to reach into the capital markets and not be branded as an industry you don't want to touch, right? So this is very important, the ESG principles and the code, and that being articulated by the industry, I would imagine.
This is critical, John, to an effective energy transition. I have the benefit of living in London and working with some of the world's largest pension funds who actually own significant parts of the world's largest mining companies. And their view is that, you know, everyone needs mining. I mean, I think that's shared by everyone in this room today and the panel. Secondly, mining can be a force for good. And they want to be involved in the journey. And unfortunately, following the Brumadinho disaster in 25th of January 2019, a lot of companies and the pension funds were very concerned by that and have formed various groups, such as the Investor Mining and Tailing Safety Initiative and the Principles for Responsible Investment and Climate Action 100+. And they're offering a very supportive role in investing in mining, John. They want to be involved in the process, but they want the mining industry to transform rapidly. So they're part of the conversation with a number of the mining companies and supply chains as we speak, and are happy to invest, but with a code, with standards that are much higher than the mining industry is used to generally. So they're picking and choosing and supporting the right people. But the money is there, John, absolutely. They can see it. They can see that the fact that we need 100% more nickel or 500% more cobalt, graphite and lithium. But it's going to come with a couple of hooks, and that's lifting the standards, because the unintended consequence of this will be vast amounts of environmental damage as we race to zero. They don't want that. They want us to transform and reduce our impact on the environment.
Good. I think that's a great place for us to finish. Just to manage expectations here, I want to thank our panels, and then I'm going to come back in and introduce our next speaker. So let's give a nice round of applause. Jeffrey Dawes joining us from Chile, Mr. Nadmi Al Nasser, the Chief Executive Officer of NEOM, joining us from NEOM. It's good to see you, and thanks for that. And our two participants, Hirofumi Katase, joining us from iPulse, and Darren Quayle from Worley, on the ground in Riyadh, and thanks for playing along. A nice round of applause to them again, please. Thank you. And as I promised you, I wanted to introduce our next speaker to the stage.
All right, welcome to the next session. My name is Andrea Boyd. I am Italian. I work at the European Space Agency, and I formerly worked at BHP. I get asked often, what's the differences between mining and space? I mean, there are a lot of similarities. It's both really, high risk, low fault tolerance, really high emphasis on safety, particularly for humans, and working with a lot of expensive equipment. The biggest difference for me, since I work on the space station now, is that I'm not the one in oranges that has to go out when the breakdown phone rings. I can relay to astronauts what they need to do. So let's talk today about astronaut exploration analogues and future lunar in situ resource utilization. So currently our biggest exploration, there was an amazing moment in time where all of the different space agencies around the world were working on building their own new space station, and the engineers were able to get together and say, well, what if we made some standard international interfaces so that we could assemble them together in space and have one large international space station? And there was an amazing intergovernmental agreement that came into effect and is still functional today. It's completely above politics, regardless of what is happening on Earth. We work together really seamlessly to work with the International Space Station, and we've got humans continuously in space for 22 years this year in November. The space station itself, it's about the size of a soccer field altogether, and the habitable module, which comprises 4 international space research laboratories, is about the internal capacity of an international large passenger plane. There's not just Houston like the movies. We have 5 mission controls for the space station. So we do have Houston, of course, Huntsville also in the US. We have Moscow in Russia, Scuba in Japan, and Oberpfaffenhofen in Germany, which we abbreviate to Munich. The space station itself, internally in these 4 laboratories, we're running hundreds of different science experiments, from basic science to medical research to cutting-edge technology to benefit our lives back on Earth. There are many challenges as well as joys of living in space. One of the biggest ones that we have to do is the countermeasures for microgravity. Our bodies adapt really well when we go up into microgravity, but if we want to be able to come back down to Earth again, we've discovered around 2.5 hours of exercise per day between cardio and resistive exercise to bring all of the effects of microgravity, keep them below the clinical horizon and towards a 1G plateau so the astronauts can safely return. All of the amazing photos and videos that you see from the space station come from the cupola, which we also use for complex remote robotic operations and control for the astronauts. We do live stream from the space station cameras all the time, and we have embedded space-to-ground audio within that. Anytime you hear an Australian accent, it's me. The operations are really, really global, all the way west to east across the Earth, between the engineering, the mission controls, and the operations centres for the space station. We work quite harmoniously together. The crews are extremely multinational as well, and they'll train together for about 2.5 years each, going around Houston, Cologne in Germany, Moscow in Russia, and Scuba in Japan for their mission. And you can see a recent photo of the crew, a combination of Russian, American, Italian, and Emirati astronauts there. When crew are not training for the space station, they can be selected for one of 2 analogues, either underwater or underground, or geological exploration missions. So similar to, before you're allowed on a mining site, particularly for working, of course, you need to certify in, the smelter, the refinery, for underground, whatever section that you're working in. Similarly, for the underground missions, the astronauts have to go through all the safety training, the certifications, and the examinations there. We have an extremely multinational crew when we go on these analogues, even more so than the space station. This one, for example, recently was a combination American, Russian, Japanese, European, and Chinese astronauts. They have to work autonomously in a lot of different environments, exploring underground, do geological surveys, mineral analysis, and get between some quite tight spaces in a few of the caverns as well, which we always joke is good practice for when they're on the space station. One of our storage modules is a bit of a spelunking expedition. We've expanded that since to further exploration, including going to some geologically significant areas that are really similar to the moon itself. And we have them work with professional geologists and metallurgists to be able to do visual analysis and sampling, and then different assay analysis as well within that in preparation for future lunar exploration. That is a photo of one of our crew abseiling down into the caves, and Jessica even brought up her caves shirt to the space station, and you can see where she's going over the Middle East just there. For the underwater missions, we have a permanent underwater base, which is on a deep sea reef base. It's fully pressurized at the same pressure as the water around it. Normally, if you dive to that depth, you can only stay for about 20-25 minutes before you need to resurface again. But because our crew live fully underwater, they are fully saturated, they're able to do exploration, extra vehicle activity, EVA, for up to 6 hours a day, as well as live and work and do research in the underwater laboratory. So we select a group of astronauts each year as well to do the underwater mission, and you can see them on EVA here. We set up a surface operations. You can see myself and my colleagues in the surface ops on the left. It's quite a small, tight-knit team. We all fit quite easily on a boat there. And for the EVA equipment, we do a combination of umbilicals together with backup air tanks. This is the most recent crew with Nemo 23. They were working on different lunar and regolith and resource utilization techniques, as well as practicing new operations and safety and different operations and technology demonstrations that we're going to use in future space and exploration missions. Some of the equipment that we use is quite similar to that on Apollo. You can see for the transport, which works really well underwater. We were also able on the EVAs to do research for future space exploration, as well as partner with some of the local marine specialists as well. And as one of the side projects, we were able to, over the years, regrow whole sections of coral reef. Coming back to my workplace, we do full-time training of astronauts with life-size space station modules and simulators, as well as we have the large neutral buoyancy facility where we can lower the space station modules in and then practice the EVA training as well as future lunar equipment. We also have a very futuristic division, which is looking at really advancing the technology readiness level of things that we're going to need for our lunar base and for lunar exploration. We have a lot of different experts and astronauts within this, as well as we generally have a group of around 50 students doing their master's or their PhD thesis. And that way they can work on things that are of interest to us, or if they propose an interesting enough idea, we'll take that on board and give them free rein to, try out different prototypes and see what works best. So we can really push the boundaries of technology for lunar mineral resources, and then the ones that work best, we'll bring them into our regular program. So for example, we have AI for everything from geological to ophthalmological analysis. We have a visual AI that can look at Apollo moon rocks and distinguish if they're, breccia versus basalt, for example. And then I'm currently also working on an AI for the space station where we are doing additional analysis of the astronauts' eyes because they have what's called space adaptation neurological syndrome. Because of fluid shifts, you have intracranial pressure, which affects the eyesight of the astronauts when they're in space, particularly in the males. So we have a lot of different ophthalmological analysis, and we have now an AI doing analysis as well as the ophthalmologist, and we're doing a comparison of that to be able to optimize the algorithms behind it. We have a lot of human-machine interface with our augmented reality programs. We've got virtual reality programs for training for different EVAs, and haptic and tactile force feedback programs as well within our robotics division. We started off with a very simple force feedback handshake with an astronaut on space and on Earth, and we've also augmented all the way up until doing an exoskeleton which can then control an end effector of a robot which is doing planetary surface explorations and is able to manipulate objects down to the millimeter through that interface. For the augmented reality, it's really useful to be able to be hands-free on the space station when you're doing operations that require a lot of detail, and then be able to see, the procedure, the next step, details about what you're working on without having to go back and check the procedure, and you're able to stay hands busy. Also for identifying what is in certain storage bags, for example. All of our storage bags are kind of identical looking white and blue bags. So being able to identify what is where is quite useful with that overlay. And we've also integrated into our medical program. So astronauts will come from different technical or military pilot backgrounds, and then they learn in basic training all the other types of engineering and science together with medicine at quite a high level, and dentistry and many other skills that astronauts will need to have. So we've also integrated AR into our medical training program for crew. For the virtual reality, we've been using this for many years to train for spacewalks. So crew will first train in the virtual reality simulator to practice, and then they'll train in the large pool, of course, the NBL, and then they'll do the spacewalk in real life. And then we've also expanded that, so we're also doing now lunar EVA and lunar exploration training within the virtual reality environment. And then to bring that back to the analogues that we need for lunar exploration, we have built and are finalising construction on a new lunar analogue facility in Germany, and it's a 700-metre squared facility which has geologically accurate lunar regolith simulants. So this is exactly like the surface of the moon. We are only one of 2 places on Earth that has a certified lunar regolith simulant. We had geologists and metallurgists work together to find a source of rock that we were able to then process into a really accurate lunar surface in quite large quantities. This is also fully pressurized. It has a crane attached at the top, which we can attach to different equipment, as well as the EVA suits to do the gravity offset. It's only 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. And it's also got a pressurized habitation and research module attached to it. Now, this research module, much like when you're doing standalone operations in the remote desert for mineral exploration, it needs to be self-sufficient, and it needs to run purely on solar panel power, because that's what we're going to have on the moon. In particular, also for lunar operations, our battery system needs to be quite independent and efficient, because we have periods of up to 2 weeks of sunlight, but also up to 2 weeks of full darkness, where we need to be self-sufficient and run on stored energy. So we've set this up also for our simulation with Luna as a completely autonomous energy facility that's off the grid. Inside, the whole facility is about 1,000 metres squared. As mentioned, most of it, 700 metres squared, is the surface, but the rest of it we have control rooms, and then so that we don't disturb operations, we also do have a public viewing area as well. We really want to, when we go back to the moon, have a much more sustainable presence to be able to use the things around us. We need to be able to practice with the gravity offset. We need to, figure out what we can do and how to utilize the lunar dust, as well as how to mitigate the problems that come with that. So beyond the International Space Station, we're looking at the Gateway, which is a cislunar orbit joint space station, and then we are going back to the moon to stay. The next mission is scheduled for 2024 with the Artemis program, and we're really looking forward to that exploration. There is nothing like it on Earth. We have a really amazing facility. As mentioned, we do have the gravity offset, and this is then going to be added to our suite of analog activities, where the astronauts can be training for the space station, for the cislunar gateway, for the underground, for the underwater missions, for the exploration surface missions, and now in a fully integrated environment to be able to train also for our lunar missions, with a really high emphasis on regolith utilization, as well as gravity and microgravity countermeasures. When you do look at the moon, you look at the typical photos that you see coming from one of the rovers, for example, here, you can see it doesn't look like a lot at a first glance. You can see the tracks from the rover, you can see, basic rocks, a lot of moon dust, a few shadows, not too much else if you just take it at first glance. But when we look at it, when we're thinking of resource utilization, and particularly in situ resource utilization, which is important for the human presence to go back on the moon, I see, all right, I've got sunlight, I've got shadows, that means I've got solar power. I've got regolith, which we were also in some of our projects able to use successfully for energy storage as an alternative to batteries and as a complement to regular batteries. When we're at the poles, I can see also that we've got ice, an icy regolith, and from that we can get water. I see building materials from the regolith once we've processed it to do radiation protection for our habitats. I see the main component of regolith is actually oxygen. For us, that's both life support as well as fuel and propellant, and that saves us a lot when we're going to the moon. You know, we don't have the luxury of running to the hardware store, or even if you're in a very remote mining or oil and gas site on Earth, you can still fly things in. We do not have that luxury on the moon. We have to work with what we've got in sight. So fortunately for us, the main component of regolith is actually oxygen, approximately 40%, as well as various other metallic and volatiles and useful resources. And then when we go further to the poles, additionally, it's icy regolith. And from that, we're additionally able to extract water and some other volatiles and oxygen. And this is really, really important for us. So we've successfully done that in many prototypes. And the problem with doing that sort of extraction is we don't have gravity, as mentioned. We've only got 1/6 of gravity, and a lot of the typical techniques that we use in the mining industry, they're really reliant on water. It's no good for us because it evaporates. And we don't have gravity, which is also an essential part of a lot of techniques. So we really had to bring it back to basics and say, right, how can we do this and what can we work with? We did develop an ionic liquid, which we're able to do molten regolith electrolysis for extracting the oxygen, and that after that, we end up with a metallic alloy made of the other components you saw in the graph, which is actually, you can really clearly see that here. The pre and the post-processing, and you can see how metallic it looks after we've extracted all of the water and the oxygen from the regolith. And that's super useful because we've been able to use that as a feedstock for 3D printing. And the 3D printer, again, a lot of the 3D printers on Earth rely on a certain size particle feedstock as well as gravity to function. So we had to develop a new type of printer that's able to function in any rotation with or without gravity, as well as use a more recycled feedstock as well. It doesn't have to be pure. And we've experimented with the ratios because we really want to try and maximize the regolith ratio. And we're currently successfully printing at about 80% regolith. From that, we've also added it to things like PLA, and we have an experiment at the moment some of our students are working on with a photobioreactor, which is quite nice because it utilizes carbon dioxide from the astronauts, produces oxygen as a nice byproduct, and is able to integrate with that as well. So we have a lot of different prototypes, and regolith is really at the center of that because it's easy to get, you don't have any impacts, you can just scrape it off the surface, you've got an abundant supply, and this is the resource that we really want to capitalize on when we go back to the moon. We're able to use that for building materials, and we have a few different basic techniques. Microwave was actually one of our most successful techniques in doing like really high-powered, high-energy, strong heat microwaving for creating building materials, which we're able to use to coat the habitat as radiation protection. And then thermal sintering and laser is quite good as well. Focused sunlight hasn't been as great so far, but we're working on different techniques and seeing how we can optimize that as well. The microwave protection, as mentioned, it's from the regolith, we've been able to construct things all the way from very large structures, as you can see on the left, all the way down to, that's a 5-cent euro coin. And through laser sintering, we're also able to construct from the regolith very small things as well, down to threaded screws, nuts, bolts, and further components that we're able to use and produce on demand for our future lunar base. We don't operate in a silo. There is actually a big international group, so the International Space Exploration Coordination Group. We meet quite regularly and we talk to each other about, what we're all working on in future space exploration programs. So we don't necessarily duplicate effort, and we're looking at a really global exploration to benefit humans. So we have a lot of really amazing projects, the low Earth orbit, the lunar ones, of course, Martian robotic ones. For human, it's really focused on the moon and lunar mineral resources. And going back to the astronauts, they have a lot of skills, as mentioned, including being taught photography and videography skills to be able to take amazing photos, like this one recently by my colleague Thomas Pesquet, who took a photo of the city that we're in currently, 400 kilometres up, going by at 28,000 kilometres per hour. He was able to capture this wonderful image of Riyadh at night, and I would like to leave you with that as we enjoy the rest of the summit.
I think we could do better than that. Let's give Andrea one more round of applause. I think it's fair to say that that was, wow, pretty far out and out of this world, really, as a speech. Look forward to seeing how some of the practices that she was talking about there, some of that innovation gets used down here on the ground on planet Earth, and of course, underground in the future of mining. Please do have a think about that. We're going to continue our discussions about the future of mining and about the decarbonization of the mining industry right now with an interview that will be conducted by Peter, who's going to join us back up here on stage, interviewing Vale's Executive Vice President for iron ore. So please welcome Peter back up on stage. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Marcelo, hi. Welcome to the Kingdom virtually. Sorry you can't be with us.
Peter, that's an amazing opportunity to be here. And I'm the least of your friends that got the Omicron.
Yes.
But I didn't have any symptom. Just cancel my trip. But yeah. I'm trying to be here closer as I can to talk to you.
Exactly. Well, the most important thing is that you're safe and healthy. So that's good to see. So, Marcelo, I mean, the theme is green steel and decarbonisation. But I think before we jump into the steel industry, I think it's important to, again, the context, it's all very well to decarbonise steel, but it's important to decarbonise the mining industry first. So I'm interested in your perspective on the imperative to decarbonise the mining industry entirely, and then also maybe talk to us a little bit about what you're doing at Vale to make that happen.
Yeah, very well. That's the first action. So we have a lot of initiatives to work on the Scope 1 and Scope 3. Talk about Vale. We are committed to reduce the emissions by 2030 in 1/3. In Scope 1, definitely we need to work to reduce our exposure to diesel consumption. So bringing the batteries to our operations, bringing the electricity to our operations, we can say that we are addressing part of our Scope 1 challenges. We have a Mach curve that we can address the priority of our actions. We have an investment from $4 to $6 billion already announced. We have different maturity to these initiatives. Another point for Scope 1 is related to our facilities of pelletizing. So we're bringing also the biofuel as part of the initiative. So all of this together, we are ready to reduce our Scope 1. And also Scope 2, we have a commitment to have in Brazil the green energy, full green energy in 2025, and by 2030 globally. That's our goal. So all this together, we can learn and also bring other initiatives to our Scope 3 initiatives.
That's very aggressive, Marcelo, and it's good to see that you have a solid roadmap. And you'll be interested that, that even though you haven't been here, that at the summit and the forum here the last 2 days, a lot of discussion about not only decarbonising the industry, but being a catalyst to decarbonise, the electrical grid and key industries like cement, steel, and so on. So I think that pivots nicely into this concept of green steel. And I know you guys are doing some really interesting things to help decarbonise the steel industry, which represents something around, depending on where you read, 6 to 8% of global emissions. And we know this is not an easy industry to decarbonise. So can you talk to us a little bit about what that looks like and what you're doing within the steel industry specifically?
Yeah, Peter, that's I think the first time in the world that we need to work together. The supply chain is, we have only the challenge is only one. So we never saw in this world the steel making and the mining industry working together. So our scope 3 is 94% of our emissions. So if you want to help the world, we need to work together with our clients.
Yeah.
You're right that there's a huge challenge. We have some numbers coming from $1 to $2 trillion to solve the problem in the steel industry. But we also have goals for scope 3. By 2035, we have a goal to reduce 15% of scope 3 emissions. What kind of solutions can we bring to this challenge? So we are splitting this goal of these actions in 2 parts. To reach this 15%, 25% will come from our own initiatives, on products, and the remaining 75 will come bringing solutions together to the steel industry. In our own initiatives, we have a set of products that we can bring from the mining industry to reduce the consumption. Just an example, just to figure out, there's a common sense that the decarbonization path will come from a reduction in the blast furnace and go into direct reduction, and in the first time bringing the natural gas for that, and later to the hydrogen as part of the energy for the direct reduction route. So a common sense that we will need high quality ores for any kind of road to reduce the emissions in the steel industry. So the first action coming from Vale is to improve the production of high quality ores. We have the best iron ore in the world, is Carajás, and we are improving our capacity from 200 to 110, going to 240 million tons, and have projects to go to 260 million tons. So improve the Carajás finds, and the high quality ores is one part of our missions. Yeah. The other part, we have a lot of other initiatives like the green briquette. Green briquette is a kind of pellet that is used in the dry in the direct reduction routes, and also the blast furnaces. So we are bringing a new product that is a half of the capex intensity and also the half of the OPEX, and we can use in the first decade to optimize the use of a blast furnace. We can reduce more than 10% the emissions, adding more agglomerated products or the direct charge coming from pellets, in this case the green briquette. I'm not talking about projects, Peter. I'm talking about products that are coming online. So we already have with the briquettes streamline, we have 3 plants under construction, and we have plans to have more 5 plants. And also in this region, we have a pellet plant, pelletizing plant in Oman, and we have a plan now to have a briquette plant. And the beauty of this technology that we can bring and co-locate this agglomeration process close to our clients. So we have this green briquette. We also have the dry concentration that we can use as a cleaner to upgrade the pellet feed. Pellet feed, that's the goal of the steel industry. So we need pellet feed and the high quality pellet feed to feed this direct reduction route. So that's the role of Vale. We're not only working with our clients and designing solutions, signing MOUs, that's what we see coming also with our competitors, but we are in front coming with products that can solve the problem in the first decade and support this transition with the coming of the increase of the production with direct reduction.
Yeah, no, that's very comprehensive, Marcelo. And I think noting you said, the collaboration of mining industry and steel industry, is a first. And I remember the CEO of Equinor, the Norwegian oil company, when he was speaking at the Energy Forward conference in Florence in 2020, he said that the enormity of the energy transition challenges beyond any one company and any one industry. And he kind of lamented about collaboration being, we're not that good at it, and I thought they actually are good at it. So I'm interested, I make that statement only to ask you, how were you received by the steel companies? Were they open? How's the collaboration going? How it was received? Because I'm sure there's some bumps in there somewhere. So.
Our industry we have cycles of growth and cycles of relationship also, right?
Yeah.
It's been really good. So we just announced at the end of last year that we engaged with 40% of our Scope 3, that are our clients. In all of them, we have all these initiatives, to just give it as an example, in a pipeline of projects, and also working together to find what is the best pattern, what is the best solution that fits to every plant that we have. So that's what we have. We see that we are engaging, and there's no solution without this. There's no solution without this. I'm talking about not only commitment in terms of capital, that we need to bring more people to this conversation, not only the clients, but also the governments, also the banks. But we are talking about technology, and in this case, we need to be really open to find and fine-tune what is the best supply or the best solution for all of this challenge.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. I think, collaboration has been mentioned often over the last 2 days, and I call it kind of hyper collaboration, because I think the needs of the industry and the Scope 3 area is that urgent. So we need to really move quickly. One last comment, and then I'd like to kind of move to the S and ESG, if we like. But I kind of like the way, and I think you described it, but I like the way you characterize it in these 3 phases, which I think is worthwhile mentioning, is phase 1 being the pathway definition, phase 2 decarbonization run, and then phase 3 mainstream adoption. And I know you described the technologies before in each of those phases, but I'm just interested because it's a nice way to simplify and easy to understand. How did you come up with that? Was that in collaboration with the steel industry, or so? I'm just interested in how that came about.
Yeah, we see this, as a pathway, just a kind of roadmap, and collaboration is part of that. And definitely, this first phase, we need to optimize what we have. It's impossible to solve the problem in 1 year or even 5 years. So we need to optimize what we have, the assets that we have. 76% of the steel production in the world is coming from blast furnaces. So we need to phase out this and improve in the future what we call the decarbonization run. Is when all of these technologies, we have this common sense of blast furnace, direct reduction with gas, and after that with hydrogen. But we don't have hydrogen today as something that is feasible. But we strongly believe that we are going to come and bring this technology and also the source of energy that will supply this hydrogen facilities will be ready in 30 years, in 20 to 30 years. So we need to focus on the optimization and also bring this stretch of the technologies that are coming together with the client. So there's no silver bullet to solve the problem.
Yeah.
There will be a portfolio of solutions. In one asset or in one region, like the Middle East, there is a source of power, a source of energy that is naturally competitive in this first phase of the world. So we have the natural gas in the Middle East. So in this region, we're going to improve probably the first decade. They will supply in the second decade. They will supply the world to the first transition. So in every place, we need to understand what is the solution. There will be a lot of solutions, but all the trend that we see is this. But in the specifics, when we bring a solution to one plant or to other region, we need to have the whole picture to understand what will be the investment that we need to do, what will be the solution, the technology that we're going to use in that phase. But in the end of the game, that's the pathway we believe.
Yeah, and I think it's important there, this whole notion of there's no silver bullet. You have to take a portfolio approach and work on all fronts to see what comes out. So one of the things, Marcelo, that's been really talked about, not only yesterday and today, but at the Ministers' Roundtable is, we talk a lot about the environment, but I was very pleased that, a lot of talk about the S. And in fact, Mark Bristow, who's the CEO of Barrick Gold, yesterday in his address said, we need to make it a big S. So I think often the S is very tiny, but I think it's rising in significance. And I know Vale is doing some very bold initiatives to make that S big. So it'd be great if you could share with the group here some of those initiatives that you're doing.
You're totally right. We've been discussing inside Valley. We made a great, evolution, bringing the environment to the table, to our discussions 2 years ago, announcing the Scope 1, Scope 3, Scope 2 goals. At the end of last year, we are really bothered about that we need to bring more bold solutions and bold announcements about the S. The social is very important to sustainability for our operations in terms of communities, but also to understand the role of the mining industry. It's important to understand that the mining industry will bring not only the solution for the green world, but also wealth for the people. So we just announced that our ambitions for the social, we have a goal to lift 500,000 people from extreme poverty. That will be a challenge that we need to bring clients, we need to bring governments to solve it, but that's a goal that is already in place. We're going to solve this specific problem. We also have an agenda to improve the quality of the indigenous people. We have indigenous people in Brazil, we have in Canada, and there's a roadmap to improve the quality, bringing the United Nations initiatives to these people, and that's another front. And what we call a resilient community. So we also have the necessity to stabilize and to bring wealth in a sustainable way, bringing the concept of shared value, not only bring the social responsibility to the solution, but how can we use our engine of generating wealth to use the same engine to generate wealth to the community. This is not how can I say something that is without action. We need to understand the right indicator, the right KPI, the social KPI, and address that. So this is part of our what we call this capitalism responsible, but we need to be really assertive to solve these kind of problems.
Yeah, no, Marcelo, I think
that's approach that we believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fantastic. You've got measurable goals. I think the key phrase you said in there for me, which resonated strongly because of my non-profit, the Development Partner Institute, is shared value. And I think one of the key principles of the Development Partner Framework that was co-created with Indigenous people is the notion of shared purpose, shared value that you create together. Because otherwise, you know, you can be misaligned in ways. So, Marcelo, in the last 2 minutes, actually, asking for two things. One is, you know, and obviously this is a big renewable energy hydrogen hub, is in the context of Saudi Arabia, the kingdom, and the surrounding region, what's Vale's role here, and what's the last takeaway you would like to give to the audience?
Well, I'm really excited about the possibilities that we have in the region in Saudi Arabia. I was really, I'm sad not to be with you because I'm really be more engaged to the region. We have a lot of friends, a lot of clients, but what we think that in this roadmap, the pathway that I mentioned, that we need to improve the direct reduction. In the beginning, we need the natural gas, and after that, the rolling to the hydrogen as a source of energy. Middle East is in the center of this solution. So Valleys can join ventures in the region, bringing the solutions of high-quality ores, the briquette and the pellets, to feed these kind of solutions. And we see a possibility to have hubs for this HBI products or these high quality ores using a better source of energy to supply the world, supply China, supply Europe in this first phase and second phase of transition. And later, we'll see the region producing hydrogen using source of energy like solar or wind, and can keep supplying this high quality steel or high quality product that will supply the direct reduction, even the other routes that we have in all of the world. So we are really excited that we can have great solutions, and we're going to work together with our clients to design this new world that is really in our front. I'm not talking about 10 years, I'm talking about 2 years.
Yeah. Marcelo, thank you very much. I'm on Reading, but I'd like to give you one opportunity, one last thing, one last thought you'd like everyone to take away. So, in 20 seconds.
Happy to be here. Let's work together. As you mentioned, Peter, the name of the world is work together. So that's the name of the game. Yeah. We need to be committed to this new challenge, and Vale is the supplier of choice of this new green world.
Marcelo, thank you. Work together. I think that's a great notion on which to end. So please join me in thanking Marcelo for joining us here virtually. Marcelo, thanks very much. See you soon. Cheers. Thank you, everyone. Back to Ryan.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Marcelo. We're now going to take a look at what a circular economy could and should look like in 10 years' time, and what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the region can do to enable the circular economy to take shape by 2032. So for that, let me welcome back John Defterios, joining us from London, and his panel right here on stage.
Joining us virtually from India for this discussion on the circular economy. It's a subject I followed very closely because of the efforts, very aggressive efforts by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia within the G20 context to make sure that this was on the agenda, understood, and most importantly, adopted. But what does it mean over the next 10 years is the real question here. And in the earlier part of this week, I was on a virtual discussion with Professor Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum, and he talked about the pace of exponential growth and how much change will accelerate over the next 10 years. So our normal assumptions of change over the last 10 years, which was radical change, is nothing compared to what's going to be hitting us by 2032. So we have this snapshot of what it means for the global economy and also the global circular carbon economy as well. Let me introduce our panelists. As I noted, most of them are on stage. Dr. Fahad Al-Sharihi, he's with SABEC. Engineer Khalid Abdul Alif with the Office of the Minister of Energy, His Royal Highness Abdulaziz bin Salman. Engineer Ali Al-Ghamdi is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Center for Environmental Compliance. Dr. John Bradford, Vice President of Global Initiatives for the Colorado School of Mines, the renowned educational center for this industry, of course. Dr. Martin Keller, Director and President of National Renewable Energy Laboratory and Alliance for Sustainable Energy. Engineer Ziad Al-Shiha is the Chief Executive Officer of Saudi Investment Recycling. And joining us from India, you see in the box there, Sundara Raman, the Vice President of Raw Materials from Tata Steel. DR, thanks for joining us virtually. Appreciate having you on the session here. Let's start with SABEC and Dr. Al-Sharihi, which I think is really interesting if we pick up on this context of the G20 initiatives, and I think we'll do the same with Engineer Al-Alif. What did we understand of that work over the last year itself and delivering against the promise of proof-pointing the circular economy when it comes to this industry in particular? Please.
Thank you very much. I think our industry, and here mineral is not an exception, facing 5 key challenges. One, which is related to the government as well as the regional compliance requirements. Second, our customer expectation and demand for low carbon footprint products. Third, which is the investors as well as the financial institution also, they are demanding the same. One important element is the transparency and reporting required by the key stakeholders, and also the disruptive innovation. So this is a key challenges facing the industry. What we are seeing and what we are considering in SABEC, circular carbon economy, which Saudi Arabia successfully during the G20 year before last year, get the approval from the G20 as a platform, as a framework to address the climate change. And we see it really the real enabler to achieve our carbon neutrality strategy, because it takes into consideration different options, around the 4 Rs, which is the reuse, reduce, recycle, remove. So this will be very helpful where you are operating as a global company like SABEC, different geographical location, where there are some advantage in some area, affordability in different areas. So the circular carbon economy, we found it as a key enabler for us in our industry to help us to achieve our ambition when it comes to the carbon neutrality.
Okay, thanks very much, and I appreciate you being so direct. Let's bring in Engineer Alif. How does this apply to mining? I know the work that's been done, for example, by His Excellency Amin Nasser at Aramco in collaboration with the Minister of Energy, of course. How do you find it applying to the mining sector, and can you have the same proof points as in oil and gas?
Thank you, John. John, as a matter of fact, just building on what Fahad has said, we realized when we came here in the G20 in Riyadh that we really need to have an inclusive solution that would address the issue of climate, whether you are utilizing renewable energy or utilizing hydrocarbons or fossil fuels. And from that point of view, we really wanted to see, looking at the realities also, that science clearly says that negative emission is going to be important as we move in the future. We know that there are different circumstances between different regions with very high endowments of hydrocarbons that are utilizing and others who doesn't. Utilizing also knowing that all these realities are there. Circular carbon economy came as a solution, hopefully for that. And why it was a solution, John? Because it is basically, traditional methods will not work for the future. We have great challenges that we need to address as we move in addressing climate goals that we have agreed to in Paris Agreement. Now, with that, if we look at circular economy, it deals with materials and makes sure that materials are not done upstream and that we are recycling them at the same time. But, that would not work anymore with the new world that we have and with the challenges and ambitions that we have in climate. We really need to look beyond that into not only material, but also emission. So if you look at, any, and we know that the mineral industry is highly intensive industry with regards to energy, and recognizing that resource efficiency becomes very important in the pre-combustion and on the upstream, where you are reducing the materials that you want to use. However, when you use it, you really need to also address that emission that comes in and make sure that it does not go to the atmosphere. So circular economy is on the material, on the pre-combustion, and circular economy will address the emission side when it goes beyond combustion, where you need to capture it and you do something with it. You utilize it, you reuse it, you recycle it, or you remove it if you are not able to do any of the other valuable practices. So from that point of view, I think they complement each other, and basically they're just a new innovation that are much more inclusive.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to circle back on some of the topics you raised here, because there's superb on efficiency, and then also the investment needed to make the carbon circular economy work, which I think is excellent. Engineer Al-Gamadi, do you want to pick up from the National Center for Environmental Compliance the investment required here to have the compliance that you're looking for as an organization? Because it's not just the mining part of this equation, but it's also making it as environmentally friendly as possible. Do you want to address that?
Yes, good afternoon, June, to all of you. Definitely, this is very important, and we think that mining is not different than another activity that have an environmental impact and to the society. It's very important, really, to use the circular economy as a vehicle for compliance. We believe in National Center of Environmental Compliance that this vehicle will help us to get us complying to the requirement of the standards and the regulation and the law, but definitely it will add an extra mileage to us to solve a lot of challenges that today the mining stereotyped that they are not environmental friendly. Definitely it will help us to make sure that we manage wastewater and water security in Saudi Arabia. It will help us to manage waste management and recycling of this. And in Saudi Arabia, we have a lot of good cases and stories. Maybe Mr. Sheikh, Engineer Sheikh, would give us certain example where we utilize really the waste of construction back to be recycled, go to the construction again. And I'm sure there is a lot of story within the mining that will help us from circular economy as a vehicle to comply.
Thank you very much. Let's bring in Dr. Bradford. And one of the issues I know you wanted to address, and it's a thread that's gone all the way through the last 2 days of the discussions, even if I'm doing them virtually, is the need for talent. Talent leads to innovation. Innovation leads to contributions here to the carbon circular economy. You said the next generation of engineers and innovators, right, Doctor?
Yeah, correct. So if we think about what's happening with the energy transition, we have two enormous infrastructure builds that need to happen. One is for carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, so we can better manage our emissions. The other is for renewables and other non-traditional energy sources. A third is with the mining industry and the infrastructure that's needed to support all of that. The reality is that from a materials perspective, the circular economy is aspirational because we simply don't have the materials in the system now to support all that infrastructure growth. If we think about the other side of this, which is that we need to grow the workforce and the talent to support the mining sector to build the infrastructure, we recognize that there's an opportunity to train this generation of talent and leaders in a different way than we have in the past. So if you look at the circular economy, there's many different interdisciplinary interfaces there, which includes economics and different technical disciplines. In a traditional academic setting, we're trained to think in a very much siloed way. And over time, with work experience, we can learn to think in this more interdisciplinary way. We're trying to accelerate that process by transforming the way that we educate students and making sure that they have depth of understanding in multiple areas and can bring that to bear on solving problems at a much earlier stage in their career. And with things changing so rapidly in the timeline that goals have been set for, that's going to be really required to accelerate our process for innovation.
Excellent. Dr. Keller, Martin Keller, are we being realistic with the time frames? I think that was a great point that Dr. Bradford just made there, because the aspirations are there. The kingdom is a perfect example of that because there's stretch targets from His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, which is actually a good thing because you have to stretch to hit targets. But are we being realistic globally and in the region about the carbon circular economy to make it happen, become a reality?
Yeah, I think I would say when we put our minds into this, I think it's realistic. We can do this. I think we have a lot of the technology right now. We still have some gaps, which we have to figure out. I mean, we all talk about hydrogen. I mean, hydrogen is in everybody's mind, so we have to figure out how we're dealing with this. But, you know, I want to come back to the concept also of the circular economy, because when you look into this, what we also need is to put a research element into the circular economy argument. And I want to explain this perhaps in a little bit. When you look into this, for example, batteries. So we in the research community over the years worked really hard to increase, energy density, make it as lightweight as possible. And then we realized, oh, by the way, yeah, we have to recycle this down the road if everybody drives electric cars. So the circular economy, a lot of times the concept of recycling is an afterthought. So, and this is now what I think we have to change. For the energy materials of the future, we have to build in the reuse of the materials in the design of the concept of the materials. And every time where we don't have this, it leads to issues. For example, plastics is an amazing material, but why do we have so much plastic floating around in the oceans? Because we really don't have a really good process of recycling this. That's why no aluminum cans floating around, because we know very well how to recycle them. So the circular economy argument will only work if we put the research earlier into the design of the energy materials to really develop energy technologies which we know we can reuse the materials.
Great. And let's bring in engineer Ashiha to that point. Are we learning at the fast pace here within Saudi Arabia on the recycling front? And when it comes to the mining industry, which is in its nascent stages in the kingdom, can we put these practices into place now before the exploration is really at a full tilt here, in your view?
Well, let me start by saying, if I can summarize what we are about to see and what we're seeing today into two things. First, the world is challenged of utilizing materials at an unprecedented rate. And if we go back to the basic of science today, this is the periodic table, like you can see here. It has 114 elements. The news says that 60 elements of those 114 basic elements that exist on Earth are non-renewable. And by non-renewable, I say that they degrade if you use them. Your battery on your cell phone, your battery on the car. Take, for example, the basic element lithium. It degrades into lithium oxide, which means that we will be challenged with finding the right resources. Today, I don't think there is enough lithium to power all the vehicles on Earth. It will take 1 to 2 years for it to deplete completely. So this is the challenge. But again, with challenge comes an opportunity. Here is a report from BBC also saying 1 ton of gold ore produces 1 gram of gold. However, 1 ton of cell phone without the batteries produces 300 grams of gold. That takes me to the basic fundamental thing that recycling is not only a luxury, is not only a wish list. It has to be intrinsically integrated in our economy, society, the whole supply chain. From the time we should not use material if we don't have to. If we decide to use them, we should reduce the consumption. If we have to use them with reduction of consumption, we have to reuse them and then recycle them mechanically and then recycle them chemically so that we preserve the materials that we are blessed with so far. And that is did not escape the vision of His Royal Highness Crown Prince when he said, he gave us a very, very ambitious target that the kingdom is working on today. 94% of the landfills will be diverted by 2035. As today in the kingdom, only 5% get diverted from the landfills. Only 5%. 95% goes to the landfill. With the vision of His Royal Highness and the kingdom said by 2035, 95% or 94% will be diverted from the landfills, meaning to say that we are utilizing and recycling all of those materials and putting them back into the circular economy. And that's the essence of circular economy, if I may summarize it.
Okay, very good. Let me just follow up with you quickly then. Do you feel comfortable with those targets that His Royal Highness put forward on the table, that they can be hit from where you're sitting today, Engineer Al-Shiha?
Absolutely, and that's why it's realistic, because it's not taken like 1 year, it's taking like over 14 or 15 years, and it has to be backed by an infrastructure programs. This is including the recycling facilities, waste to energy, producing hydrogen like was mentioned previously, and absolutely it will basically take care of all the landfills in the kingdom over the next 14 years. We believe that this is a very reasonable target to reach. Other countries, I have to say, took 30, 40 years to reach where they are today, but they started earlier when the technology was not there. Today, we don't have to start from where others started. We can start from where others have ended, given the technology and given the huge advancement in technology and the thing that has been discussed here, the development in R&D, the education, and so on. Because we have recorded very, very good success on those elements of development, R&D, and infrastructure and technology that are available today that were not probably available 30, 40 years ago.
Yes, this is the concept, and the thread I was bringing up in the other panels is that we could leapfrog in the kingdom to advance the pace of change. Let's get a sense from India and Tata Steel, one of the largest steel manufacturers in the world, a carbon-intense business. It was the backbone of the Industrial Revolution. Mr. Rahman, what are we learning today about the carbon circular economy when it comes to your operations? I know you've been experimenting, you've been implementing. What can you tell this audience?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to all the audience and my co-panelists. So yeah, as you rightly mentioned, we are in mining business for more than 115 years. In fact, Tata Steel is the first integrated private steel player in Asia. So in last 115 years, we have made a lot of changes in our way of working. It's not only, when I talk about circular economy, I would just like to call on 3 things. One is, how can we take out the waste? The waste should be out. The waste should not be the major part of whatever we put. Second, there is a difference between what is consumed and what is durable. Earlier, always our focus was on durable, but durable means the best example is plastic. One of our co-panelists mentioned that today we don't have any technology to make it zero. So, but we have technology to make others which are not durable, but which are biologically they are friendly to the environment. Third is, even if we use energy, how can that energy also a renewable energy? So I would just give an example of a coal mine. We have been operating the coal mines for 100 years. When I produce from the Mother Earth, the rock wool which we call, it produces the clean coal. The clean coal is the one which is used by the steel plant. But at the same time, if I produce 45% of the metallurgical clean coal, I also produce 55% of the byproducts. How do I use these byproducts? There the challenge comes. So if I just put in the byproducts as the rejects, so when we saw that the rejects are there, which are almost 55 to 56% ash, we have put up a power plant, fluid edge but power plant, which can take this rejects and it can generate power. Similarly, the other products we call tailings and middlings. And these tailings and middlings can be used by the brick kiln manufacturers. Also, it can go to the powerhouse. That means the 100 tons which I am processing, all 100 tons I am using it. At the same time, the ash that is generated, those ash we are making bricks. So that those bricks are used by the community, by the township, because we have got huge townships across all our mining locations, which are run by us. So we use that. So this is one part. Second is, as I have seen some of the panelists have mentioned, it is not only how I make the products, how my community I am taking along with me, how I am educating my community is also the last thing which depends on the circular economy. Because the way we see that the community should not feel that we are making money, at the same time they are left out. So the day one we started educating the community that the circular economy is not only beneficial to the company, it is also beneficial to them. And the skill upgradation of the people and also the way we take them part of our economy, it gives a larger perspective. Because as you know, all these minerals are available in areas where the indigenous people are there. And there, even they feel that cutting the trees can also be one of the livelihoods for them. So how can we bring them to our way of living, and how can we educate them and bring them part of our mainstream? So this also helps a lot of things, because we see it's not only the mining industry that creates a lot of pollution. Maybe the ancillary industries also create a lot of pollution. How can we reduce that? So the Tata Steel today, if I say we have got 3 major plants in India, we have around 2.2 tons of carbon emission per ton of crude steel. We have taken a target of less than 2 tons by 2025 and around 1.88 tons by 2030. So that's the target we have taken as per steel plant. At the same time, the plant also includes all the raw materials, because all our raw materials, whether it's coal, iron ore, manganese, chrome, everything is part of that. That's why we are an integrated steel plant. So that is my experience being 30 years as a mining engineer in this industry. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for all the clarity. In this next round of questioning, I'd like to move, because this is a very important panel, to come out with concrete solutions or roadmaps as a working session and even a call to action. So I was just going to have you take that discipline of that spirit of my question here to Dr. Al-Shurahi of SABIC. I had a chance to meet your CEO and your team many times over the last 2 or 3 years, and this is embedded into the SABIC culture. But what is the next call to action, do you think, for SABIC and its collaboration with Aramco and making this a reality in the mining sector, would you suggest, Dr. Al-Shurahi?
Thank you very much. I think the name of the game here is how to turn the challenges into opportunities. I think we have a great opportunity in this country when it comes to the having the right infrastructure. Now we have the Circular Carbon Economy Program, we have the Saudi Green Initiatives, and also we have the renewable energy as an intrinsic part of the overall plan. So considering all the infrastructure that to be built and to be invested in Saudi Arabia, will create a great opportunity for our industry when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to the CCUS, when it comes to the blue and green hydrogen, where it can create, you can say, an opportunity or a platform to address the carbon neutrality, and also to attract investment and enabling the current industry to bring it to the next level, as well as attracting the high energy intensive industry into Saudi Arabia, where we are gifted with, you can say, the opportunity we have in the East Coast. We have the, you can say, the blue hydrogen, where we have the sequestration hubs, as well as in the green in the west side. So this is a kind of a great opportunity for the industry, including the mining, to have products which is now the world they are waiting for and demanding for low carbon footprint products.
Okay, very quickly, if I can, because we don't have a lot of time, but SABIC plays on the global stage in a large way in the United States as well. How do you think you compare against your global peers when it comes to not only the carbon circular economy, but emissions? Are you doing as better or at par with the global competition from the Kingdom?
I think we are in a leading position, and even we are seeing the sustainability to be a global leader when it comes to the sustainability. We are addressing the sustainability from both angles. One is how we are dealing and handling our operation and our carbon footprint globally. The second is also SABIC is a material hub when it comes to providing solution to enable our customer and the downstream industry. So we are acting in both fronts. What we are doing in our industry or in our facilities, and this is the carbon footprint, and if we compare ourselves with others, we can say we are in a leading position. When it comes to the solution and the portfolio of products and material that we are providing into the market, we are almost introducing more than 150 products every year. Today, for example, if you see our steel, which is very close to the mining here, our carbon footprint for our products is lower than the benchmark when you're comparing even with the top quartile. So we are on the right track, and as I said, we are having our now carbon neutrality strategy. We already announced our commitment for the carbon neutrality by 2050, as well as having the interim target to have a reduction 20% absolute emission by 2030.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's bring in Engineer Alif, and I wanted to see if you can share the strategy in this kind of working session that I'm trying to create in terms of the tone and the call to action. How do you get the Minister of Economy to collaborate with the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, and where you have Aramco and SABIC and Ma'aden, these key pillars of the economy collaborating at the pace you're hoping for? Give us a realistic assessment.
Which was a great challenge, John, coming out of Paris, recognizing the challenging goals that we had. We really had to put things in perspective. And I think the first step was the G20 and the success in the endorsement of circular carbon economy. That really gave us the basic foundation to move forward. Then, as part of that, recognizing that the mineral industry is going to be an extremely important industry in the economic diversification, and the vision of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. That was one of those sectors that would have to be looked at very closely. And the two initiatives that the Kingdom has created, the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, is nothing but two down-to-earth, real projects that have clear initiatives. One of them that Ziad has shared with us, which is the 94% recycling of waste, as well as the initiative on energy mix, which is very important for the mineral industry, where you're looking at displacing liquid fuels with 50% renewable and gas, and other initiatives that are very, really courageous at that level on hydrogens and other. All these initiatives are not only targets and goals. They do have a Supreme Committee that is looking after them, monitoring their progress, headed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and most of the government cabinets that are related to issues that would have to do with emissions. It really does have another institution, which is a non-profit institutions that are doing and following this with the goals that has been set by the Kingdom, whether it is the net zero goal that we have announced, or the doubling of the nationally determined contributions that we have announced in Glasgow. And I think all of those measures have those initiatives, and those initiatives has milestones. They are already budgeted for. So, we really think that those aspirations go beyond aspirations. They come to a point where we could say that they are really well planned, and we're hoping that we can achieve those goals.
Okay, thanks very much. The clarity on this panel is fantastic. Engineer Al-Ghamdi, we brought up this subject with Mr. Al-Sif there about the 2060 target. And if you looked at it initially, you'd say, well, that's not that ambitious, and Aramco said it for 2050. But would you say it's more realistic, and the rest of the world should take a kind of a sober pill here, if you will, and say what is realistic when you're trying to develop the economy and do it at a fast pace of innovation or not?
Yeah, well, definitely this is, it's very fantastic to Saudi Arabia and to the world. We need to ensure that we work together, we partnership together, and make sure that this target is going to be achieved on time. Definitely, we understand that mining could be one of the key players that will make us succeed in this initiative. It will help us a lot, but definitely a partnership, communication, advocacy about that, ensure everybody is doing their part, using the technology today to ensure that we take that to the target. This is something that we will work to everybody. From an environmental perspective, definitely an initiative like that will add a lot of us to ensure that we meet the requirement of environmental regulation and compliance. It will add an extra mile to us to make sure that we comply to air quality regulations, and also help us to become one of the best top 50 worldwide from an environmental perspective.
Okay, very good. Let's get Dr. Bradford back into the conversation from the Colorado School of Mines. And one of the notes you said here is that you have to have a sober look at the industry itself, because there are limitations today, how much you can recycle, how much you can capture, the investment that I brought up as well. Are you confident about the innovation levels and the support on the investment side to make it happen, to break through some of the barriers you have in the industry?
I think that the investment levels, the investment in research is going to have to increase significantly in the near future. So if you think about the system, so we've already talked about recycling end-of-life products and how we can extract additional materials, critical materials from that. Another element of that is extracting materials from non-conventional streams. So these would be potentially waste streams from other operations, say in extracting copper from copper ore. You have a certain amount of waste product from that that contains rare earths, so we can extract rare earths from that. So that's possible, certainly even with current technology. Another example is lithium from produced water in oil and gas operations. But typically, these are in very low concentrations. And right now, it can't be done in a way that's economic. So we need to really invest in research to develop processes for extraction from those streams to make it economically viable. And I think all sources, to meet the demands that are coming, all sources are ones that are going to have to be exploited. And we're really going to have to work on that. So I think we can do it. We need to have the will there to make it happen, and governments and industry need to put the investment there to make it happen as well.
Okay, good. Martin Keller, can the kingdom lead in this front, though? Can it prove the naysayers wrong, that you can be the leading oil exporter, for example, big developer of gas, moving into mining, and tick all the boxes in terms of goals here to 2050?
It's for me. The question is for Abu Leaf.
Yeah. No, it's for Dr. Keller. Martin Keller?
For me. Sorry. So look there. I think what we need to do, innovation is extremely important, but I would add two pillars. And again, this is what I'm also seeing here in the kingdom, that there is this really now big demand to see how can we make an impact, how can we make a change. One of the things which we sometimes need to explore to make these goals, how do we take innovation and faster scale it that we can deploy technology. Now let's bring this example on solar. It took about 30 years from the concept of solar to be now really in many areas of the world, the cheapest way of producing electricity. We do not have 30 years' time. And again, this is what for us, from Enel, what we are watching very interested in here, and some of the meetings we had is really here in the kingdom, I'm seeing this now, this desire to really step ahead and make an impact. Key will be that we do these 3 pillars. Number 1 is we need to continue to innovate. Number 2, we have to deploy. A lot of times you're hearing this, that people say, well, we're still waiting another 5 years before the next technology comes around. We don't have the time. We have to get technology into the marketplace. But one very important element overarching all of this is the systems integration and planning. And this is honestly on a global scale where sometimes we're falling short. Where we're doing projects here and there, but we need to see the whole energy systems will change so dramatically that we need to put a plan in place how we're doing this. Because we don't want to invest in some technology and then this is a side element and then the light goes out. So we need to look into the systems integration and the system planning at all the levels to bring this together. And what I'm seeing here in all the discussion I also had here in the last couple of days, I'm seeing here that the big concept in the kingdom is moving in an amazing direction, which for me is super exciting.
Okay, good. That's interesting in itself, what you're suggesting here about that collaboration that our representatives from the Minister of Energy and SABIC were talking about. Engineer Al-Shiha, do you want to pick up on Dr. Keller's view here about systems integration? What's missing in the piece of the puzzle right now in the kingdom, do you think, to hit these targets and to the stretch targets that are put forward by the Crown Prince?
Absolutely. I think what the kingdom is doing today is putting the jig puzzle together. Part of it saying we will do, there is a mission, there is an ambition, and there is a vision, and so on. It's good to talk about these things, and it's always good to have a guiding principle of where you want to be. But I think without anchoring solid things on the ground, case in point, KAICC, the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, backed by a system and backed by a regulatory framework that has been already approved by the government. So you have to have a regulation body, you have to have an enabling company, which is the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, part of that jig puzzle, which we invite, by the way, all the investors, interested investors in the recycling across the entire supply chain. We intend to spend close to no less than $10 billion over the coming few years to address part of that cycle. And back to your question, John, you asked earlier, how confident are we? And I say we are very confident because the kingdom today is putting all the anchors on the ground and boots on the grounds to make it happen, to make those investments happen. Because there is a point talking about it, and there is a point and case about executing it on the grounds. And we have already started investment. We have already started investments on the ground and putting all the plans that are ready now to move. So there are real investments with hard cash put, acquiring companies. And there are, of course, plans so that we cover the entire supply chain. So we believe that with that, I think the kingdom is very, very well positioned to attract local investors, international investors alike, to come and partner with KAICC to move on that endeavor to realize the vision set by the kingdom and what my colleague here, Dr. Khalid, alluded to. If we address that 94% landfill diversion, make no mistake, we basically get 10% of the emission of the kingdom reduction get realized by just, we share the same earth, sand, air, water, land. So if we avoid going to the landfills and we recycle all of that 100%, it means that we have reduced 10% of the equivalent emission of methane to the atmosphere. And that's truly, truly a lot, in line with what the leadership of the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Energy, trying to do collaboratively together. And I truly, truly, out of this, invite companies to partner with us. So 1-800 call KAICC, and we will be your partner basically to go into recycling solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, for mankind, for the planet that we share, this will be a solution, and we will need every resource, like my colleagues here said, to exploit every resource to put it back into the circular economy. So 1-800 call KAICC.
I gotta love that. It felt like I was going to order a pizza there. The invitation with the call KAICC, but it's something that sticks in our minds. Engineer Rahman, I want you to do the same thing, but I'm going to start with you and then have the rest of the 6 panelists very quickly in our 4.5 minutes. If I was going to ask you for the #1 moonshot to make the best impact over the next 10 years to 2032, what would it be? Do it in 30 seconds each if you can, and then I'll conclude. Engineer Rahman.
Yeah, well, if you say that what is the best thing that could happen in next 10 years is how can we reduce the current steel production. If you say it is blast furnace, BOF route is 70%, and only 30% is the scrap route of EAF, we call electric arc furnace. And the way it is seen in next 10 years, it can reverse. If it can reverse that 30 to 70, though it's counterproductive to mining, but for mankind, it would be very good. So that is one single thing which I would like to see, that how can it be 30 to 70 if it can happen in steel, then for other minerals like aluminum, copper and all, it can be more than that. So that's what I think. And also my compliments to the kingdom, saying that the discussion is not that how can they be the best mining company. They are not thinking how can we lead the entire world in carbon neutrality or carbon negative circular economy. It's a wonderful thing. We're starting mining, and I feel that the 10 principles of ICMM, the International Council of Mining and Metals, if we follow that, I think that's the best thing the kingdom can do for the mankind. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Engineer Rahman. Dr. Al-Shurahi, in 30 seconds, give us your biggest drive right now that has the biggest impact for this sector.
I think the collaboration partnership, nobody can do it alone. I think we need to work together for the entire value chain, and the success formula, 1 + 1 = 2.
Got it. Engineer Alif, go ahead, from the Minister of Energy.
I would say I would build on what Fahad said and say deployment, the commerciality of R&D and innovation.
Great. I would imagine when you go into a meeting with His Royal Highness, with the stretch targets, that's going to be required. Engineer Al-Gamadi?
Yes, definitely. Partnership, communication. I think we need a good partnership, government to government, government to business, and do not forget the society to make them involved to succeed together.
I'm glad you brought up society, because that's a common thread that I'll talk about in a moment here, but getting the consumer to understand the steep hill that we climb and their role in doing so and supporting the mining sector. Dr. John Bradford, it's your turn.
It's building the workforce. So without the workforce, none of this will happen. And we have to change the perception of these industries. Exciting technology is one thing. Perhaps a more important thing is getting the next generation to recognize that this is not going to happen without them, and the world needs their help to make this happen. And that's going to happen through building that perception. Will happen through partnership between universities, governments, and industry to help change that perception.
Good. And the role of the sector, of course, in the drive to renewable energy as well, because the ingredients are so vital. Dr. Martin Keller, the floor is yours.
So I would link into this what we also heard. I think international collaboration, get the world's brightest minds together. The problem is bigger than one institution or one country. We need to all work together. Technology-wise, I would argue that we know how to do electricity. I think this is why hydrogen becomes very important to decarbonize many elements of the economy.
I'm going to call on 1-800-CIRC, Engineer Al-Shia, in 30 seconds.
Thank you. I would say the world today have seen manifestation of high prices of commodity, tripled, quadrupled sometimes, and this is a manifestation of stress on our natural resources. And we have limited, but I would say while we are challenged, and there is lots of challenges, let us all together, the people of this earth, let us all together transform those challenges into great opportunities. I'm extremely optimistic. And I second what everybody said. It's a total integrated solution. It requires the collaboration of R&D, universities, the people, the social behavior, the integration, the technical solution, the projects on the ground, the government, the enablers. All of those have to work in a collaborative to transform challenges into great opportunities moving forward.
Great. I had a similar conversation with my two daughters last night, Engineer. It's interesting. Because there's a real threat that the millennials and the Gen Zers don't have confidence in the future. So I think we also have to translate that to them as well, that these efforts are underway. Let's ask for a nice round of applause for our audience, and I'll come back up with Ryan in just a moment. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Well, thank you very much for that, John. I just wanted to say, I know that was a fantastic panel, and I know that that was your last panel, and I know how much you wanted to be here. So I just wanted to say, you know, for everyone here in the room, it certainly felt as if you were here. You really came through, albeit through our screens. So thank you so much for that.
That's one thing we're used to, number one, kind of.
Yes, this is very familiar.
But thanks for jumping in, Ryan, number one. Number two, I wanted to thank our friends from Beacon Events and Richard Atias Associates for coming up with solutions on a very short time frame. We talk about Mohammed bin Salman, His Royal Highness, setting stretch targets. That was a stretch target to make that happen in 24 hours, and we did so thanks for the patience on that. And finally, I just wanted to say, I did a lot of reading, I'm sure you did the same, in this sector to prepare over the last couple of weeks. The figures that are out there from the International Energy Agency on the crucial nature of the sector itself and the demand. And I talked about this conversation with Professor Schwab on Monday about the exponential pace of change. This is going to be an incredible pace of change in the mining sector, and it's going to be called upon to produce like never before and do so in a clean way that's never been imagined in the last decade. So I'm glad we finished on the idea of looking to 2032 in the carbon circular economy, the level of investment. But what I think is missing here, and this is my takeaway for the last 24 hours, is the disconnect between the industry itself, the government's moving at a very fast pace to set up the frameworks, the mining codes, the investment scenarios, the pushback from ESG investment to not go into the mining sector, which needs to change. And I think a huge part of this equation is getting the consumer to understand how much the sector's needed in the future. You cannot have development in solar, wind, electric vehicles, battery storage without it. So that's the next hurdle, I think, for the industry, but also for society and the next generation. The age of our children, Ryan, which we share, of course, it's important for them to understand it as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point and something that I think is really well understood here. I mean, the atmosphere, John, for the last 2 days has been electric, and I think part of the reason for that, more than 3,000 people have been at FMF just since yesterday morning. So huge participation. And I think, part of the reason for that is people are galvanized. They're galvanized by what happened at COP26. They're galvanized by the opportunities in the mining industry to provide these minerals that are going to be necessary for the energy transition. They're aware of this disconnect that you're talking about, and they seem to be prepared to try and address it. So it's interesting that you sense that, and I think, we started the conference talking about the need for this to not just be a talking shop, but also a place where ideas get put into practice. And I actually have gotten the impression that that is something that is going to happen out of this. So I think it's been a phenomenal success, and you definitely have been a huge part of that. So on behalf of everyone in the room, please join me in thanking John for his participation in the Future Minerals Forum. Thanks a lot, John. See you soon, buddy. And on that note, we're going to go forward, and up next we have Michael Naylor joining us. He's going to talk about battery metals in this address.
To begin, EV Metals Group would like to acknowledge the leadership of the ministers and ministries for promoting this global forum for future minerals. And the headline, Future Minerals, is a discerning and defining choice. EV Metals Group is building a global battery chemicals and technology business. We bring a different agenda and time frame to exploration and mining required for discovery, development and production of minerals and metals in the kingdom. We are focused on delivering the world's first integrated battery chemicals complex at Yanbu Industrial City in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our strategic objective is to capture a growing market share of battery chemicals business for the kingdom as structural deficits in the supply chain in global markets emerge over the remainder of this decade. To achieve this, we need to fast-track the development for speed to market. Our business model and strategy is based on the upstream integration of supply chains to secure long-term, stable and transparent supplies of critical raw materials required for rechargeable batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage. For EVM, future minerals are those critical raw materials in the form of mineral resources that contain strategic metals required for decarbonisation, for transition to a clean energy future. Those critical raw materials are lithium, nickel, copper, cobalt, platinum group metals and rare earth elements. Our journey to and in the Kingdom began in 2019. At that time, EVM was approached to consider building a midstream processing plant to produce nickel chemicals in the Kingdom, an intermediate product containing nickel, cobalt and manganese from an MHP plant based on our nickel cobalt resources in Western Australia. That led us to Vision 2030. As we understood it, in simple terms, Vision 2030 represented a national strategic plan to transform the economy of the Kingdom from being a global leader in energy based on fossil fuels to a global leader in energy based on renewables. The closer we looked into Vision 2030, the more we began to see strategic opportunities for the Kingdom. The breakthrough for us was found in the aspirations of Vision 2030 to attract the development of midstream and downstream processing facilities for the production of cathode active materials for the manufacture of rechargeable batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage. Cathode active materials require high purity chemicals in the form of lithium hydroxide monohydrate and nickel, cobalt and manganese sulfate for high energy density batteries. This is the genesis of the battery chemicals complex to be built at Yanbu Industrial City. In our global interactions, we have heard comments that Vision 2030 is a great concept, but that little has been delivered. Our response to that criticism is that Vision 2030 is exactly that. Vision 2030, not Vision 2020, not Vision 2022 or Vision 2025 and so on. The battery chemicals complex at Yanbu Industrial City comprises a lithium chemicals plant, a nickel chemicals plant and a cathode active materials plant. EVM will fast-track the staged development and expansion of the battery chemicals complex to include 4 processing trains in the lithium chemicals plant to produce 100,000 tonnes per annum of lithium hydroxide monohydrate, and 3 processing trains in the nickel chemicals plant to produce 450,000 tonnes per annum of nickel sulfate. EVM is delivering into Vision 2030. We start construction of the first 2 processing trains for the production of lithium hydroxide monohydrate, the lithium chemicals plant, in just 12 months. That is in Q1 2023. The battery chemicals complex is being developed as a midstream and downstream hub for diversification and geopolitical alignment of global supply chains. Original equipment manufacturers in growth markets in Europe and North America are seeking secure, transparent and stable long-term supplies of critical raw materials, high purity chemicals and cathode active materials. EVM has completed detailed market analysis and studies of each stage of the supply chain for cathode active materials out to 2040, from in situ resources through the delivery of cathode active materials to global chemical companies and battery cell manufacturers. Global issues emerged from our market analysis and studies. First, there is massive investment at OEM level by electric vehicle manufacturers and battery cell manufacturers. However, the level of investment in the upstream supply chain for critical raw materials is not sufficient to supply the demand growth by OEMs who appear oblivious to the threats of disruptions to their global growth plans. Secondly, major chemical companies outside China appear incapable or unwilling to invest in the development of upstream supply chains. As a result, their supply chains are fragmented and uncertain. Here, EVM sees a strategic market gap and opportunity with the Kingdom. EVM and the Kingdom are already investing in development and integration of upstream supply chains to secure long-term, stable and transparent supplies of critical raw materials. Thirdly, transparent supply chains require transparent pricing for primary producers of critical raw materials and OEMs. The lithium market has been described to us as an immature market with Wild West pricing based on opaque and black box pricing models. EVM is developing a new pricing model for lithium based on transparent pricing at each stage in the supply chain. EVM has entered into an agreement with the National Industrial Development Centre for the development of the Saudi supply chain for critical raw materials in the Kingdom. We have advanced applications for exploration licenses over areas with potential for critical raw materials containing lithium, nickel, copper, cobalt, platinum group metals and rare earth elements for the development of the Saudi supply chain for the battery chemicals complex. While the Saudi supply chain is being established, EVM is moving forward with the development of the battery chemicals complex with the upstream integration of supply chains through the production of and life of mine offtake agreements for intermediate products from Western Australia. Western Australia is a politically stable jurisdiction with low sovereign risk and transparent supply chains. It is the largest producer of lithium in the form of spodumene concentrate for global markets. It is also the largest producer of nickel, cobalt and rare earth elements in Australia. EVM will bring world-class leading technical capabilities, technology and know-how from Western Australia to accelerate the development of the battery chemicals complex and the Saudi supply chain in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Technology has a strategic role in the business model of EVM. We are working on arrangements for collaboration with universities and research institutes for research and development in battery chemistry and technology in the Kingdom. With this, we are focused on the development of jobs of the future for generations of young Saudi men and women. On behalf of the board of EVM, led by our chairman Abdullah Busfar, I would like to thank the ministers and their lead agencies for their efforts to recognise the battery chemicals complex as a project of national strategic importance for the Kingdom. We look forward to working with you to continue the delivery of the battery chemicals complex as we roll out 3 chemicals plants with estimated investment of US $3 billion through to 2030. I'm disappointed that I could not be there to speak in person today and to discuss our recent announcements, but I invite you to approach our chairman Abdullah Busfar and our fellow Saudi directors Khalid Hashim, Abdul Rahman Al-Essi, Othman Al-Amoudi, and visit the EVM stand which is at the entrance to the forum venue. To conclude, we are witnessing government intervention on a global scale, unprecedented in the history of humankind. This is propelling irresistible change towards a clean energy future. Vision 2030 and the Saudi Green Initiative are manifestations of that intervention. We are also witnessing evolving policies on environment and social governance across the globe. With that, we face fundamental choices, personal choices, to comply because we have to, or change because we are personally committed. At EVM, we are motivated and inspired to make a difference because we want a clean energy future. At a personal level, I have a simple vision of what that future looks like. It is a child in a field, heralding clean energy for future generations.
Thank you very much for that, Michael. I'm now excited to welcome His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Al-Abdul Karim on stage to talk about seawater mining. Your Excellency.
Hello, everyone. It's a nice startup. Okay. I'm Abdullah Abdel Karim, Governor of SWIC, Saline Water Conversion Corporation, and our day-to-day mandate and work is to produce water, fresh water from the sea. We are producing 5.9 million cubic meter a day. And this is, if you can just imagine it, it is more than the flow of Thames River. With this mission, we are focusing to reduce our carbon footprint, and I can congratulate our vision 2030, because we are just about to reduce 60% of our carbon emissions by reducing 34 million tons a year from this emission. Yet, we are, in the near future, we will be carbon neutrality from our industry. Reducing the power consumption is one of our missions. And as you know, for sustainability, the key pillar for sustainability is innovation. And we are trying our best using our innovation arm, the Institute for Research and Innovation in Jubail, to do whatever we dream. Today, we will not talk about our industry, and just to wake you up, because we are here in the mining, and there is so many opportunity that we're going to highlight it. Today, we are talking about the untold wealth. Sure, you might hear that Mr. Thomas, the VP of Dow Chemical, on 1938, he just announced that the dream is being more realistic. And they are just about to produce mineral from the seawater at that time. And they produce magnesium till 1990. So, producing magnesium, and we will start with magnesium because it's proven that you might get it from the seawater. We have Dow process mechanism, and we have Bigen, the Chinese mechanism. The new way and new technology is using nanofiltration, and it's very promising. The maturity of this technology, it's reaching gate number 9, where it's applied commercially in the magnesium in Shu'aibah. One of our plants is applying this technology to get the magnesium ions and make it as an additive for the fresh water. Today, and as you can imagine, why do we need to have abundant, accessible, and affordable source for the mineral? The magnesium price last year was $25,000 a ton. This year is $7,500 a ton, while it's reached the peak on September, $11,000 a ton. Producing the mineral from the seawater, it's not limited to the magnesium. We have the boron, we have lithium, we have rubidium, chloride, and sodium. All of these efforts, it's totally aligned with our Saudi Green Initiative. Reducing the power of having the mineral will affect, for sure, the source of electricity. And most of the mineral that we might produce, just like lithium, will help for renewable energy. This is why, and the magnesium will help for greening. There is so many benefits from having the mineral or mining from the seawater. Today, we are SWIC. We are producing 5.9 million cubic meter a day, yet we have 8 million cubic meter a day from the brine, where it's highly concentrated. It's much more than any sea water concentrated from the mineral. And this is a big chance for the investment. We do our research. We start working on this since 2 years ago, and ultimately we applying the magnesium process on Shuaibah, yet we think that there is a room for so many processes to get more mineral from the fresh water. As you know, the seawater will have 95% fresh water and 4.5% as minerals and salt. The chloride and magnesium being our focus for those days, but yet there is so many other minerals where it's being as a additive, very important additive for the chemical industry. This is a very highlight, a very short brief about our technology, and we think it's worth to have a more collaboration in that. We open our arm. We think that this is a good chance for us, for the investor, for manufacturer, and for the economy, especially where we are looking for varieties of localization, and having this industry will help both party, the investor, the industrial, and it will have a good impact on environment. So today we are welcoming the chance that we are stand here looking for innovators worldwide to collaborate, looking for investors, looking for manufacturers, and we have all the doors open to collaborate, getting the best to build much more better world by reducing the power where we need to produce mineral, and having, again, accessible, abundant, and affordable source of minerals. This is our communication addresses, and we think it's good to conclude that today we are just about to commercialize the magnesium process in Shuaibah. We are open to discuss the chance of having more collaboration in different minerals, and remember, rubidium, lithium is part of our mineral production in the future, and the future is not far away. It's just about having an ambitious nation, and this is one of our pillars in our Vision 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So, how can the region become the next Silicon Valley of the mining industry? That's the topic of our next discussion. Please join me in welcoming Peter and his panelists back on stage.
Thank you, Ryan, and good to be here. So how does the region become, I wouldn't say the next, I would say become the Silicon Valley of mining? We have a fabulous panel that represents different parts of the ecosystem in different regions, and I will introduce them each after I just give some contextual remarks. So I'd like to start with a quote from Mark Bristow's discussion on day one, is that the mining industry is not honest about the technology needed to fulfill our promises. And I think that's an important quote, because to reimagine mining and to fulfill the needs of society and the whole value chain, we really need to do things differently, and we need to be honest, so that allows us to drive the kind of innovation that we need to do. I think having status quo and incremental innovation is really not appropriate given the enormity of the challenge that lies ahead. And I think it's important to understand, mining is still plagued by what I consider a persistent underinvestment in innovation, half of 1% of revenue compared to the oil industry, 5%, a dearth of venture capital. It's all very well to make these statements, but in my view, the result of that is, and I think we need to change this, is we ended up with research that's often stranded in universities that are doing great work. We have companies that are perpetually small companies, and the result of that is they can't continually invest in the kind of innovation, ongoing R&D that's necessary. So that fundamentally has to change. And also mining, as a result of that, is not seen as an attractive industry by the bulk of venture capital funds that work across multiple industries and key technologies that we need. And I sit on the board of 2 venture funds in the Valley and multiple startups, and I see and hear that every single day in terms of the interaction. So I think it's really important. So given this is around how do we make this the Silicon Valley, what is Silicon Valley? Because it's a term that's thrown around, and we know it's a part of the world in Northern California. But in my mind, it's a concept. Silicon Valley is a concept. And I think that's a point I want to reiterate. And I had the fortune of, a few years ago, of sitting down with Professor Jim Gibbons, who now is 94. And when he was the Dean of Engineering of Stanford, he is considered one of the fathers of Silicon Valley. And I asked him, what is Silicon Valley? And he said, Silicon Valley is a set of principles and characteristics. He said, those characteristics are 1, world-class research, and universities like Stanford and Berkeley with massive amount of research dollars, which come from government and private enterprise, a pool of entrepreneurs from around the world, all in the single region, a vast pool of risk capital, venture capital. But he said all of that is for nothing. The key aspect of Silicon Valley and the secret sauce is this free flow of information and ideas that are based on trust. There is no NDAs. Everybody shares this, knowing no one's going to steal anyone else's idea. And that is the concept of Silicon Valley. And also, it's no longer just about digital. Silicon Valley is the epicenter of autonomy. Most of the autonomy cars are there. Tesla was created in Silicon Valley. SpaceX, Silicon Valley, clean energy. And more importantly, corporate venturing arms of companies like Saudi Aramco are actually present. And I will say, mining is singularly the only industry on the planet, that has 0 representation in Silicon Valley, the only industry, which is rather shocking. So given that, how do we go about creating this region as the Silicon Valley? So what I'm going to do is I'll introduce our panelists first, and then I'll go around and ask them randomly, actually, not in order like that, to give us 2-minute remarks on that. So immediately here is Chris, who's the CEO of Osmine, and she's been on a number of other panels. Next to her is Keith Spence, Chief Executive. Chris is from Australia, I want to make sure. Keith Spence, Chief Executive of Global Mining, representing the world of capital from Toronto. Saud Al-Mandul, VP of Digitization from Mardin. Then we have Justin Bain, CEO of 3ME Technology from Australia. Issa, who's Senior Vice President of Worley here in Saudi Arabia. And last, Hassan Mahmood, who's representing the Minister of Petroleum and Natural Resources from Pakistan. So welcome, everyone. This is a fantastic group. Yeah. So Chris, let's start off with you. So how do we go about making this the Silicon Valley of the region?
Well, thank you, Peter, and it's great to be here. What I think we really need to do is build on the conversation we've been having this afternoon about technology and focus in on innovation and focus in on that ecosystem that really fosters it. And you mentioned a strong ecosystem being core to a Silicon Valley. And really, one of the parts of that ecosystem that we really haven't talked about very much over the last 2 days has been the supply sector and the suppliers, the many hundreds of companies that work to make mining work, that work to make mining more productive, that work to make mining more sustainable. And if you think about it, the suppliers are the sustainable legacy of mining itself. Now in Australia, Osmine, the company I work for, we represent suppliers, and in Australia we call it the Mining Equipment Technology and Services Sector, or MET sector. And we've really worked over the last 30 years to foster that sector. And in Australia, it's a $114 billion sector annually, $114 billion. And we export $18 billion of technology and services every year. So it's a substantial part of the economy in Australia. And if you look at the supply sector or the MET sector and you think about ESG, it's really that S part of ESG, because the supply sector are the local communities. It creates jobs. It creates the high-tech jobs that our young people want to work in. And so it's an extremely important part of the ecosystem, and that's what I think needs to be grown and fostered.
Great, thanks, Chris. Very important point. I'll jump right over to Isa for comments on this.
Good, thank you. I believe that I will not add a lot of things from after what I heard yesterday and today. And to summarize what I will see to go to Silicon Valley from mining, I believe that we hear the great support from government to act like an entrepreneur, to act like a funding the projects, putting R&D in place, which they will put the foundation to take that to the next level. Another important thing, that's technology, which I think my colleagues will talk more about it, and a lot of discussion happened yesterday and today about it. Technology, you need to adapt it fast.
Yeah.
And when you adapt something fast, maybe you do some mistakes, and you need to correct yourself fast. Adapting the right technology fast and keep correcting yourself. This is another foundation. This is what we saw in Silicon Valley and all these giga projects and giga companies growing in Silicon Valley. Next one, which I believe the kingdom is in a very advanced position, which is renewable energy. We heard every day about great projects, and renewable energy is a big empowerment for mining and to be a Silicon Valley for future for mining. Last one, which I heard it almost in every session during today and yesterday, which is talent. I heard it multiple times, and people repeat this tons of time about the talent. Mining need a talent, and without talent, we cannot make it happen. And maybe we need to add later on in the discussion today about how we can create the talent, how we encourage the new generation to be green for the future and support the mining sector for future.
Thank you. Yeah, no, really important points as well. So over to you, Keith.
Yeah, one of the things I like to do when you're thinking about Silicon Valley, you start asking yourself, what about Silicon Valley? It's technology. And when you look at technology and you compare it to the mining space, specifically exploration, it has the same key elements. High risk, takes a while before the idea becomes something highly viable, as in the case of developing a mine or ultimately commercializing your product. There's a significant amount of feeling that I am going to take this risk. You need to be able to say, I am willing to take this risk, and this is something that you find in the exploration sector. One of the things that we said, what are we going to do with respect to Silicon Valley, I looked at what are the particular areas in the mining space where we would have a quasi Silicon Valley. A good example is Toronto, the mecca of mining. You can look at Perth in Australia, and to some extent Vancouver and Sydney, Australia. And all the elements of Silicon Valley are there. Talent, as was mentioned by my colleague, government support, research and development, lots of startups, and a willingness to take risks. And I'll leave it there for the next rounds.
Keith, thanks very much. That was great. And Saud, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. Completely, I'd like to emphasize some of the points made by the fellow panelists. So to become the next Silicon Valley of mining, it's a framework. It's a complete ecosystem, the different principles and characteristics that we need. So some of these do exist already in the kingdom, composed of the large endowments of resources already available in the kingdom. The government support, which is truly placing mining and minerals as one of the very important pillars of Vision 2030, transforming the economy of the country, counting on this important sector to be the third pillar of our economy. I think the workforce has been spoken about. We have young, hungry population, hungry to work, hungry to learn and to prove themselves, utilizing advanced technologies and innovations. We spoke about technologies and innovations. It's worth noting that does not mean necessarily all of these technologies should come from Saudis. Yes, our universities are doing some advanced research in certain areas, and definitely we are in Ma'adin collaborating with many universities locally and globally, but also becoming a global hub for this. We will be encouraging and inviting all of the advanced research in this area to come and truly invest in Saudi. And I think you heard about the great efforts that our government have put wisely into encouraging this sector, be it the capital encouragement and the funds availability, be it the regulatory encouragement and all the ease of doing business and ease of inviting these companies. And also, last but not least, very important aspect when it comes to becoming the next global hub of a Silicon Valley for mining itself is the support together from collaborative sort of fashion and partnership, where even big brothers, and I would call Ma'adin here a big brother for all the companies that would come, if we are aiming to have this kind of attraction for all of these companies to come and invest in our country, that we will support, we will invest, and we will take them into this journey for a success, for a future of mining, for the entire kingdom, and for globally for this important sector.
Right. Saud, thank you, and I love your passion. I'm coming. We're going to make it happen. Justin.
Yeah, fantastic act to follow there. I mean, coming from a startup background, to me, it's about vision, which the kingdom does so well. It's about ambitious but achievable goals. It's about a flexible, resilient strategy across whether it's minerals, technology, supply chain, people. As has been mentioned, people are our most critical resource, and it comes to the people. And what Silicon Valley has done so well is attract the global talent. And as mentioned, the opportunity to attract a global talent in the mining and mets sector. It's about, ideas are easy. It's about execution. It's about world-class execution.
Thank you, Justin. Absolutely. We'll talk about that a bit more later. Absolutely. Hassan, bring us home on this one.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'm from kind of a conservative school of thought. So starting up with the concept of ESG, I think there are three major elements, most important elements in mining industry. One is the community. And when we talk about the community, we just don't talk about the kind of charity for the community. We want their equal participation for the community. So that's really very important to me when going into a new venture of mining. Then, of course, is the environment. And the third and the most important thing to me is the precision and the technology that's involved in mining. So let's not just be mining for the sake of mining. It's not the quality, the quantity of mining, it's not the quantity of product, it's really the quality that we want to take out. So since minerals are God-given gift to the humanity, and they've been left out to us by our past generations, we should be really careful extracting those minerals, extract as much as we require, and leave the rest for our future generations. So strategic mining, purposeful mining would be much more reasonable than mining for the sake of mining. In the context of Silicon Valley, I see that the time is ripe. That the advancement in technologies have gone so far that now we can be sure about what kind of product do we need and how much and how precisely can we take it out. So I'm really hopeful that this initiative by the Kingdom for advancement in mining industry in the next 10 years would also be a lead for us, countries like Pakistan and Afghanistan and those which are highly mineral rich, to do focused mining rather than just mining.
Fantastic, thank you, Hassan. So I guess what we heard actually was strategy from everyone, so this is how we would go about it and the strategy. So just a couple of contextual points and then we're going to jump into the hard part of execution is, I was just reading in 2021, venture capital invested globally doubled from the average of the last 5 years. So $690 billion was invested in startups in 2021, $690 billion. And whilst the biggest number in there went to Silicon Valley, the one thing that COVID has accelerated is the distribution to many places, not only in the US, but globally, of that venture capital and startups. And I think that's exciting that everybody recognizes Silicon Valleys in a regional context can exist anywhere and everywhere. In one stat, even though Asia didn't get more capital than the US, more startups were funded in Asia than in the United States for the first time ever. So I think, this notion of it only can happen there, COVID has helped accelerate, dispel that notion and distribute everything everywhere. So that's really exciting. His Excellency, the Minister yesterday said something really interesting. He said, strategy often looks good on paper, but it's really hard to execute. And I've heard that a lot. So we're going to click in now and going to ask each of the panelists around a specific area of execution and what's important. So again, Chris, I'm going to pick on you to talk about, we've talked a little bit, but why is collaboration and partnering important? What are some of the challenges because it's easy to say, hard to do. So spend a few minutes on that, please.
Well, if we're going to have a really strong ecosystem, we need to collaborate. And we need to approach our relationships from a more transformational aspect than a transactional aspect. And one of the things that has changed in Australia is that there is a real willingness and openness to collaborate. And we're moving into a real open innovation space. One of the projects that we've been working on over the last probably almost a year is the Charge On Innovation Challenge. And this is a challenge that was put together by BHP, Rio Tinto, and Vale. And if I ever thought that those three majors would be working together, it's incredible, very unusual. Where they are looking at the electrification of large haul trucks on open pit mines. And they know this challenge is too big for them to solve individually, and they knew it was too big to solve just the three of them. So we've been working with them. We brought other patrons, what we call on board. So we have 21 mining companies across the globe working on this challenge. We put out an expression of interest. We got responses from over 300 suppliers from 32 countries. And not just from the mining industry, but from all industries, or all a diversity of industries. And we've whittled down the submissions with all the mining companies working together. And in fact, Justin's company is in the short list, so you can tell that, the quality.
No prejudice on this panel that he put together.
Quality of what he does. But it's really exciting that we've gotten together in this collaborative framework to crack these major challenges. And that is what we're going to have to do, because we've talked about it over the last couple days. There are a lot of challenges before us, and only by working together can we overcome them.
Chris, that's awesome. I think two key points there is not only the collaboration within the industry, but through an open challenge concept, you're getting suppliers from other industries that haven't thought about mining in the past.
Absolutely.
That's what's really exciting. Does anyone else want to add into the collaboration? I know we all have thoughts around that. Otherwise, we can go to the next one. That's fine. You did such a good job, Chris. You just nailed it. And congratulations, by the way. I think that's a tremendous gain. So Justin, just want to talk, you live in a startup, and even in your prior career in the military, everything was about speed and execution. And we live in an industry that's very risk averse and tends to be a bit slow, right? Because everything's long cycles. So talk about a little bit about risk taking and doing things fast and minimal viable everything, if you like. So.
Yeah, fantastic, Peter. I mean, yeah, coming from a startup background, it's always around getting to that minimal viable product, as fast as possible, and then trying to break it, and then continuing to evolve it. And I think from a risk perspective, I mean, risk is everywhere. Yeah. So it's about identifying risk and then managing risk. The worst type of risk is the risk, the unknown unknowns, as we've seen during the pandemic, and that's where a flexible, resilient strategy comes into play, where you can adapt quickly. Yeah. From a speed perspective, yes, I mean speed is such a critical tenet for startups and for business, and I think that startups are obviously able to move a lot faster because they're not bogged down by governance, smaller teams, make decisions faster. And for me, I guess coming from a military background, I guess, often falling back on the Boyd's OODA loop of observe, orientate, decide, act, and then obviously new data comes in, new information comes in, and then you observe, orientate, decide, act again, and you continue that process, which talks to, the evolution of the product.
Cool. I will ask one follow-up question is, often the culture of safety is used, I think, as an excuse not to do anything that has an element of risk, and they hide behind that. Do you want to kind of unpack that for it? Because I don't think that's true. It doesn't have, other industries have risk and safety, but still do risky things. Do you want to?
Yeah, well, I think from a global innovation perspective, Australia, I believe, is a leader in mining safety. Yeah. And obviously, there's risk everywhere. Yeah. We're able to manage that really effectively. And I see that, from a technology perspective, the mining industry is a perfect proving ground for technology. You've got machines operating around the clock, now the digitisation, automation. So it's, we talk about Silicon Valley and the underrepresentation of the met sector. However, there's a lot of fantastic innovation on those same pillars you've mentioned that are happening globally in the mining sector. That these other industries can benefit from, and also from a speed perspective that the mining industry can benefit from, taking these lessons and technologies from other industries and putting them to play in the mining industry.
Fantastic, thank you for that. Yeah. So if we're going to jump over to Issa now. So obviously we can talk everything we like. If we don't have people and we don't have skills to act on all this, it's kind of for naught. And there's been a lot of conversations around how we attract talent, male and female, into the industry, because there's intense competition for talent in every area of discipline that the industry needs to get. So, Issa, do you want to kind of tackle that one for us?
Yes, for sure. As an engineering company, working in an engineering company in Saudi Arabia with almost 2,000 people on ground, supporting different sectors in the kingdom. Mining, one of the difficult sectors to find people. Today, this morning, just a fresh information, we were in a global strategic discussion about mining, how we can co-op with the need of the mining. And talent and finding talent was the top priority for Worley globally, not only in Saudi Arabia, globally. We have a big shortage in that domain. And that domain, if you want to fill it with the talent, it's not 1 year or 2 years. You talk about years and years. And you need to build the talent for the next 20, 30 years to serve. During our discussion in the back, before the session, we were talking about how we can find people to operate all this mining after we complete the infrastructure. We hear it in a different session. And one of the challenge for me to find a great talent, local, Saudi, male or female, working at the image about mining. The image about mining, maybe we see it in the movies, okay? It's people coming out from mining with the disaster, with the safety issues, with a lot of things. I think changing the mindset about mining. Mining is a safe. And I agree with Justin that about Worley as an Australian company, we pay a lot of attention for safety. I believe we need to work hard in changing the image of mining. Second, we need to work hard together. The owners, the government, the companies, the services provider, everyone has to work to encourage new talent to come to the sector. Not because it's a remote areas, most of the stuff is remote areas. And we need to tell them this is the future of Silicon Valley in Saudi Arabia or globally. And that has to be started not from university or maybe high school or maybe earlier. And this is a huge campaign. I'm looking forward for more partners to join me. Also, we have a great experience in Worley. We started I think, 12 years back in Morocco in one of the company joint venture with the government. And we followed that with the academy in Saudi Arabia. And we are willing. And I never felt bad that to see my teams that grow up in Worley to go outside. I have people in all the sectors. I don't feel bad that the people going out. But this is not one man show or one company or a government. It's everyone job. Yeah. And we need to start now to co-op with the great dream the country is trying to do in the kingdom about mining.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So now to the important thing. If you don't have people, you can't do it. If you don't have capital, you definitely can't do it. And Keith, obviously you straddle the world of capital for mining development, but also venture. And we know it's hard to get capital for mining projects. It's probably harder to get venture capital. So do you want to talk about that, particularly the venture capital part of that?
One of the things I didn't say earlier, but venture capital or capital is the glue that really gets the mining space done. And if you look at circumstances for example, in Toronto. Toronto is, some people would consider Toronto, Canada, as if there was a Silicon Valley, it would be in Toronto. And the glue that makes Toronto successful is venture capital. The Toronto Stock Exchange, for example, has 60% of its listed companies in the mining space. More than 2/3 of the companies have projects around the world. The thing that people look forward to is when you make an investment in a junior company, and in this case a startup, you're looking for a significant return. You want a return, several multiples. And this is the kind of dream that maybe I would be successful in if I had invested in that stock. If I had invested in this company, I'll make a killing, so to speak. And this is the same kind of thing you see in Silicon Valley with Facebook and some of the big stocks, Google, for example. So in Toronto, you found that most of the people who are involved in the venture capital space are very, very focused on taking risk and wanted to be involved in that big dream, the dream for the future.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. I think risk capital is so important, and I think your analog to exploration is important. I mean, most venture capitalists in Silicon Valley work on the rule that only 1 in 10 companies they invest in will be successful. And that's a high degree of risk. It's not that extreme, but and I see a lot of venture capitalists say, I'm a venture capitalist, but I want to invest only in companies that are profitable. And I go, well, you're not a venture capitalist if that's the case, because that's not taking risk.
Yeah, and one of the point that is important, you have to have transparency.
Yes.
One of the things for example, in the Canadian market, there's a strong system of standards and rules. The gold standard, for example, in investing in a mining project is something some of you might hear. It's 43-101, which is the standards of disclosure. How do you disclose what your project is, who are the people behind it, etc. Those standards are globally recognized. If you are to develop a Silicon Valley here, in Riyadh, you'd need to have a system of standards. For example, I co-chair and the founder of one of the globally recognized standards in valuation, the SimVal standards, which are used globally. Those are standards. How do you value a mining project from early stage to late stage? How much is it worth? How much is a company worth when it's just an exploration idea? How much is it worth when the company is mid-stage? How much is it worth just before it goes into production. And then standards with respect to resource and reserve. In Australia, it's the JORC code, which most of you have heard about, but there's also the CIM standards, and those standards are also in South Africa. How do you quantify a resource or reserve, be it inferred, be it indicated, be it measured? Those are the things that makes a Silicon Valley in mining a reality.
Great, thank you, Keith.
Can I add something there?
Yeah, no, absolutely, please, Chris.
So the capital for innovation doesn't always need to come from venture, of course. And it's really important that what is developed is also funded by the operators themselves, willing to take a punt on that new application. It's hard to move out the old legacy systems and put in new technologies. But if that isn't done, it's not necessarily going to be funded from venture.
Yeah.
So investing in that innovation and rewarding innovation through a purchase order, for instance, is very
I
important.
think it's critical. I think rewarding innovation, I love that, because that's really important. And actually, that's a nice transition to Saud as Madine. But you know, obviously, we're talking about Madine obviously taking the role of a national champion. So Saud, what does that mean? What does that look like in the terms of Silicon Valley?
Thank you, Peter.
And write lots of purchase orders, by the way, please.
Absolutely. So that's a very important role, right? The local mining champion. That role comes with great responsibilities and commitments. So Ma'aden has put great efforts into this and will continue to put great efforts into this. I might put and map these responsibilities on 3 levels. So the first one is on the international or into the industry itself and globally. So Ma'aden has made great commitments into ESG targets and decarbonization targets. So the mining and minerals as an industry, always we are claimed and we are one of the first industries to be looked at when it comes to climate change and problems around ESG. So we are very focused and committed to the targets we are putting into that regard. In addition, promoting the industry when it comes to commitments to standards, when it comes to boosting research around the world, when it comes to adopting technologies also and advanced technologies, and putting some of the venture capital investment into certain areas and that will promote the industry further. From there, I want to also shed some light on the national level. So when it comes to the economy, so Ma'aden has very aggressive targets and work that are worked toward when it comes to the GDP, when it comes to the employment and the role of a local champion in that regard. When it comes to social, as promoting, the societies where we do some of our work, and there are great examples to be looked at where some of that, because, you know, mining sometimes is in remote areas. So companies and local champions have it as a responsibility to grow these areas and to promote these areas, be it in terms of building schools, building roads, building the needed infrastructure and the logistics and so on. And also to promote that sort of industry. And we spoke about the workforce and so on, and to build the attraction into that industry within the nation. And the last level to be looked at also, which is the company level itself and all of its affiliates, be it the employees of that company, of a local champions, where these employees are growing to truly play a larger role into that sort of a great ambition going forward to attract further players and additional players into the region, be it also to our suppliers and our customers, and also to promote our products towards. So it's truly a role that requires setting an example across different levels.
Yeah, and I think, I think it is a very great responsibility for the nation. So I think the kingdom on its own is kind of interesting, I think, for mining. But I think the key thing that the ambition is about the region, because that is something you need to pay attention to. So Hassan, from the perspective of Pakistan, how important, tell us about the importance of the region and the role that the broader region can play in this.
Well, this is extremely important. It's very, very important for us to find leads into scientific and technological advancements in mining sector and industry. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia moving towards the concept of Silicon Valley in minerals would definitely give Pakistan and its people lots of opportunities to learn and to follow. In fact, Pakistan has very old institutions. The British created the Geological Survey of Pakistan about 100 years ago. And then we have the Pakistan Mineral Development Corporation, and we have about over 6,000 mines, copper, gold, coal, and lots of others. And the region as a whole, including Afghanistan and all the mountainous areas, are full of natural resources. As per our estimates, less than 30% of the area has been surveyed. So over 70% of the region is still unexplored and unsurveyed. I'm sure we have a memorandum of understanding with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which was signed in 2019 for mutual cooperation in the sector of minerals exploration. And we are in constant touch with the officials of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are here to offer our support and help, and also learn from how the regulatory framework in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been liberalized, so that we can also take leads from that and get rid of the old-fashioned laws about mines and minerals and try to come into the mainstream. So I'm sure it will be beneficial not only for the two countries, but for the entire world as we try to explore resources from one place to another.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So I just want to tackle a couple of other interesting areas that we've touched on in our various discussions. And one is focus, okay, because I think, and Chris, I'm going to pick on you after this, is that, if you look at the mining value chain, and if we wanted to be a Silicon Valley, well, we could cover every single area, but, focus is important. So Chris, when you said that, what were you thinking?
Well, to really stand out and build something, you need to have a strategy and focus, as you just said. And to me, it would really make sense for this area to focus on energy. Yeah. Become the leader in energy, in mining. We talked about it today, the hydrogen, everything around that. And there's plans around that already. So to make this region really stand out as the Silicon Valley, or whatever you're going to call it, but it's that energy piece. The second thing in that would also be water.
Yeah.
Because water, as we know, is critical for mining, and this area, with the challenges it's faced in the past, or it's currently facing, has a lot of good technologies developed around water and could really attract others to come into this area to innovate and to help solve some of those challenges around energy and water.
Yeah, I think that's so important. Just leverage the strengths we have and focus, and it is an opportunity. That's a gap. Anybody else on this issue of focus?
I will keep repeating people, and we have to accept mistakes.
Yeah.
And we have to help people to understand if they are doing mistake, they are not doing bad job. The best way to learn is from mistakes.
Yes, absolutely.
I might add on focus itself. So it's very interesting, the amount of efforts that the kingdom is putting into energy. I want to second Chris on the importance of that point. The research and the investment that is put into the advanced technologies are truly unprecedented.
Yeah.
So a focus into that area truly will encourage the mining and minerals to truly grow and to achieve the ESG targets of decarbonization.
And I think critically too, it's credible, because if the region and the kingdom go energy, people go, I get that. And I think also it's a competitive advantage too. So always think of competitive advantage. Keith,
and just another point with respect to capital, you want to have a capital throughout all stages of the project. So we talked a lot about Silicon Valley and venture capital, but there's also later stage capital, which you still find in Silicon Valley, and then development capital and capital to go into production, which would be in many cases debt and large sums of money. And if you look at, and I use again the Toronto example, the full suite of financing and the full suite of capital from early stage conception right up to production, you have different types of capital, different folks for different folks.
Yeah. I think, Keith, that's critical, because a lot of the technologies, for example, in early stage pilots, so I'm on a company that does ion-based lithium extraction. So when it gets to pilot projects, that's early stage project funding. It's not venture capital anymore. So
yeah.
It's a really, really important point.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think we've just got time now for one takeaway from everyone. So I'm just going to ask everyone if there's one thing you'd like to leave for the kingdom. So in context of how this region becomes the Silicon Valley of mining, let everyone know so that somebody can be writing down these are the 6 things they must do to become Silicon Valley. So Chris, want to start? I'll just go through one by one.
Quite simply, innovation and collaboration is the key.
Innovation and collaboration is the key. Thank you. Keith?
I would say have a vibrant exploration sector. No exploration, you don't have a Silicon Valley. You need to have big dreams. You need investors to want to have that big dream and make a big killing, even though it may or may not happen. So you must have a vibrant exploration sector. And if you look at Toronto, you look at Sydney, you look at Vancouver and Perth, they all have a vibrant exploration sector.
Yeah, now Keith, that's important. At the Ministers' Roundtable, as identified by the Minister, of one of 3 areas was the lack of exploration, and that needs to be built up. Absolutely. Saud?
I'd like just to leave a takeaway message here that truly Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is putting great emphasis and great efforts into this. So completely encourage all the players into this and all the small startups that might have some technologies and some research into these areas to truly consider investing in Saudi, coming to Saudi. This is a very promising sector, mining and minerals. And from all aspects, we are after this to make it a success.
Fantastic. And I think this summit is a good first step in making that happen. Absolutely. Justin?
Yeah, Peter, I would say that reinforce that people are our most critical resource.
Yeah.
And that we need to invest in our people. It's a finite resource. We can't grow it overnight, particularly for skilled positions. So invest in people, look after people, and through that we can solve these challenges.
Fantastic. Thank you. Issa?
Yeah, speed and agility. Let us be speed and let us push and roll out the plans as soon as possible.
Fantastic. And I think I just noticed you two just swapped concepts. You did people and you did speed. I love it. Thank you. Hassan?
Yeah, Peter, to me, research and development coupled with widespread education at all segments of mining industry would really help move fast.
Yeah, thank you. We've been very efficient, actually, so we do have 2 more minutes. So I'm going to use those 2 minutes. So I think it's interesting is what's the role of government in all this? What's the role of the kingdom and its government in this? Does anybody want to venture on that side? I might pick on you first since you're the local.
Sure.
So where's the government? So in America, we'd say, government, get out of the way and leave us alone because you guys suck at this. But that's not the case in a lot of other countries. So
that's one of the greatest advantages we have in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So the government is encouraging and boosting and promoting all of these technological advancement into this sector, into promoting this sector. So great efforts have been put. Vision 2030 have strategic objectives that are targeting actually mining and minerals to play a great role into the economy, as we spoke about the 3rd pillar of the economy, in fact, and also to add the fact that NIDLIB and the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program as one of the Vision 2030 programs, and also the ministries, be it Ministry of Investment, the Industrial and Mineral Affairs, putting great efforts into the regulatory side, into the investment side, into truly the collaborative side and the workforce side. So all the elements collectively will work to make that happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Peter...
Hold on, I just got to... This gentleman took the time to come up and tell me something, so I do want to say what he said.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things is incubation and accelerators, and this is something a role is very, very critical. Incubate, accelerate not only exploration companies, but technology companies. And I think that's an important point not to be lost. So, sorry, Keith.
No, I was just following up what he said about the role of government.
Yeah.
If you look at the original Silicon Valley, the Defense Department of the U.S. Played a very, very important role in development of Silicon Valley.
Still do.
And still do. Yep. And the internet, the U.S. government had a role in that, the GPS, and these are all products of Silicon Valley.
Yeah. I think it's important to know the U.S., the government is funding a lot of the basic research and applied research in Silicon Valley. So now we are done. So please join me in thanking this wonderful panel. Thanks, guys. You did awesome.
Yeah.
So off we go.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, panelists. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. It's time for the closing debate. Over the last 2 days, we've heard lots of big ideas from lots of big minds, lots of big pledges, but it's time for action. What is the mining industry going to look like in 10 years? How is the mining industry going to get there? What are the opportunities? What are the obstacles? Welcome to the clash of titans. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and participants in the closing debate. Remy, take it away.
Well, again, it's a pleasure to be here, and we actually have a wonderful panel to end this day. I just want to welcome to the stage, therefore, His Excellency Khaya Mudaifer, Vice Minister of Mining, Robert Friedland, which we obviously know as the founder of Ivanhoe Mines, Andrea Boyd, which you already heard from the European Space Agency. We have Chris Maybury, Vice Chairman from Bermuda Commercial Bank, and last but not least, Warren Hervin, President and CIO of Rosso Asset Management. So we have a daunting task here because we're supposed to look forward to 2032. We're supposed to get an idea of what will be the future of mining over the next 10 years. And I'd like to turn maybe to you first, Robert, if it's possible, and get your thoughts of what will be the main trend of the mining industry over the next 10 years for our audience. Where do you see this sector moving forward at a global level? I ask the same question, therefore, after to His Excellency on Saudi Arabia specifically.
First of all, for the next 10 years, unconventional gas and hydrocarbon will be of increasing, not decreasing importance, because energy security is absolutely critical for 7 billion people going to 8 billion people to 9 billion people. We have been developing a film on television to talk about mining copper on Mars in the 29th century, because by then the world has become green and copper becomes the world's most important metal. But between now and then, I believe that young Saudi people will really open up this country, probably the world's most dynamic economic growth. We will see higher hydrocarbon prices, and the alternatives to hydrocarbon will also be very, very important, like all the electrically conductive metals. And so I think Saudi Arabian Shield will be explored, and I think we'll have a big penetration in electric cars, but those electric cars will only be affordable by the wealthier countries. So we'll be working on finding a way to make batteries with cheaper and more plentiful materials, and so we'll have to we'll be looking for elements in the periodic table that nobody in the room is thinking about. Everybody thinks of copper and gold, for example, but in 10 years we'll be looking for other materials, and I'm sure you will have a lot of that, inshallah, in the Arabian Shield.
No, perfect. Thank you for bringing that perspective for the global level. I'd like to learn more about, specifically Saudi Arabia. For the last few days, we've seen the increasing potential for the mining sector here. We've seen how this could actually change the face of the country and the economic help towards the diversification of Saudi Arabia. Where do you see mining in Saudi Arabia in 2032?
Maybe to start, Remy, I've been working most of my lifetime in mining and minerals. And I can say today that we have never been in such a pivotal position in terms of the mining sector in Saudi Arabia. There are many factors getting together in the mineral sector, but also on the whole of Saudi Arabia transformation that will make us leapfrog ways in the 10 years. I think we have built the platform and the springboard that can take us to a different altitude in the coming years. In Saudi Arabia, we bank and we will bet on our young men and women on leading this sector. I'm sure the number of young men and women you have seen today, they will be by 2032 leading not only in Saudi Arabia, but will be an example for the whole world. This is what would be
And this is what we are investing in, and I'm sure this is our highest return. The second thing is that Saudi Arabia is also building technological advancements. I'm almost certain that by 2032, we will have a waterless gold beneficiation and concentration, a copper mining without using water, and utilizing all of our waste was treated water or sanitary water in our operation. We'll have technology to our side. We have invested in Saudi Arabia, big deals in technology, and now technology, I'm sure, starting from today or a long time, but we'll build on and use it more in our mining sector. And more than, so the human capital part of it, but more into the technology. And as we said, Saudi Arabia had transformed very well over the 5 years. We have changed a number of laws, number of regulation, enabled investments, enabled in all sectors. We will see industry and mineral industries and mining leapfrogging from now to a great future, maybe 10 times more. And on my personal level, I made an investment yesterday on mining, maybe $100. I'm sure by that time, with the great investment in Saudi Arabia and the region, it will be $1 billion. So my retirement is safe. Huh?
Maybe I'd like to specifically take a close look at exploration at first, and maybe turning to you, Andrea. I mean, you have a career that starts, from traditional exploration in a mining company, and then you actually joined the European Space Agency, another type of exploration, obviously here. I think a lot of people listen to your inspiring thoughts about, lunar exploration and others. Looking at it from a technological perspective, where do you see the future of exploration in the next 10 years in exploration specifically?
Mm-hmm. I think with exploration, particularly what we found in space exploration, we need to have, as His Excellency mentioned, a lot more reusability, a lot more sustainability, that we're not, throwing away slurry and things like that. On the space station, for example, we have a joke that today's coffee is also tomorrow's coffee, because we reuse and recycle 75 to 80% of our water supply on a closed loop system. Which is really excellent. And we have that as well for our lunar exploration. We really have to utilize the resources that we have on the moon when we go and live there sustainably. And we really need to be able to use all of the elements and reuse all of the elements within our mineral and mining processing system for sustainable life in future exploration.
No, thank you. Maybe a similar question to you, Warren, but maybe more from the perspective of financing a series of exploration projects. I know you actually take positions in different jurisdictions, from Latin America to Asia, through also asset management. Where do you see the success stories for exploration companies, whether worldwide, but also specifically here in the Middle East? Which one are the ones that are likely to succeed?
Okay, the ones I'll be looking for going forward would be ones which have a bit of an edge, a bit of a new angle to them. So I would imagine going forward, there'll be some, in a lot of the jurisdictions that are already, I'm not saying mined out, but have been explored quite extensively, we need to go deeper. So what we'll need there, as far as technology goes, is we'll need deep penetrating technology in the geophysics. We'll need next generation to start going after these deposits deeper. There will be new mining technologies to go deeper. What's interesting about Saudi Arabia and countries in the region is the land has not been as extensively explored. So over the next near term, we could look a little bit more on surface and then eventually go deeper, and they'll benefit from the technology long term that's developed in other jurisdictions to go deeper. Some other interesting technological developments I think going forward that I'm looking for is with respect to lithium. Right now, lithium, there's a lithium triangle in Argentina and Chile, but there are some salars throughout the world that have as much lithium brine as those areas, yet there are a number of nasty chemicals in it, nasty elements in that lithium brine that we cannot extract at the present time. So I think there will be a lot of technological advances with respect to lithium. where we'll be able to, there's no shortage of lithium in the world, but I believe once we crack a few technical problems, we'll be able to extract lithium considerably faster, more efficiently, and with less environmental footprint than we currently do. So those are the types of things I'm looking for in the future to put some money into.
Very good, and I like the fact that you actually also, talk about this nexus between, mining and energy, and we'll probably, talk a little more about this in this panel. But as we see, access to critical mineral being more and more important, the mining sector being, relatively even stronger in the next few years because of the need for new components for the energy transition, which has been a common theme throughout this conference. I'd like maybe to turn to you, Chris, because I mean, obviously with the rise of the importance of the mining sector, when you look at the need for human capital, when you need that the need for the understanding of technology and a new workforce in the sector, I know you wanted to touch upon this and maybe give some thoughts about how to make sure that we actually train the workers of tomorrow in the sector.
Oh, thanks, Remy. And I think over the last few days, it's been tremendous how we have heard how the jigsaw has come together. We heard from His Royal Highness and from their excellencies that Saudi Arabia is open for business in a way that many people didn't know. We've heard from Robert Friedland the demand for the metals that will be found here is insatiable. We heard from Robert Friedland we should buy his shares as well, in case anyone forgot. We have heard that the mining that will take place in Saudi Arabia is going to be state-of-the-art, so there will be environmentally friendly minings. We've heard about the geography of mining here. I think those are tremendous elements that have come together, but the one thing that exercises my mind is that to make all of that happen, the increase in talent that will be needed at the highest level of the most technically trained minds in the world is going to be exponential. Saudi Arabia is in a tremendous place. I heard from His Excellency, the Minister of Education, yesterday that 70% of the population of Saudi Arabia is under 35. But as we have developed these tremendous innovations, I don't think we have developed the education that is going to fill these jobs. And I think all of us have a responsibility to think that. I think that situation has been somewhat exacerbated by 2 years of COVID, which have slowed down so much of the youth of today's education and learning, and there's catch-up there. But whilst we've invested in all these technologies, we have not invested in thinking about how we can train people better and train more people. And I think that none of this can happen unless we have that skill set. So I think that all of us, and I'm a trustee of an educational trust, been talking to His Excellency the Minister of Education here, and we're going to get involved in the universities here because good education changes lives, it changes businesses, and I think that we all haven't thought about it enough. On a practical basis, on a systemic basis, through formal education at a higher level, but also everyone in this room could mentor someone, could spend just a few hours. You don't have to like them, but you can tell them where they're going wrong. You can advise them. They can be a sounding board when they don't know what to do. And I think that for all of the things to happen, there is an element that, frankly, we need to take somewhat more seriously.
And you mentioned indeed, I mean, the importance of investment in education, and definitely here in Saudi Arabia is one country that has strongly invested in education over the last few years with development of key universities. We have a population in Saudi Arabia which is fairly young and will actually see its future potentially in the mining sector. I'd like maybe to try to turn to the youth of Saudi Arabia and see through your eyes how the perspective that we can see in the future for the youth in Saudi Arabia through the mining sector. What's your take on this?
Yes, I think the mining in Saudi Arabia and the mineral and the industrialization, the mineral industry in Saudi Arabia is the future for young men and women to work on. This sector is just open up, we're building it, and hopefully with technology and capability that the future will build into it, will be more welcoming to all young men and women that will make a difference, not only to the industry, but also to the world. And the future would also, as we said, the technology, and we have to work from now to 2032 on the quality of learning and education, and especially in geology and mining, engineering, but all other teams. But these are two, because the sector is new, the education we have a good base, but we have to build on it and make it even better. And this is one. And I think for the whole of Saudi Arabia, the young men and women have a better future than we did 20 or 10 years ago, because one, we are already transformed. Second, it's an open opportunities for everybody to take. But I want to also add on the perception of mining. I think we heard from Robert, from Mark, from many others, that we hope by 2032 that perception, that we have all as an industry worked hard on it, that we have changed it from a tobacco type of perception to walking around, those young men and women working in the industry, walking around the world and being thankful. People will be thankful for them for making the life of the world a better life. That is very important, that we in the industry have to work, because mining, we all know it's important. Minerals are very important, but the perception still need a major change. So I hope that by 2032, we will be walking around the world and people thanking us as an industry, as miners, for making the life a better life for them.
No, and you make a very strong point on the perception of mining and how sometimes we fail to see how the mining sector contributes to a series of very central sectors, whether it's renewable energy, whether it's inclusive development in a series of jurisdictions. It's going to be key to the future of Saudi Arabia. I'd like to turn to you, maybe Andrea, because I know you wanted to mention the work to discuss on this issue of attracting young talents in the industry. You're the example of a young woman that's been successful through BHP and then in terms of mining in the European Space Agency. What could you actually share with us to convince some of the people listening to us that they have a very bright future in the mining sector and will actually contribute to the society?
Yeah, absolutely. Mining is a fantastic industry to work in, and I think you need to have exposure to the students at an even earlier age to attract them into it as well before they're making their university decisions even. We started doing in Western Australia, for example, some interactive programs with the schools. In one of the biggest mining places in Western Australia, the children of the people that worked in the mine did not know what their parents did. And so we brought them in, we had interactive days with them. To be honest, I didn't realize what the mines were like until I went up to visit some of my former classmates that were working there and found out my company had a couple of people and said, well, I'm transferring up, like it's fantastic. Honestly, even now, if I could do FIFO, a week of shifts at the mines and a week of shift with the space agency, that would be my ideal. It is a wonderful industry to work in. It's very well paid, really good safety that gets drilled into as well that you're not going to learn in any other industry, and the hands-on skills that you acquire working on site at a mine really, really make you a better engineer, a better scientist, a better technical person. It's a brilliant industry to work in, and I would highly recommend it, and recommend that we expose younger people to it, and really younger people. Let's start younger than what we think, not at university, that's almost too late. Let's start at school level to expose them to the mining fields.
Maybe transition to Robert for the next question. And we talked about the reputation of mining. You successfully developed projects all around the world, from Mongolia to Colombia. You're looking at different projects, and I know you're interested in this region also. What leads for a project to be successful in those different regions? How can we actually improve that reputation of mining and attract young workers and employees in your companies?
First of all, Allah was very kind to Saudi Arabia with the discovery of the Ghawar field. That was the largest mineral discovery that has ever occurred on this particular planet. And when you look at the value of Ghawar and what has been found in the eastern forelands of Saudi Arabia, that is the largest gift from God on this planet, and is still and will remain very, very important for energy security. And now you have unconventional gas. And that will be enormously important as a transition fuel, no matter where the world goes. But Saudi Aramco is really a technology company. Oil and gas has adopted the highest imaginable technological prowess. There's nothing low technology about oil and gas, and it will be the same with mining in the kingdom and around the world. Mining is transferring to using artificial intelligence and satellite imagery and extremely technologically advanced sensing systems. Now, in the United States, in the last generation, a lot of our young people went into broadband or internet or Netflix or the cloud, super high technology. But now we're realizing that those very high technologies require the periodic table metals, or the whole thing will come to a stop. So I think that you will see the development here of an extremely high quality, high technology innovation. You're saying 2032, but Vision 2030 is the actual deadline. And I'm very confident from the young Saudis I've met and the ideal environment you have here. Your society knows that Allah has given us a gift of oil. It is a gift. It was not created by mankind, it was given as a gift. These other metals are also a gift. And so with government support, with the infrastructure, with the inexpensive energy, with a large undeveloped resource base and a very young population, this will become a center of pilgrimage for the miners. Because you have government support. His Excellency, the Vice Minister and the Minister have created this conference. This kind of conference creates an enormous amount of global energy for the development of this industry. If there is one thing we must talk about, to be sensitive about, however, it will be the most valuable thing of all. The most valuable physical commodity will be water. So I've been studying what I can of the Quran in the English language, because Arabic is not my native language, but 63 times the Prophet, may he rest in peace, he has talked about water. And traditionally, you need 2 cubic meters of water for every 1 cubic meter of rock to extract the metal. This will be a big problem on the moon and on Mars. But we see the development of technology, as the Vice Minister was correctly saying. We should emphasize this point. Technology is being developed that will be able to crush and grind this rock without water, because water will become, this is already much more expensive than crude oil per barrel, right? So in 10 more years, water is going to become very, very valuable. We need water for mining, but in the future we will need less and less water for mining. And the technology for extracting water and the technology for mining will all work together and also piggyback on a lot of the technologies developed at Saudi Aramco. So this becomes the most interesting country in the world to bring all the best technologies in the world and to work with the young people to see that this is very important to the future of the world. Everything we touch, we grew it agriculturally or we mined it. And so it is the most basic of human activities. And you've been mining gold here for 3,000 or 4,000 year history. So inshallah, you'll accept all of us to come and we can all work together to make history in a way that is very, very great for humanity. And one more thing. In the Bible, it says that Allah put the water on the earth 4,000 years ago. That is not correct. In the Quran, the Prophet Muhammad, rest his soul, said that in long, long time ago, mountains of water came to the earth and brought the water to this earth, and that is actually scientifically correct. The water on this planet came from comets and asteroids. The gold on this planet came from comets and asteroids. So we should remember how vast the universe is, and we should try to benefit humanity by working together. And I believe that young Saudi Arabians are in a position to make a huge difference in the world economy and in the perception of Islam as the religion of peace, and with a tremendous role to play. So I'm very humbled and very thankful for the opportunity to be here. I want to thank again the Vice Minister and also the Minister for putting together this whole idea that mining will become a pillar of the Saudi economy. Once the government had the wisdom to make that a policy, I'm sure in 10 years, that people will come here on pilgrimage and seek the support of the Saudi government, because all of Africa needs to develop its mineral resources. Africa has the metals the world needs. And so Saudi Arabia can be a center of excellence, not only to train young Saudis, but to send them out to the African continent and help uplift those people with development, with Islamic sort of development standards. You know that China is all over Africa, and it's somewhat controversial, and we have to work with our Chinese friends, but how these elements are developed for the common benefit of humanity will be very, very important, and I'm confident, from what I've learned and seen, that Saudi Arabia will play a very important role in this, inshallah. Thank you.
I agree. Maybe turning to Warren and Chris, and we've been listening to the very wise word from both Robert and His Excellency on the question of the best practices that will be developed here in Saudi Arabia and the importance of ESG when you actually integrate those in mining project. Maybe turning to you, Warren, first. I mean, what's your take on the inclusion of ESG on successful projects here in Saudi Arabia, and especially for exploration, but also producing assets?
Yeah, obviously, I've been in the mining business for 30 years, so I've watched it change over time, and I'm a bit of an interesting in that I'm a bit of an environmentalist. So when I see an open pit mine where there really should have been an underground mine, I'm obviously quite supportive of underground mines. So I see in the future, with respect to mining, let's say mining practices, which would be more environmentally friendly, let's say. I'm seeing some really good technology with respect to underground mining. I think the mining of the future will be a significant amount of it will be underground, a lot more than it is today. Also, we're looking at, certainly in Canada, I'm working on some projects right now where we're looking at disposing of any tailings, underground tailings disposals. And I think that the mining industry could do a lot of things to reduce our footprint globally. And one of them is underground mining. A lot of bulk underground mining techniques that are quite economic these days. And underground tailings disposal. In some instances, I've also noticed you're able to put a significant amount of the mining machinery and operations underground also. They're pre-processing underground. So it's good to see the mining industry trying to reduce the environmental footprint of a mine, so they're more acceptable to the world and to the local communities in which they operate.
I will turn to you, Chris, in a second, and then after, obviously, I'm going to be asking for maybe your final thoughts and the key takeaway of this conference. But Chris, you come from the financial sector. How much do you see, this question of ESG and new technology being, central to the decision from financiers when they actually, invest in a series of projects, especially here in the region?
I think absolutely essential. It's becoming such a criteria for all investment anywhere in the world, Remy. But I think also building on Warren's point that Saudi Arabia has the opportunity for the sort of technology and mining that you were referring to. I mean, that's what's going to happen. It's going to be state of the art. But I think one thing perhaps is missing is that I think the general populace around the world, especially young people, have no idea that their green revolution, that their environmental changes totally depend on mining. I think that everything that happens from, wind farms, as Robert was saying this morning, through to EVs, through to solar panels, depends on mining. And I think that people need to be educated to that fact. So it's not the fact that we need metals. We need metals like never before. But it's how we mine them, how ethically we mine them, how environmentally friendly we mine them, and making people realize that the idea that you aren't going to mine, we're going to be mining more, is essential. And I think, to answer the point you asked me originally on financing, that is going to become part of the criteria for financing, more and more so. That what is the footprint that you're leaving, and how are you going to mine, and where's it going, and has it been dealt with in the way that you said it has been?
Thank you. I mean, we have the chance to close a very premier event here on mining and on the future of mining in Saudi Arabia specifically. And as I was mentioning, I'd like maybe to turn to each one of you and try to share the key takeaway that you would like to provide to the audience. And please, maybe starting with you, Your Excellency, what is the one idea that you would like people to bring back home?
Yes, Remy, thank you. Thank you for that chance. I think this is very important for closing remarks. I would have a 1 point for the world itself, the globe, I mean regional, the industry as it. Hoping, I'm sure that by 2032, hopefully we had invested enough, discovered enough, permitted enough projects, and investment would have been flown into the sector so as to supply the world needs for a better life and more minerals. On technology, there would be also an investment in technologies, and from exploration to closure of the mine that will help us do it safer, greener, and more efficient and more effective, and as Robert have said, with 0 drop of water and hopefully no carbon emissions. On the region, I hope by that time there is 79 countries in this region, so by that time I hope we see at least 162 or 79 mineral champions from all the regions, 1 champion at least for each region that is a major in the globe. And I hope that by that time the region would have been supplying and manufacturing and processing and creating value in the region for the world. On Saudi Arabia, by that time, 10 years from now, and by that time we have realized our first vision, the young men and women of the country will take us to another leap and will be creating the second greater and brighter phase of the history of the mining. But in Saudi Arabia, hopefully we will be having one of the world's best and more efficient and more liquid equity market for mines and exploration. So London and Toronto and Sydney have to watch the Riyadh capital market. By that time, we would have mining as an important pillar for Saudi Arabia and hopefully for the region. And by 2032, Saudi Arabia will win 32 gold medals in Brisbane, Australia. That will be a part of our dream, and I'm sure the Saudi Arabia will get to that position. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the gold medal might be from gold production from Saudi Arabia. That'd be interesting. Turning to you, Robert, maybe also if you're looking at mining in 2032, the one key takeaway that you'd like people to bring back home.
My small prayer is that humanity realizes that we live on only one planet, and that Saudi Arabia is the custodian of the holy mosques and the last revealed truth of the Prophet Muhammad, that Islam is a religion of peace, and that this become better understood in America and around the world, that the teachings of Islam are so important and the principles of Islamic development are so important. There's so much misunderstanding of the kingdom that the tourism industry will help, the development of the youth in mining will help, and the continued role of providing the world's energy security is very important. So my prayer is that this gentle planet works together. We see different groups around the world balkanizing the supply chain. The Americans want their own supply chain. The Chinese want their own supply chain. The Europeans are worried where everything is going to come from. I think if we can gather here once a year and bring people that are actually involved in bringing things out of the earth and find a more conscious way to do that in the land of the holy mosques, with the support of this young, dynamic government and the vision of your government, that we can do something that is good for our children and good for our grandchildren, and we can learn to be brothers and sisters and work together for the future. So actually that's my prayer, not my prediction.
Very good. Andrea, I was seeing you nodding to those words from Robert. What's your take on this? If you actually fast forward to 2032, how do we get there? What's the perspective that you have here?
Yeah, well, for 2032, I was actually quite pleasantly surprised that a lot of the themes, a lot of the sentiment from the entire summit has been around, as you mentioned, sustainability, reusability, but also emissions control and environmental considerations as well, which is, I honestly found surprising because I have worked in a lot of mines around the world and countries have very different legislations concerning, well, safety firstly and emissions control in particular. So I think if we really do want to go forward in the future and be more sustainable, that we need to have some legislation changes in certain countries about the emissions controls in mining so that we can be more sustainable going through to the future. And then I think for the 2030s, at that point, we will have not just Earth mineral utilization, we will have the moon missions well underway and a sustainable presence on the moon, and we will also be doing non-impact sustainable lunar in situ mineral resource utilization as well. What you said about water is very interesting too, because we don't have the luxury of water on the lunar surface because it evaporates instantly. So we already had to start coming up with techniques that do not use water in the resource processing to begin with. So I think there's a lot of nice synergies that we could work together with our industries there.
No, very true. Yeah, thank you. Chris, if I turn to you now, I mean, you've been witnessing this wonderful event for the last 3 days and really seeing, the series of discourse and contributions from everyone. What's your key takeaway that we should have and next steps towards 2032?
Well, Remy, I've had the privilege and opportunity to take guidance from His Excellency for 2 years on this event. So I have, over a long period of time, understood the vision of the kingdom, the commitment from the kingdom, and where things should go. But my key takeaway is suddenly everyone here was in the room when it happened yesterday, when suddenly the most eminent miners in the world, the most eminent speakers, financiers from their excellencies, the Royal Highness, were talking about what was going to happen. Suddenly you could feel it. By lunchtime yesterday, everyone suddenly understood what was going on in Saudi Arabia. And I think that people didn't believe it until they came. And the message has got out on social media, on video clips around the world. Our inboxes are full from people who aren't here, asking why they weren't invited and why they're not here. And I think that we have all been present at the start of something massive. And I think at next year's event, the pressure and the people who are coming and the next level of interest in Saudi Arabia, I think will be tangibly different. So I think that we've all had the privilege of understanding and sharing in the vision that's firmly been implanted, and we've seen it happen. We've been part of it.
Very true. Now, Warren, you have the incredible responsibility to be the last one on the last panel of the day. Please share your thoughts.
First of all, I wanted to thank to be part of this, the premier conference here in Saudi Arabia. I think it's very insightful, very much looking forward to what the world is going to be like. The one thing I've had with respect to the mining business and the renewables business and the environmentalists, I care very much about the environment. I've been to many of the major jungles of the world. I've seen the interface between development and jungle, so I'm very much an environmentalist. And I see a fair amount of misguidance going on that I believe will be corrected with respect. So at 2032, people will have figured out what I already know today. Wind and solar is not going to be our source of energy. We do not have grid-level storage. When you look at a city like, let's say, Vancouver in Canada, where you have clouds for 2 months straight in the wintertime. We've seen examples here globally with respect to Britain. No wind this summer. Don't know what's going on with Germany. Solar has not worked for them. Shutting down nuclear power plants. Don't know why. You watched the Texans freeze last winter. I think the Germans are probably going to freeze this winter. Wind and solar, it works great in, let's say, the desert areas that are windy, but then the wind is unpredictable. The only power source we are going to power this world with going forward is nuclear energy. We have lots of uranium out there. The Chinese have figured this out, but nobody else has. The Chinese right now are under the largest nuclear power build-out in the world today. The one in the US, which happened during the 70s, was shut down by environmentalists half a century ago. So for the last half century, the Americans have been burning coal instead of using clean nuclear power. Nuclear energy has been set back about half a century in R&D because of the environmental groups attacking nuclear energy in the 70s. But if you look back over the last 50 years, there's a tremendous track record of safety and quietly going about their work, generating non-CO2 generating base load power, 24/7, always there. And the safety record, despite the incidents that have happened, has been better than all forms of other base load, whether it be even hydroelectric. It's safer than hydroelectric power. So it's one of the safest forms of energy. I believe by 2032, people will figure that out. The Gen 4 reactors will be more common. The Gen 4, which will be the molten salt reactors that are fail-safe, modular, reducing the capital cost, which is one of the biggest costs in nuclear power. But we have a nuclear future ahead of us, and that'll provide the base for all the electrical power and for the green future we have ahead of us. And it will become more apparent that wind and solar won't be able to deliver on all aspects, and we need a strong base load, which will be nuclear power. And the uranium will be provided by the miners like ourselves, and we'll go out there and find it, make sure there's adequate supply.
Thank you for this. I think we all agree that in 2032, we're going to have a world with more mining and more sustainable mining, and definitely Saudi Arabia is going to be leading the way on this course. And so I'd like you to join me to thank our different panelists before we turn it over to Ryan for the closing remark for the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, it's all yours.
Thank you.
Daifer, Chairman of the Advisory Board. Thank you very much for that, Remy. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to thank the sponsors of the Future Minerals Forum. Your support made this forum the success it has been. I'm sure you all agree with me that this has been an extraordinary 2 days. Your Excellency, Minister Bandar Al-Kharaif, Your Excellency, Vice Minister Khalid Al-Modaifer, would you please join me on stage? Sponsors, when you hear your name, please also join us here on stage to receive your recognition. Ma'adin. Congratulations to you. Well done. Aramco. Aramco. SABIC, congratulations. Congratulations. Yes, sir. STC, please. Congratulations. That's cute. SIDF. Congratulations. Al Rushaid, well done. Saudi Investment Bank, congratulations. Well done. Al Ajlan Ability, congratulations. Amak, congratulations. Ivanhoe Mines. Take your time, Robert. Saudi Mining Services Company. Aramco. Congratulations. Al Majdoui. Flowered, well done. SAPCO, thank you for your partnership. GIB, congratulations. Saudi Comunidad, thank you for your partnership. Saudi Dolomite, congratulations. Adwan Chemicals, thank you for your partnership. ERG, congratulations. Najran Cement Company, thank you for your partnership. Yanbo Cement, congratulations. Worley, thank you for your support. Aldris, please join me in congratulating. EV Metals, congratulations. Tabuk, thank you for your support. Tabuk Cement. Well done. Al Zahid Group, congratulations. Saudi Ceramics, thank you for your support. United Cement Industrial Company, congratulations. F.L. Schmidt. Thank you for your support. Astra Mining, congratulations. ALS Arabia, congratulations. Fanco Mining, thank you for your support. City Cement Company, congratulations. Well done to all of you. I know that the government is very grateful for your support of this forum. We're not done just yet. His Excellency would now like to recognize the Vice Minister. His Excellency Khalid Al-Mudakhir would like to recognize the work of the Vice Minister's work, Khalid Al-Mudakhir, the man who conceived this idea 2 years ago and who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make it the success it has been. He is the chairman of the advisory board of the Future Minerals Forum, and he has done quite a job. Come on. Abdullah Alisa, please join us on stage. Abdullah Alisa. Don't be shy. That's some very happy people up here on stage. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister Bandar. Vice Minister Khalid Al Mudaifer, you're staying right up here. Excellent. Please, in your own time, of course, but please make your way back to your seats so we can begin the closing remarks. You want to move up here? Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Your name Rian or Ryan? Ryan.
Yeah, sorry for the mix-up over there.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So thank you very much, Ryan.
If you'd be so kind as to all take your seats. So that the Vice Minister can begin his closing remarks. Now is when we tell you there's actually going to be a day 3.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. Thank
you.
you.
Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the Future Minerals Forum, I have many people and organizations to thank. Before I do that, I'd like to take a moment to offer some thoughts about what I have taken away over the past few days. We as partners have together realized that mining is at an inflection point. Economic, social, and environmental demands are driving the industries, and the rapid uptake of new technologies are supporting the reimagining of mining. The world needs more minerals. These are critical to energize the future. Our region has the potential to provide the critical minerals the world needs. This Future Minerals Forum has brought us together, all the relevant stakeholders, to unlock the region's potential and focus the conversation that mining is in a critical path to a sustainable future. Having reached the end of this very successful Future Minerals Forum, we believe that together we can deliver global, regional, and local wins. If we as partners continue to work together, the world will have access to more critical minerals, the region will be richer, more transparent, and more developed. Saudi Arabia, along with other countries of the region, will gain more diversified and sustainable economy, creating more high-value jobs to the young men and women of the countries. I am glad that we have started this conversation to shape the future of mining and its contribution to our societies, because together as an industry, we need to drive investments, partnerships, and growth. With this thought, I'd like to thank our sponsors and partners for working with us so diligently to create a truly impactful Future Minerals Forum. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is proud to have served as a convener of this forum and to help bring the industry together in person. We believe we have delivered a world-class event. And thank you for helping us making it so successful. Thanks to all our speakers and delegates who made the event so dynamic and exciting. Quite simply, this event would have not been possible without their support. I would also like to extend my warmest appreciation to all our partners who played invaluable roles in making this event a success, including the government agencies here in the Kingdom and abroad, our sponsors, our media partners, our knowledge partners, our logistical partners, our event management partner, and my wonderful organizing team who have worked day and night hard over the time of more than a year now to make the dream come true. I hope you enjoyed your time in this forum and that it was very productive for you. We welcome you back anytime and look forward to continuing the discussion that will shape our industry. This makes the close of Future Minerals Forum. Thank you and wish you all a safe journey home, wherever that is. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Everyone, stay in your seats because we're going to do one final thing. We're going to take a look back at the last 2 days. Please, your attention.
Saudi Arabia, with its strong infrastructure, a safe environment and renowned openness to engage in business, will host Future Minerals Forum. The time is now, and the place is here to start a global conversation about future minerals.
Our meeting is historical because we have the opportunity to shape the future of mining in our region and maybe even globally.
The mining sector has a critical role to play in the green revolution.
Without the consent, no mining, no matter the value of the mineral in that community.
You are the very CEOs, ministers, and thinkers that are going to put these ideas into practice to make them a reality.
ولذلك أغتنم هذه الفرصة باقتراح أن نتبنى معا.
And therefore, we can adopt an international model that will gather the multi-stakeholders to cooperate in the future of minerals.
Without us as miners. We need to do it in partnership and we need to do it responsibly.
At PIF, we have identified mining as one of 13 strategic sectors.
We need to be also seriously attentive to climate change, because without which we're not going to create a sustainable economy and a sustainable way of living in the future.
It's time now to unite together through some proper forum, and I think that Saudi has started to kick off the initiative.
Making mining in a new way, because mining is a means to an end.
Everybody around mining feels the impact of mining, and we can share it with the region and we share it with the world.
We know the minerals are critical, but we will not sacrifice the lives of people or the prosperity of our planet in pursuit of them.
The political commitment, the will for investors to come, obviously the fact that we're here at this conference, the first of its kind here in the kingdom, I think is a recipe for real success.
In any of the major mining countries, I think it's a pretty fair relationship, or otherwise governments would change it up pretty quickly.
What will be very important is to create transparency around the supply chain.
وأنشئ صندوق للبيئة وخمسة مراكز بيئية متخصصة لتعزيز الالتزام البيئي وتنمية الحياة الفطرية.
Deforestation control land and marine environments and enhance our adaptability.
We have the world moving to net zero. It's important that the miners themselves, as much as possible, have a low footprint.
I believe the kingdom will be, in terms of its regulatory system and judicial system, one of the best places to do business. We're already very good, by the way.
They need that security and safety of the investments.
And I think that's where our Saudi friends are trying to set up a hub.
This is a great opportunity for us to think, how can we use remote technology, digital technology, to enable women to work without having to make a choice between whether they contribute to mining.
Hydrocarbon is not a bad thing. Hydrocarbon has brought us to the current state of human civilization.
We should not get panic. We should do a planned manner. In Vedanta, we have taken that we will go to zero carbon.
The name of the world is work together.
وكنتيجة لذلك فقد تم بحمد الله
And dude, over 1967 mining licenses, 25% of which was issued in 2021 after the mining investment law came into force. And peace be upon you.
And that concludes the Future Minerals Forum. We look forward to seeing you in the years to come.